Chapter 301. Howl. Holy crap. Get down here, you. Cao Chuan pulled Luoli directly off him. A row of teeth marks instantly appeared on his shoulder. He had been ghosted. He thought she had matured, but he had not expected her to still act this way. When she entered just now, in a short skirt and long boots with a mature woman's aura, old Cao was completely dazed. But as soon as her driver and assistant left, Luoli transformed back into her usual self and pounced on him. She bit him on the shoulder. But what kind of person was Luoli? She was pure and seductive. After being pulled down by old Cao, her eyes held a hint of allure. A captivating gaze. Her voice was even more mature as she raised an eyebrow. Did you miss me? Cao Chuan pretended, so. After all, I have too many girls around me. How could I have time to miss you? You dead man. Die. Luoli's alluring eyes instantly turned into killing intent, and her claws extended, scratching him fiercely. But as usual, she was ultimately pinned to the sofa by Cao Chuan. The huge living room instantly became a battlefield. Zhang Myron returned to the house from the backyard and saw the battle in the living room. Her legs went soft, and she quietly slipped away. She would not dare disturb them, especially since the other party was Bu Jinyan, among the 4 families of Jiangnan, who did not know that Bu Jinyan was a scatterbrain. If you angered her, she would really explode. As the housekeeper, Zhang Myron knew Bu Jinyan's status in this family too well. She was the undisputed main wife. Old Cao was also the Bu family's prospective son-in-law on the outside. This identity had never changed. Therefore, even Ningyu, the former master, could not threaten Bu Jinyan's status. No matter how long Bu Jinyan had been away, as long as she returned, she was the one who called the shots in this family. This was the mistress of the palace, a woman who could preside over the world. Coupled with Bu Jinyan being good to her, Zhang Myron naturally would not disturb her good fortune, and left the battlefield to her. More than half an hour later, Bu Jinyan, who was both bad at it and loved to play, was directly made to cry. You are a jerk. You do not know how to go easy on me at all. I have already gone very easy on you. With your physique, if I were serious, you would be dead by now. Cao Chuan snorted with a smile. Luoli pouted, nestling against his chest, and chided. Haven't you been with other women recently? I have just gotten stronger. I am helpless too. Cao Chuan was also helpless. He had occasionally cultivated in the Blessed Land recently, and the progress was incredibly fast. After consuming some spirit fruits and spirit beasts, his body was almost mutating. It was not that old Cao was working hard, but rather that after Lei Ting blew up his house, old Cao realized that abilities were truly formidable. So it was always good to improve his strength. Tisk, you are getting a bargain and still acting smug. Is this place your sister's house? The environment is pretty good. Her tone was a bit strange. It was a bit sour. Yes, the environment is good, isn't it? Cao Chuan seemed not to notice her tone and expression, looking at the decor and nodding. My sister is good to me. She knew my house was bombed and directly gave me this house. You know, sisters are the best at doting on people. Ah, you are biting me again. Luoli snorted. If your sister is so good, go find her then. Don't forget, she is from the Chu family. You are even jealous of this. Cao Chuan laughed and shook his head, raising his hand to tap her nose. Then he picked her up in a princess carry. Let's go. I will take you to experience the hot springs. The weather is getting cooler recently, and it is the perfect time to enjoy hot springs. When she came back, Luoli was a mature woman, in long boots and a short skirt. After the war, Luoli returned to her domestic self. She seemed to understand old Cao's preferences, and after old Cao helped her blow dry her hair, she even tied it into a ponytail. The kind that increased attack speed. Piffed. Shameless, pretending to be young, old Cao was very disdainful of her behavior. Another round of beating followed. Her attack speed clearly increased, and it was not until the afternoon that she completely behaved. Mainly, time did not allow it, otherwise, she probably would not be able to stand up today. Because Bu Jinyan was back, the 2 little girls who were supposed to stay at school would also return tonight. Old Cao had not seen her for a while, and the 2 little girls missed her too. It seemed that in this family, only when Bu Jinyan returned could it be considered a family reunion. This might be the psychology brought by legitimacy. But the situation was also very subtle. Previously, old Cao was purely a businessman. At least in everyone's eyes, old Cao had married up into the Bu family. If it were not for Bu Qingda's decisive word, greatly appreciating this old schemer, many within the Bu family would probably have opposed it. However, now it was reversed. Just with old Cao's identity as Feng Manlu's agent, the Bu family was marrying up. Moreover, due to the crystal distribution, old Cao did not let the Bu family gain any advantage. Instead, he benefited Shen Menyi and Ningyu, which caused his father-in-law, Bu Qingda, to have some complaints, especially as men, who does not understand who, bearing the identity of the Bu family's prospective son-in-law, yet giving benefits to Shen Menyi and Ningyu, setting aside the grudges between families. Just the issue of men and women made Bu Qingda feel that old Cao was a philanderer. Previously, old Cao had explained to Bu Qingda and promised to marry Bu Jinyan in the future, even offering some private crystal shares to his father-in-law, which barely appeased him. Of course, leaving these trivial matters aside for now, the current family atmosphere was very good. With both parents present, and the 2 little ones very happy, there was a rare sense of peace in old Cao's heart. Perhaps only Bu Jinyan and Lu Sihan could give old Cao this feeling. Everyone else always had some selfish desires involved. In the evening, they rarely engaged in activities, but instead leaned on a rocking chair in the courtyard, swaying gently. Bu Jinyan talked about some recent company matters, which were mostly trivialities, but old Cao did not show impatience, listening quietly. It was not until his mood relaxed, and he felt a little sleepy, that he returned to the room to rest. The next day, after the two little girls went to school, old Cao began to inject Bu Jinyan with the ability activation fluid. Will I have an ability after this injection? Luoli curiously looked at the pure white syringe. Most likely, yes. Old Cao did not speak with absolute certainty. What kind of ability? That depends on which element is more abundant in your body. That is the element that will naturally be activated. Come on. Bu Jinyan extended her jade white arm, also a bit impatient. She knew about abilities, and with her strong curiosity, how could she resist such a temptation? My previous house was blown up by Lei Ting. She was not proficient after activating her ability, so when you activate the ability in your body later, do not use it immediately. Just feel it slowly first. Do not worry, I am not stupid. Damn it. How could you say that with a straight face? The same routine, the same activation steps. Previously, Lei Ting's skin glowed with a blue-purple electric light, but on Bu Jinyan's body, it was a red light. Is it blood? Or fire? It is fire. That is right, it is very hot. It took about 2 hours for Bu Jinyan to open her eyes, and there was also a sense of danger. It was probably another powerful skill emerging. Fire element ability. It suited Bu Jinyan. Her temper was fiery, and she was the type that would not be subdued by a beating. She would be obedient when you met her, but jump higher than anyone once you left. Wow. Bu Jinyan spread her fair little hand, and a purple flame flickered in her palm. It was different from the video before. The ability users at the concert in the video only had simple red flames, with a maximum temperature definitely not exceeding 1,000 degrees, averaging only a few hundred. But purple. Even old Cao beside her felt a very high temperature, at least over 1,000 degrees. Extinguish it, you. Cao Chuan angrily said. I just told you not to use your ability at home. Do not you want the house anymore? The flame in Bu Jinyan's hand trembled. Why are you shouting? You scared me. Immediately, Bu Jinyan giggled. This thing is fun. I can clearly feel the temperature is not low, but in my hand, it is just warm. I will not need to wear clothes in winter. Let's go. Let's go out and test your skill. Be careful not to burn the house or trees. We will go to the lake, just in case. Cao Chuan had already decided that if she could not control it later, he would kick her directly into the lake. No matter how many thousands of degrees, he would extinguish it directly. But honestly, old Cao was still very happy. As expected of the super activation fluid, not only did it grant skills, but the activated abilities were all powerful attack abilities. However, old Cao was also considering something. He originally planned to make the small village of Feng Manlu look nice, mainly to cover up his real intention of creating underground spaces, excavating massive crystal mines, and even building an underground city. But now, after activating 2 people, old Cao had witnessed the destructive power of ability users. If not careful, these ordinary buildings and houses simply could not withstand the attacks of ability users. Therefore, the construction of this small village would require some special materials. Firstly, to prevent damage from major global changes. Secondly, to demonstrate Feng Manlu's high prestige. It is a pity it is not Suanhuan. Otherwise, setting up a formation on the periphery would be quite impressive. Without a so-called sect-protecting formation, they could only find solutions in materials. There were good things in the mall. Although the price was a bit expensive, old Cao had plenty of money. What is wrong with spending 100 million luck to build a city? Is that not the prestige he wanted? Sizzle. Sizzle. Holy crap. So you are in Keela. What in Keela? Is this not your third skill? Searing Radiance. Cao Chuan found it familiar. Of course, that is just a saying. It is not actually a game. This pillar of fire, like a flamethrower, with purple-blue flames, felt solid. It was a bit like Superman's laser eyes, shooting lasers. But it was thicker and hotter than a laser. When this ultimate move sprayed into the lake, it did not extinguish at all. Instead, it made the lake water evaporate, feeling like it instantly boiled. Stop. Stop. Cao Chuan told her to stop, then stroked his chin, feeling a little regretful. When the house blew up, and Keela's skin was inside, if the skin were still there, and she put it on, then tied a ponytail or something, and used her third skill, it would have been wonderful. Remember, this kind of ultimate skill is a trump card that every ability user must hide. Do not use it casually. Moreover, this thing consumes a lot, and is suitable for group battles. You should familiarize yourself with the changes in your body first, so you do not accidentally set my house on fire later. Hey. Bu Jinyan suddenly gave a mischievous smile. This old lady sees you still daring to provoke me. Die, little man. Luoli suddenly threw a large fireball at old Cao. Old Cao had spoiled her. With a slap carrying true chi, he sent the fireball flying, and in Luoli's stunned expression, he pinned her down again. Daddy, I was wrong. Luoli shouted loudly. Chapter 302. Cao Chuan called Luoli back to activate her special ability. She had been traveling for business to various first-tier cities. While that was not inherently dangerous given her strength and natural luck, Cao Chuan preferred to remain cautious. News of his upcoming cooperation with high-level officials could not be kept secret forever. Espionage was a game of shadows where information leaks were inevitable. Cao Chuan did not truly believe that 2 killings alone would force the Japanese and American factions to retreat. Under normal circumstances, they might fear provoking him, but if the benefits were significant enough, that caution would vanish. If they acted again, they might not dare to strike at him directly, but they would have no qualms about kidnapping those close to him for ransom. Even if his luck protected his inner circle from capture, the mere shock of an attempt would be undesirable. This was the primary reason he chose to activate the abilities of Lei Ting and Jinyan first. To the outside world, Lei Ting was his disciple, and Jinyan was his fiancé. These were legitimate, public identities. They were not mere test subjects. In fact, Zhong Qing'er and Tang Xiaoxiao were even safer choices. While many knew Zhong Qing'er was his goddaughter, her father and her mother had divorced, and her mother raised her alone. On the surface, the connection had been severed. Tang Xiaoxiao was hidden even deeper. For the next period, Cao Chuan began activating the special abilities of the women around him. For now, he excluded Suya and the others. He did not have enough activation fluid to go around, so he had to be selective. Lei Ting gained the Thunder Ring. Jinyan awakened Blazing Radiance. Shen Menyi mastered the Ice Element. Ningyu developed a Dark Element, which was currently the strongest ability on Cao Chuan's side and one of only 2 of its kind. The other was held by Long Yi, who commanded the Light Element. They were naturally opposed. Yanzi gained extreme speed and agility, alongside wind manipulation. The 2 younger ones were also gifted. Lu Sihan surprisingly developed telekinesis, the ability to control objects with her mind. Bu Yao gained a healing skill that allowed her to help others recover. It suited her physique perfectly. At her age, she was already beginning to catch up to Jinyan. Cao Chuan wondered what she would be capable of later. He felt as though his hands were not full enough. 8 women had now successfully activated their special abilities. Because the relationships between these individuals and Cao Chuan were so well known, he needed to ensure they were protected against potential threats. At the same time, Cao Chuan employed hackers, both domestic and overseas, to purge all online information related to him. This included call records with Zhong Qing'er, Tang Xiaoxiao, Su Ya, and San Chao. Every trace had to be deleted. The world had changed, and Cao Chuan had become far more cautious. He had 1 activation fluid left in his possession, while the Feng Manlu Research Institute held another that was currently under study. 8 people had all been activated. Now that I am injecting myself, it should be safe, he thought. Cao Chuan held the activation fluid and began the process on himself. He finally understood what the sensation was like. His scalp tingled, and it felt as though his brain were expanding. In his frontal lobe, he clearly felt a peculiar loosening. If he had previously possessed a unique understanding of nature due to his cultivation, that understanding now doubled. Strange characters appeared in his mind. They were not really characters, but rather special ways of mobilizing the energy within his body. Much like his cultivation, where he understood which meridians his true energy should flow through, he now realized that the more he introspected and understood the structure of his physical body, the more he could unleash its potential. He entered a state of epiphany, like a dream. He lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes, he could clearly perceive the elements around his physical body. The elements closest to him began to cling to him, while those he did not need moved away. The world began to look different. More things became visible to the naked eye. After gaining this ability, Cao Chuan reached a deeper level of understanding. He had previously witnessed Alexander's lightning ability, and realized how dangerous Alexander would become as he grew stronger. That was why he had to cripple him. But only after mastering his own power did he realize that the 4 fundamental forces of the universe were not simple. Even if his trillions of cells each contained a universe, he still had to adhere to the existing rules under specific laws. Special abilities were powerful, but there was a limit. Even if one possessed a time ability, like Cao Chuan, the rules still applied. He possessed the power of time. Theoretically, he could accelerate it forward and backward, or even continuously rewind it, provided he had enough energy to support the exertion. He could even return his physical body to ancient times. In reality, however, that was not the case. Due to insufficient elemental support, Cao Chuan could only forcefully stop time for a few seconds. He could only shift forward or backward by a few heartbeats. So, am I just a 3-second man now? He chuckled at the thought. That was just a jest. After studying it, Cao Chuan realized this was a divine artifact that suited his personality perfectly. Even if it only lasted a few seconds, it made him invincible. Think of it this way. Even if someone threw a lethal weapon at him, as long as his intuition sensed the danger in that split second, he could stop time and retreat into his blessed land. The crisis would have nothing to do with him. Even if he were shot in the head, as long as he had a single conscious thought, he could rewind 3 seconds and be alive again. Unless he was instantly obliterated so completely that he lost even the ability to think, he was essentially unkillable. Although it did not have a direct offensive effect, it was a divine rank ability, truly worthy of a child of destiny. Cao Chuan was now a child of destiny, possessing an antagonist halo that could easily crush the likes of Lin Han and Ye Chen. An antagonist halo was still a halo. A halo represented luck, and luck brought good fortune. Everything Cao Chuan did went smoothly, especially this antagonist luck. Before the protagonist appeared, the antagonist was uniquely blessed, monopolizing the good things in the world. Logically, that was how it worked. Furthermore, this time control had extremely strong offensive capabilities. If he were to fight all 8 of the women, and they released their ultimate moves together, Cao Chuan could pause time for 3 seconds and finish them off in the blink of an eye. Their ultimate moves would be interrupted instantly. It was invincible in both offense and defense. Cao Chuan was not overly excited, however, because the next child of destiny would likely be just as strong. He did not know what their ability would be, but it did not matter. He would not confront them head-on, not because he was afraid, but because it was unnecessary. Brute force was not his style. A fragrant breeze caught his attention, interrupting his thoughts. He embraced her with a backhand motion. Ningyu, dressed in a long black gown, let out a soft sound as she settled into his arms. She was incredibly fair. Cao Chuan had thought she might activate ice or water elements, but she had awakened the dark element. It was not the darkness one might imagine, but rather a different, pure shade. She was considered one of his 2 strongest assets, because she possessed multiple ultimate moves. The elements of the night granted her at least a 50% bonus to her original combat power. Everything within the darkness could be used as a weapon, from her smile and her singing to the surrounding water, earth, and plants. Ningyu was cool to the touch at night, and her tactile sense was greatly enhanced. Cao Chuan enjoyed that aspect of her. Actually, you do not need to specifically cultivate a rival for me, nor do you need to balance me out, Ningyu said softly, a leaf swirling in her palm like a butterfly. My body and mind are all yours now. She was not playing. She was skillfully mobilizing the elements, which was a way to cultivate her power. The more familiar one became with the elements, the more powerful one could become. This was not true telekinesis. Compared to Lu Sihan, this was more like the externalization of internal energy, a mere elemental levitation. Lu Sihan's telekinesis was fierce. When it reached full power, the image of 10,000 swords returning to their origin was incredibly showy. Cao Chuan was envious. While telekinesis did not feel as powerful as his time ability, it was perfect for showing off. Did he, as the antagonist, need to be powerful? Perhaps he just needed to look impressive. You are overthinking it, Cao Chuan chuckled. Long Yi's activation of the light element was not my intention. It was her own. Nonsense. The word slave on her drum shows her heart is already on the verge of blackening, Ningyu pouted. She should have activated the dark element, not the light. Now she wears pure white dresses all day, pretending to be a fairy. It is just unlikable. Cao Chuan smiled. In your eyes, she is pretending. In her eyes, she is a fairy, so she is more attuned to the light element. So I am the bad guy, then. Ningyu chided. Bad is good. A perfect match for me, Cao Chuan replied. Ningyu snorted delicately. She had not come to complain, just to vent. Recently, Long Yi had been arrogant and seemed quite popular. When she went out, everyone's eyes were on her. Her aura of sanctity was even stronger than before, which caused Ningyu to feel ignored. She found it uncomfortable. Sometimes, she even wanted to tell everyone about the word on Long Yi's drum. It was truly infuriating. Zonghai is causing trouble again, Ningyu said, pouting. I just got news from the famous detective agency that a bank vault was robbed, with losses exceeding 50 million. Cao Chuan had entrusted the agency to Ningyu, which put her mind at ease. In reality, Luoli would always obey Cao Chuan, but on the surface, she reported to Ningyu. Chapter 303. Wild ability users have only appeared for a month. Many omens have already emerged. For example, what Ningyu mentioned. Robbing a vault. 50 million in this era is an astronomical figure. And what is a vault? It is where countless armored cars emerge every morning, delivering loads of money to various banks and savings institutions, and then returning the money to the vault one by one at night. No bank or small savings institution can have its own vault. The cost is too high, and it is unnecessary. But a large vault, that is heavily guarded, with armed personnel. Successful bank robberies in a country are few and far between, let alone robbing a vault. There were 3 ability users in total. They made their move at 11 o'clock at night. Dozens of guards were killed, and their firearms were stolen. They have not been caught yet, but the entire Zonghai area is under martial law. Cao Chuan frowned. Can the famous detective agency find the whereabouts of the 3 people? Not yet. Ningyu shook her head. These 3 clearly have anti-reconnaissance capabilities. They did not use any technological products and destroyed the surrounding surveillance. We currently do not know what abilities they possess. Cao Chuan said. Then we can only track them through the money. Have the famous detective agency keep an eye on it, and once they find their location, hand it over to Lei Ting. All right. Ningyu knew that Old Cao was trying to boost his eldest disciple's performance. For Old Cao, this incident was just news. It was not the first ability-related injury incident, and it certainly would not be the last. When an ordinary person from the bottom of society gains powerful abilities, and in a world where there are no constraints on ability users, one should not expect these people to obediently follow laws and morals. That is unrealistic. So, for the next period, the world is experiencing a division of humanity. The changes from this fusion are particularly obvious. Almost every day, multiple ability incidents occur, sometimes even dozens or scores of them. The overseas countries are still the same, and the number of reported cases in overseas countries is much higher. Speaking of the technological level in the West, it is undeniable that their surveillance cameras are indeed better and more numerous than those in a country. News corporations, for profit, will not deliberately suppress some ability cases, nor will they care if society is in a panic. After all, there is profit to be made. Besides, can this kind of thing be suppressed? Entering late December, the Santa Claus incident erupted in the West, attracting global attention. The incident was not complicated. A retired soldier was cheated on. His ex-wife married a local well-known rich second generation. Originally, this was nothing. He could have just endured it, especially since the rich second generation paid a good sum to settle things. But the retired soldier activated his abilities before Christmas Eve. Although his abilities were not particularly strong, his combat power increased countless times. He had enhanced vision, making his eyesight extremely sharp, coupled with his marksmanship. So, on December 24th, the retired soldier arrived in the wealthy district, disguised as Santa Claus delivering gifts. The rich second generation's 8-year-old nephew thought it was Santa Claus bringing presents and opened the door. But he did not receive the gift he wanted. Instead, it was a bullet. Immediately after, countless screams erupted from inside the mansion. 25 people from 3 generations of the family all died. All were killed by gunfire. Afterward, Santa Claus set the mansion on fire and went to his ex-wife's house that same night, killing 13 more people. He was then surrounded by the police. But this guy was a ruthless individual and very well prepared. He had a lot of weapons and engaged in intense street fighting with the police. It lasted for a full night. Aside from the previous 38 people, over 30 police officers died, and nearly 100 were injured. And Santa Claus was eventually wounded and captured. In fact, it was precisely because they wanted to capture him alive that so many police officers did not die. As for why they wanted to capture him alive, everyone knew. This was just an isolated incident. In Europe, America, and other places, ability incidents were occurring everywhere. Powerful abilities were making ordinary people no longer ordinary. As long as people had the ability to resist, who would continue to suffer silently as before. And country was not much better. With a large population base, the probability of ability users appearing was also higher. The so-called spiritual chi resurgence. Of course, this was a concept Old Cao mentioned, but others were hearing the term spiritual chi resurgence for the first time and deeply agreed with it. As for whether it was spiritual chi resurgence, it did not really matter. Anyway, there was a lot of chaos now. In a blink of an eye, it was the end of January, entering 2009. Approaching Chinese New Year, Old Cao was not alone. At home, he had Luoli and the 2 little ones. Bu Jinyan did not even return to the Bu family. A daughter who has been married off is like water that has been poured out. Right. Bu Kinga could only be angry, but helpless. Old Cao simply gave too much. The New Year's gift was a large box of crystals. Currently, all major families are desperately collecting crystals. Who among them cannot afford to hire a few scientists? Anyway, after getting the crystals, they begin research, hoping to have ability users guarding their family. Although, in modern society, in the age of firearms, 1 or 2 masters cannot change much, but having ability users is better than not having them. At least there is a sense of security, is there not? And the Miao family, an ability user, Miao Kexin, appeared through self-awakening. To be honest, in the previous plot, the Miao family was not worthy of a marriage alliance with the Chu family, and was gradually marginalized, but now the Miao family has an ability user, and a powerful mental ability user at that, similar to hypnosis. This gave the Miao family a different kind of hope. Miao Kexin also gained the qualification to become a destined heroine, and the Miao family was very smart to directly report to the 18 Bureau, not hiding the fact that they had an ability user in the family. At the same time, they also let Miao Kexin join the 18 Bureau to work. This was also to prevent ill-intentioned people from targeting the Miao family. Handing the person over to the country was safer than keeping her at home. It is a new year, and the children are another year older. Cao Chuan raised his glass and drank, looking at the 2 little ones, and smiled. They cannot really be considered children anymore. They have all grown up, especially Bu Yao, who closely followed Bu Jinyan's footsteps. The Bu family's genes are indeed good. Society is not very stable now, so I do not ask for anything else, as long as you are safe, happy, and healthy. Thank you, Dad. Cheers. Old Cao has actually been busy recently. Do not let it seem like he is just playing around at home or outside every day, and San Chow has not been neglected either. But there are often uninvited guests coming to visit Old Cao, for nothing else, just for social graces. Not to mention getting some activation fluid from Old Cao, as long as they can get close to Old Cao. What if he is useful someday? Our country is a society of favors, after all. What is more, Old Cao's eldest disciple, Lei Ting, is currently the deputy director of the 18 Bureau's Zonghai branch, with real power. She has a group of super soldiers and ability users under her. There are bad ability users, and naturally, there are also those officially recruited by the country. And the country provides excellent treatment for ability users, almost completely eliminating any worries. For example, for the families of ability users, the country directly arranges good jobs for them. The kind that are easy work and pay well. If they have children, they go to the best schools, tuition-free, with various preferential treatments. As for the ability users themselves, besides having to follow certain rules, they also have certain privileges. They carry a small booklet with the Nguo department's credentials written on it, which, when presented, indicates a classified level. Special times call for special measures. This is understandable. You cannot push all ability users to the villain side, or kill all ability users, can you? That is unrealistic. After the new year, firecrackers welcomed the Spring Festival. From the 3rd day of the new year, visitors came in an endless stream. But the good times did not last long. As soon as February passed, a series of heinous incidents occurred again. There might have been some during the new year, but they were all suppressed. February, a new fusion appeared. On February 12th, a video was uploaded. Location Zhangcheng. At 6 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, a group of elderly women were dancing and singing as they went hiking. They were also taking videos, capturing the beautiful scenery. When they reached halfway up the mountain, they saw a beast with a human body and a dog's face. It was gnawing on a corpse, bloody and unrecognizable. 6 of the elderly women fainted on the spot. One of them died directly from fright. She already had heart disease, and dancing and exercising were to live longer, but who would have thought she died of fright when she could not catch her breath. Then the video showed a very chaotic scene. The human-bodied, dog-faced creature suddenly went berserk and rushed into the crowd, killing people. The video cut off like that. That bloody sense of oppression could be felt even in the video. This was definitely not some movie promotion, nor was it special effects, because the filming angle was ordinary, without any filters. February 19th. Another piece of news came out. A pig-headed man killed a family of 3. It was witnessed by a neighbor through a peephole. Because they heard commotion outside, screams and shrieks, the neighbor, terrified, went to the peephole and looked across. The anti-theft door opposite was open, and they could see the pig-headed man killing people. And the family opposite was a butcher, someone who slaughtered pigs. Was it a pig seeking revenge? Who knows? Anyway, the neighbor was somewhat stunned with fear, then called the police, and reporters came to the door. Of course, these things were quickly suppressed. Those that could not be suppressed were confused with dog-headed men or green-headed monsters, anything strange to mislead the public. This phenomenon was even more concerning than ability users. If ability users were merely the evil of human nature, then these monsters were a struggle of races. In short, the 18 Bureau's authority gained another function, and its military power was increased, allowing it to command the local station troops. Once these things are discovered, capture them alive if possible. If not, shoot to kill. Holy crap. Is it really spiritual chi resurgence? I just said that casually. Was it not to show off? It cannot be real, can it? Cao Chuan was speechless. Chapter 304. Cao Chuan had previously discussed the concept of spiritual chi resurgence with Lei Ting. He spread this information through her, though he could hardly admit it was simply a fusion of universal rules. He had come up with the term himself, and it sounded impressive enough to make everyone believe it. After establishing this concept, Cao Chuan naturally introduced the idea of the age of Dharma decline as its opposite. The ancient period was a time when powerful beings, referred to as gods, walked the earth. These gods were not necessarily creators, but simply people more powerful than the rest. As spiritual energy withered over the generations, the era of moving mountains and plucking stars passed, leaving only humble martial artists in its wake. This was the age of Dharma decline. People believed it, especially since the story originated from Cao Chuan and the seemingly ancient wind and rain tower. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Cao Chuan sat in his flower hall on the 3rd floor. He was drinking tea and reviewing the materials sent by Luoli. The famous detective agency was managed by Ningyu, but Luoli continued to handle Cao Chuan's private assignments. He was investigating potential candidates for the Child of Destiny. The Xiao family had appeared in previous stories as a minor role, but the plot had ended before it could fully unfold. It was highly likely that a protagonist or heroine would emerge from their ranks in the next phase. He had spent 2 months having Luoli investigate everyone in the household, from servants to warriors. He reviewed the data on his laptop, systematically eliminating tropes like the divine doctor, the fortune teller, or the soldier king returning. Even the divine tycoon seemed unlikely, as combat power had scaled up due to the appearance of ability users and beast men. Then he stopped. He looked at a name on the screen and paused. Xiao Yang. Cao Chuan laughed. If he was not the child of destiny, the concept of destiny was truly unfair. The name was a taboo in the Xiao family. A decade ago, when he was 10, he was driven out after his mother, a maid who was assaulted by the patriarch, died tragically. Young Xiao Yang had tried to fight back, but he was no match for the martial artists. He was bullied and called a bastard before being exiled. The family tried to forget him, and no one knew if he was still alive. Cao Chuan recognized the trope immediately. The abandoned young master of a wealthy family. He was surely returning for revenge. There was also a girl named Xiao Ya. She was the adopted daughter of the patriarch, presented as his biological child to hide the truth. This was a classic setup for a future romantic pairing without moral complications. Then there was Xiao Chenglong, the eldest young master. He was likely the villain, if only because his name had 3 characters. In novel worlds, protagonists with 3 character names were extremely rare. Cao Chuan decided to have Luoli track these individuals down. He wanted every detail, even their habits. Months passed. The number of ability user incidents rose, then stabilized as the state agency gained control. By May, the Wind and Rain Tower town was complete. Cao Chuan had replaced all human construction workers with 10,000 humanoid robots, costing 10 million luck points. He built a high-walled steel fortress disguised by trees to hide it from the outside world. It was a trading hub and a secure base. He purchased mature technology from the system store, such as laser and electromagnetic cannons. A system notification sounded as he entered the gate. His information was immediately recorded into the system. 2 brawny men guarded the entrance. Inside, the ground was made of magnetic alloy steel. Cao Chuan boarded a floating vehicle. The vehicle had no steering wheel and responded to voice commands. He toured the town, which was dominated by a central clock tower. Inside the tower was a specialized field that suppressed all ability users unless they were registered. It was a secure zone for his people. Below the city, he had built an underground industrial complex. It was a hidden city, and this world would become the world of the Wind and Rain Tower. Chapter 305. There are two worlds. One is above ground, and the other is underground. The deeper one goes, the higher the temperature and pressure become. Consequently, the materials used are also extremely expensive. Creating a massive underground city is not something that can be decided on a whim. Actually, President Cao previously had two choices. He could build space cities or build underground cities. Ultimately, President Cao studied the technological chronicles within the system mall. He roughly determined that if he wanted to develop this planet's civilization to a first, second, or even third-rank universe civilization, it would require at least several millennia. Even with the assistance of the system, it would still take several centuries. This goal is only possible if the Child of Destiny continuously delivers opportunities. It is not as simple as buying a universe spaceship and then being able to plunder interstellar resources. It is very difficult to lead a civilization out into the cosmos. Therefore, instead of thinking about how to develop star systems, it is better to excavate internally first. There are too many energy sources underground, including various high-quality energy fields, oil fields, and energy from the Earth's core. These are enough to elevate civilization by at least one rank. Once the rank is elevated, expanding outwards is the best choice. However, these things are still very far off. President Cao is just considering them, merely extending his vision a bit. For example, the massive clock tower in the town covers dozens of acres, with some space left around it for equipment. This is the foundation for the so-called space elevator. Currently, it only looks like a clock tower. Once the space elevator technology is acquired, construction can begin immediately. This is also what President Cao is preparing to use to mislead the entire world. At that time, he will provoke other major global powers into an outer space arms race. Meanwhile, President Cao himself will focus on underground excavation. Only after other countries have used all their resources for outer space will they discover that it was basically useless, but the planet's interior will have already been occupied by Feng Manlu. Just thinking about it is interesting. He is a villain, after all. Deceiving the Child of Destiny is a scheme, and deceiving the national luck of other major powers is also a scheme. Our President Cao has become successful. His vision and perspective have started to become long-term. Secretary Chen, it has been a while. How have you been recently? Haha, very well, very well. President Cao, you look radiant. It seems you also have good news. The two shook hands, and President Cao smiled. The town is completed. I originally wanted to invite the high-level officials to visit, but considering they have been very busy lately, I asked Secretary Chen to attend the town's opening on their behalf. Good news, good news. Secretary Chen nodded with a smile. They had discussed it over the phone before. Their meeting was just a casual chat. The high-level officials also attached great importance to the town's ribbon-cutting ceremony. After all, this was the first public appearance of Feng Manlu. So, in fact, not only did Secretary Chen come, but two other high-level officials would also arrive shortly. They drove towards the town's base. From a distance, dozens of meters of tree walls stood tall, which was quite striking to behold. However, one could only see the towering trees, not what lay beyond them. Naturally, those steel walls made of special materials were also invisible. This place is a bit remote, is it not? Secretary Chen said, looking at the surroundings. President Cao smiled. It is a bit remote, but in the future, the land nearby will not be cheap. Perhaps Feng Manlu will even need to buy some land from the authorities to develop some second and third phase projects. Secretary Chen said, President Cao, if you have any needs, just ask. As long as it complies with regulations, there should be no problem. Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. In recent months, not only has Feng Manlu town been completed, but other companies have also started up. This includes smartphones, smart wearables, and smart cars, all focusing on autonomous driving. There are also chips and semiconductors. These are all related to President Cao. In addition to previous private collaborations in scientific and military industries, do not think President Cao is always selfish. He is quite generous to his own country. Even if he talks about win-win mutual benefit, honestly, President Cao does not ask for much. Ultimately, it is the high-level officials who benefit. Security scanning initiated. Arriving at the entrance, there was a massive facade with the character Feng carved on it, the symbol of Feng Manlu. Scanning occurred upon entry. Secretary Chen's body tensed. This is intelligent scanning, to prevent overseas spies from infiltrating the town, Cao Chuan casually explained. Secretary Chen smiled. Is it that strict? Secretary Chen will know once he enters. Cao Chuan kept him in suspense. Secretary Chen was considered the vanguard, mainly to observe, and the high-level officials would arrive shortly after. After entering, when Secretary Chen got into the magnetic levitation car, his expression was incredibly thrilled. He instantly had a belly full of questions, but did not know where to start. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Feng Manlu, is your technology this advanced? Secretary Chen, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Feng Manlu. To put it bluntly, it is showing off muscle, or rather, showing off fat. Muscle is strength, making people not dare to easily offend you. And fat is profit, making people want to take a bite out of you. The current state displayed by Feng Manlu is that it possesses both strength and profit, giving people the feeling that they can only coax him into cooperation and not use authority to suppress him. At this moment, there were not many people in the town. They were all simulacrums, including technicians and combat personnel, covering thousands of acres. If high-rise residential areas were fully built, it could accommodate 100,000 people if squeezed in. Therefore, these simulacrums still made the town appear quite spacious. Subsequently, President Cao took Secretary Chen to see some of the latest gadgets, including some weapons. There was no need to hide these things. Secretary Chen fell into deep self-reflection, even having a feeling that Feng Manlu possessed alien technology, not to mention electromagnetic cannons and such. Could just a magnetic levitation system be manufactured with current technology? And it was already in use. The amount of technology supporting this made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. President Cao, is Feng Manlu an alien organization? Cao Chuan chuckled. Although I would love to make a grand claim, we are actually not aliens. We are genuine humans and fellow countrymen. Then this. Secretary Chen pointed around. Cao Chuan sighed. Secretary Chen must be aware of the recent spiritual energy resurgence, right? Secretary Chen nodded. Cao Chuan said, actually, throughout history, there has been a major transformation every so often. Feng Manlu has a very long history. It is an organization that existed even before the 100 schools of thought contended, including some ancient myths. They all bear our shadow. Every time a major change occurs on this planet, Feng Manlu appears in a different form. So, this name, Feng Manlu, only represents this particular instance. Once the transformation ends and society stabilizes, Feng Manlu will disappear from this world. When it reappears next time, it will be under another name. Secretary Chen was dumbfounded. Cao Chuan continued. This is also something I only learned after my promotion, when I gained access to some internal documents. It is actually not a secret. Historically, those regimes, intentionally or unintentionally, would remove Feng Manlu from historical records. Various national governments, from ancient times to the present, have had so-called alien incidents, which are more or less related to Feng Manlu. President Cao was not making things up. He had hacked into some official departments and uncovered many things ordinary people did not know, such as the 1947 alien incident. Various countries recorded quite a bit. People always wonder why aliens appear in overseas countries, but there are few reports in China. In reality, it is about national character. There were also many such incidents in China, like the small airplanes and the appearance of dragons. In short, these strange occurrences were not rare, but they were well hidden. Therefore, to say that no traces of the Feng Manlu organization were seen before would be a bit of a stretch. Some of those strange past events were related to Feng Manlu. Doesn't this explanation make it more reasonable? So that is how it is. Secretary Chen suddenly understood. Cao Chuan smiled. This time, knowing that the world was about to undergo a major change, Feng Manlu appeared and found me as their agent. Throughout history, there have been many agents like me, such as the first Gigutsi during the period of the ancient sages, Liu Ban, and later Yuan Tiangang, and the like. Seeing Secretary Chen's suspicious gaze, President Cao smiled. Secretary Chen is wondering why it is me and not someone else, why I get to be the agent, right? Secretary Chen gave an awkward smile. That is not what I meant, I was just a bit curious. Cao Chuan nodded. I understand your curiosity, but these are my trump cards. I can only tell you that I actually had supernatural abilities long ago, but I just have not used them. And my abilities are not too weak. Oh, Secretary Chen completely understood. President Cao told Secretary Chen all this, essentially treating him as a messenger. Why did the high-level officials not directly inquire? Because, frankly, some matters require a middleman to smooth things over. If the high-level officials directly confronted the high-level officials of Feng Manlu, the negotiation process would have to be extremely rigorous, because there would be no room for retreat. But with President Cao as the agent and Secretary Chen as the lubricant, whatever the two said, there would be room for retraction and modification. And frankly speaking, the high-level officials also harbored fear towards Feng Manlu, a fear of the unknown. They dared not make direct contact now. Actually, it was not that they feared death, but that they feared triggering a massive change in humanity. The technology Feng Manlu had previously submitted to them had greatly excited them, but also made them even more wary. Some organizations hidden beneath humanity are difficult to categorize as good or bad. It is always right to be cautious. This is Feng Manlu Plaza, and next to it is our landmark building, the World Clock. Secretary Chen looked up at the dozens of meters high clock tower. It was indeed magnificent. However, the World Clock, was that name not a bit too grand? Cao Chuan seemed to have read Secretary Chen's thoughts and smiled. Secretary Chen, do not underestimate this clock tower. Everything of Feng Manlu is within it. And you see those technological devices around it? They have not been completed yet. Once they are, the world will be completely changed. This is. Secretary Chen looked at the four corners around him, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, each with what looked like a metal pillar, not knowing its purpose. A space elevator. What? Secretary Chen's surprise was immense. Chapter 306. Magnetic levitation is impressive, but a space elevator is on another level. In the public imagination, Anything connected to space is the peak of advanced technology. Science fiction writers have long framed the space elevator as the gateway to the stars. Without one, civilization relies on expensive and inefficient rockets. It is the key to true exploration. Secretary Chen was not a scientist, but he understood the implications. He looked stunned. Cao Chuan smiled and assured him that it was simple technology, not yet built, but soon to be realized. He promised Chen a trip to the heavens when it was finished. Secretary Chen swallowed hard, asking for a timeline. Cao Chuan replied that it would take only a few months, or perhaps a year or two. After Secretary Chen left, reeling from the encounter, a larger delegation arrived that afternoon. High-level officials from the capital accompanied the top administrator of Zonghai. They were a somber group in dark suits with national badges. Cao Chuan acted as their tour guide once more. They were most interested in the world clock and the space elevator schematics. Cao focused on the exterior, keeping the secrets of the underground city buried. He signed several cooperation agreements regarding technology and the military industry, projecting an image of patriotism that reassured the visitors. 3 days later, in the capital, a group of men sat around a round table, smoking and drinking tea. Photos of the new city were projected on the screen. The leadership was debating the implications. Cao Chuan had allowed the information to leak intentionally, hoping to spark an arms race. Just as the atomic race had defined the Cold War, he wanted the space elevator to become the focal point of a new technological scramble. By making other nations anxious, he forced them to invest in armaments, while he quietly consolidated control over the Earth. An elder at the table questioned the feasibility of the elevator. They discussed the new materials used in the town, which seemed to defy current physics. The security guards had reported that their abilities were suppressed upon entering the city. The leadership agreed that new materials were the catalyst for this breakthrough. Cao Chuan had provided documents that were already with the scientific commission. As long as he remained benevolent, they were content to let Feng Manlu exist. They needed stability and control over the growing number of ability users. The elder hoped they might eventually rent or jointly develop the elevator. The United States received intelligence from the East regarding the space elevator and the maglev vehicles. They found it impossible to believe. They had been struggling with similar research for years, and the idea that a technologically lagging nation had leapfrogged them was inconceivable. Their intelligence chiefs were overwhelmed with disbelief. They mobilized every mole they had to scout the new city. The Japanese and Russian forces were equally eager to investigate, sending agents and commercial entities to probe the area under the guise of cooperation. Inside the new city, Cao Chuan stood atop the clock tower. It was only 50 meters tall, but it offered a commanding view. He turned to the girl beside him, Long Yi. He told her that he had conquered this village for her and Ningyu to govern. He wanted them to share management, taking turns day and night. Long Yi blushed at his touch. He encouraged her to return to the capital when she was ready, promising discounts for her family and friends. The city was a blank canvas that needed life. He intended for it to be a marketplace for spirit beasts, cultivation techniques, and high-end items. It would be a trading hub and a sanctuary. Most importantly, it would be the place where he set the rules for the new era. In a world of chaos and unregulated power, this town would become the standard. Just as everyone in the West knew Jerusalem, soon, the entire world would know the name Feng Manlu. Chapter 307. June. The world was becoming increasingly chaotic. Strange organizations were emerging everywhere. It was natural, as human ambition often grew in times of turmoil. Anyone with a bit of strength struggled to contain their greed. Even President Cao felt the change. He remembered his former self, an elegant man who simply enjoyed driving and sleeping. If this villainous system had not forced him, he would have preferred a quiet life. But now, he was involved in complex schemes, calculating and plundering the national fortune. He had changed in subtle ways. It was not about wanting to rule the world, but rather, wanting his nation to stand at the peak. This brought great benefits to him, for as the nation grew stronger, so did he. With the completion of Feng Manlu, many visitors arrived within a month. Various families and government offices moved into the new city. It became known as Feng City. These offices were not formal. They contained shops and mixed-use buildings, rather than dedicated office spaces. The various families and government authorities only rented a few shops. Their goal was not to sell goods, but to establish a connection with Feng City. Overseas organizations could not even gain entry, which highlighted the disparity. Feng City established its own rules. It was an extraordinary village that published its regulations online. It welcomed kind-hearted ability users and shapeshifters who had not committed crimes. Recognition from the authorities was a crucial part of this. Not everyone wanted to be a villain, but conflicts had been frequent lately. Many wild ability users or transformed spirit beasts feared being captured, controlled, and losing their freedom. This made them wary of the authorities. Everyone was afraid of being treated like a lab specimen. Feng City was still building its reputation, so few arrived on their own initially. Only those captured by the authorities who were innocent and required no research were sent there with residency permits. To give them a purpose, Feng City opened a building designated as the Mercenary Guild. President Cao had read many novels in his previous life. He copied ideas from here and there, giving Feng City a touch of Western fantasy. New mission, new mission. Last night, a northern town experienced a massacre. 5 family members died. It is suspected to be the work of shapeshifters. There are 2 culprits with considerable combat strength. They are either wild boars or wolves. Mission reward is 200,000 and 200 points. I will take it. A burly man shouted in the guild hall. He wore a badge on his chest that read Silver Mercenary. Anyone who completed 2 missions perfectly could be promoted from bronze to silver rank. It was just a game setting President Cao had copied for fun. The man shouted for teammates, specifically a mage. In this world, a mage was simply a long-range attacking ability user. A team was soon formed, and they left to complete the mission. They only needed to present the mission sheet and their identification to receive recognition from local agencies. Once the culprits were handed over to the local 18th branch and confirmed, they could return to report completion. Points could be used to purchase special items within Feng City, such as crystals and spirit fruits, or to pay for rent and utilities. Cash was used outside. Feng City did not restrict their activities, but some preferred to stay because there was delicious food and no prejudice. It was a paradise for new humans. President Cao, Feng City has helped a lot recently, and the leaders are much more relaxed. Secretary Chen came over for tea. He had been seconded to Zonghai to serve as a bridge between President Cao and the authorities. It is what should be done, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Secretary Chen handed over several documents containing reward money from various locations. Those bonuses were provided by local finances and required processing, so they were settled with President Cao monthly. Everyone knew President Cao invested all his money, so they had to handle the paperwork. Secretary Chen smiled. Overseas countries have learned about Feng City and set up their own mercenary guilds with bounty missions. But they are richer than us. A mission pays at least tens of thousands of US dollars, sometimes up to hundreds of thousands. It seems effective. That is good. As long as the world is peaceful, let them imitate us. Outside Feng City, 2 young girls approached. Sister Yang, do we really have to go in? The younger one asked. She was quite tall, nearly 1.8 meters, half a head taller than Lei Ting. We are already here, the other replied. She looked like a doll and gazed at the distant tree wall with a pounding heart. They had heard many rumors about Feng City in their circles. It was a free zone where ability users and shapeshifters could live peacefully if they had not broken any laws. But fear remained. Coming on one's own was a gamble. Was it a trap, a prison, or would they be dissected? They had no retreat. Sister Yang made up her mind. They entered the gate. A man with a wolf head walked past them, ID in hand. The gatekeepers did not stop him, and no one looked scared. The girls registered their information and were assigned an ID card. A woman at the station looked at them and asked, "What species are you?" "Sheep," the first replied. "Rabbit," the second added. The woman sighed. "I need the specific species." She gave them their ID cards and told them they would need to work to pay for their room. Chapter 308. The combat strength of these shapeshifters varied, but even at their weakest, they were still leagues ahead of ordinary people, and could easily dominate a fight against them. Soon, Yang Fangfang and Xueqiu met the manager of Feng City, Ningyu. She was dressed in a black robe. She and Long Yi followed a rotation, each managing the city for 1 week at a time. "Your legs are really long. You are truly worthy of being a rabbit." Ningyu observed the 2 girls with interest. Xueqiu was 1.8 meters tall, and her legs were longer than most people's entire lives. This was not the result of digital filters. Her legs were filled with aesthetic beauty. Some animals possessed a beauty that ordinary humans could not compare to after transforming into shapeshifters. Ningyu even felt a twinge of envy regarding the girl's skin, which was so tender that the blood vessels were faintly visible. She wondered if the girl would be delicious if roasted. As expected of a sheep, you do have a certain scent. Ningyu turned her attention to Yang Fangfang. When she mentioned a scent, she referred to the musky odor typical of sheep. After transforming into a shapeshifter, their species had fundamentally changed. She was no longer a simple sheep, nor was she entirely human. She was a new species, a new human, much like an ability user. Ningyu examined them for a long while before nodding with satisfaction. "Can you dance?" The girls shook their heads. They felt a surge of shame and anger at Ningyu's blatant gaze and tone, yet they dared not resist. Ningyu's aura completely suppressed them, regardless of whether it was her ability user powers or her martial arts skills. Even for 2 young creatures who had only recently become shapeshifters, Ningyu's presence was enough to render them docile and obedient. If Ningyu had not been a woman, their internal resistance might have been even stronger. But in the end, they accepted their situation. They were assigned housing and prepared to start learning to dance. It was no wonder Ningyu was considered a villain. Her ambition might have exceeded that of Cao Chuan himself. After Feng City was established, she became a manager, and her status surpassed that of the Ning family head. She now dealt with high-level officials from various countries and new humans. Everyone sought her favor, and the feeling was marvelous. Ningyu loved power, and now that she had it, her ambition grew alongside her infatuation with Cao Chuan. She had instructed the reception staff to notify her immediately whenever a beautiful woman appeared, whether she was an ability user or a shapeshifter. It was not necessarily to offer them to Cao Chuan, but to establish an entertainment troupe to keep him happy. Meanwhile, back with the Cao family, matters had been settled. Recently, Cao Chuan had arranged new work for Mother Cao. It was her own request. Having been busy her entire life, she was simply unaccustomed to being idle. She did not have the hobbies of wealthy ladies like playing mahjong or visiting spas. Fortunately, Cao Chuan had provided medicines that made her much younger and healthier, and she had fully recovered from her surgery. He set her up with a large dry cleaning business, and she entered the workforce. Brother, Xiao Chao said with a naive expression. I want to go out and work too. Cao Chuan chuckled and ruffled her hair. You are the youngest in the family and everyone's treasure. Who would bear to let you go out and work? Her heart had already been won over. Although there had not been a final capture, their relationship had warmed considerably. Xiao Chao seemed particularly clingy. But I want to go. Xiao Chao whined. She used to be responsible for taking care of her mother's daily life, but now that her mother was well, and had opened a shop, she found herself idle. Great Chow brought over a cup of tea. Just let her go. She could follow me and learn to be a secretary, or help mom with the accounts. Cao Chuan did not agree immediately. He asked about your Chow. Great Chow shook her head. Who knows what she is doing? I heard she is reporting on a big story recently. I have not seen her for 2 days. Cao Chuan smiled, unworried. Her strength was decent, and Luoli was keeping an eye on her. He was respectful of people, granting them freedom, as girls with independent thoughts were more appealing. Never mind. If she likes to chase big news, let her do it. As long as she is happy. Great Chow did not rest, but came behind Cao Chuan to massage him. The sisters took turns, one on each shoulder. Cao Chuan enjoyed it. He could feel that Great Chow had accepted her fate. His presence had become second nature to them. She was grateful to Cao Chuan, because he had never touched the youngest sister, which she considered a form of respect. She felt guilty, so she tried even harder to please him. He stayed for dinner, planning to spend the night, but a phone call forced him to leave. Before departing, Cao Chuan said, Your Chow is with me, do not worry about her. Great Chow paused, not fully understanding the sentence, but she did not ask questions. She saw him into the elevator. Feng City, patrol detention room. Ear Chow's mood had plummeted. She was trying to figure out how to escape and contact the outside world. The big news she wanted to report was about Feng City. As a professional reporter, she had discovered many things, including the existence of ability users and shapeshifters. She realized the world was not what it seemed. She snuck into Feng City, but she was discovered and captured by Ningyu. Ningyu held the keys and knocked on the metal security door. Come out. Someone wants to see you, she said with a half-smile. Ear Chow looked at Ningyu in confusion. Ningyu spoke in a chilling tone. Do you know what happened to the last ability user, who secretly investigated Feng City? That person is now soaking in formaldehyde, made into a specimen, ready for research at any time. Ear Chow trembled. Ningyu chuckled. Such a pretty girl, why be a thief? How about we peel off your skin and make a dried specimen? Ear Chow prepared to fight to the death. All right, stop scaring her. Cao Chuan's voice cut through the air. Ear Chow looked up. Brother, Ningyu chided. New people make you forget old ones. What is wrong with me just scaring her? I did not actually do anything to her, did I? As she spoke, Ningyu narrowed her eyes, asking in a chilling tone. Ear Chow ran directly to Cao Chuan and pointed at Ningyu. She bullied me. Chapter 309. Ear Chow was never one to be easily bullied. She was also very smart. From the fragments of conversation, she knew that Cao Chuan and this woman had a primary and secondary relationship. Bah, what a scumbag. The scumbag issue was not urgent. The main priority was to get Cao Chuan to help her seek revenge. All right, you little girl, do you really want to make such a big news story? Cao Chuan chuckled. You dare to come here without even knowing what Feng City is. You might be in danger if it were any other place. Ear Chow had decent strength. If she were in the Lin Han storyline, she would definitely be on the level of a legendary master. But in the current storyline, she was at most mid-tier. If it were not for the fact that she was a person of great luck, she probably would not have avoided so many dangerous situations. Cao Chuan took her to the massive clock tower. It housed the entire town command center, surveillance monitors, and weapon controls. Of course, there were also beds that could accommodate guests. He poured her a glass of water and said, half scolding, half worried, I told you to run a news media company to gain discourse power, not to be a reporter yourself. You are now the head of a media company. Do you still need to personally go out and dig for stories? What if something happens? How am I supposed to explain it to your sister? Ear Chow mumbled. I mainly found this place very strange, so what is strange is not this place, but this world. Cao Chuan glared at her. If you want to come to Feng City in the future, just come openly. But regarding reporting, you need to be cautious. Not everything can be publicized. Brother, you are in this place. Ear Chow probed. This place is mine. What do you think? Really? Can I still lie to you? Come on, I will take you around first. There are some things I should tell you, so you do not cause trouble for me everywhere. The waters in Zonghai are murky right now, and with your martial arts strength, it is too dangerous. Later, I will help you improve a bit. Cao Chuan even considered activating her ability. Although the super activation fluid from the upgrade gift package was used up, Feng Manlu had already developed a substitute. It could not achieve 100% activation, but it could reach 80 or 90%. Of course, there were no super skill overlays. That depended on luck. Furthermore, Feng Manlu was not just about superficial things. Privately, there was also a Super Soldier Activation Center and an Electronic Soldier Research and Development Center. This was a small project in cooperation with the authorities. It involved implanting chips and modifying the body. Especially for some sick and injured veterans who volunteered, they underwent deep reinforcement, replacing missing body parts with prosthetics and mechanical arms to make them stronger. It was just that these things were not publicized. Feng City Central Street was the town center, the most magnificent and core building on the central axis. Around the clock tower were the main roads. At night, it was exceptionally lively, and occasionally, one could see speeding maglev cars. Although the town was not large, it was certainly not small. This was not a pedestrian street, so driving was necessary. Brother, that is, a maglev? Chao suddenly turned her head, looking at the receding car, completely stunned. I will get you one to drive later, but this thing can only be used within Feng City. Outside, it acts as an ordinary new energy car, Cao Chuan said. Ordinary? With that design, how could it be ordinary? Brother, who exactly are you? Chao looked back, staring blankly at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan put his arm around her, looked down, and said softly, I am your man. That sentence was enough. The unspoken meaning was that no matter who he was, in front of her, he was just her man. Chao completely settled down, being led by Cao Chuan, and began to stroll down Central Street. The surrounding shops were brightly lit at night, making it exceptionally lively. This was a miniature city with an abundance of daily necessities, and Chao finally witnessed a brand new world. Cao Chuan no longer hid things from her, and he roughly explained what an ability user was, and what a shapeshifter was, especially what kind of existence Feng City was. Simply put, it was a holy land for new humans. He took Chao on a night market tour, and Chao found many things novel. Later, Cao Chuan learned that another colleague was arrested along with Chao this time. Ultimately, she was also Cao Chuan's employee, a tomboy specifically responsible for assisting Chao, carrying equipment, and occasionally helping Chao review news drafts. Review. Kill her, Cao Chuan said casually. Ha, what ha? Doing such a morally bankrupt job, she is probably an orphan anyway. So let us send her down to reunite with her family. Tell her to be careful in her next life. Do not do this job for a few lousy bucks. Even begging is better than this. Night fell. Great Chao and Xiao Chao, far away by the river, could not sleep at all. All this time, Cao Chuan had been considerate of Great Chao's feelings, not having deeper interactions with Chao in private. But this time, that peace was completely broken. Great Chao felt a strong sensation, and a lock within her heart seemed to break, making her feel much lighter. On the other side, Xiao Chao, after a long moment of stunned silence, completely understood. Big sister was at home, second sister was with Cao Chuan. The current sensation was the same as what came from big sister before, but the feeling in her heart was completely different. There was a strange excitement. Until the next morning, Mother Chao went out to open the shop, and the young ladies ate breakfast, looking at each other for a while. Xiao Chao spoke. Sister, is he big sister's husband? Or second sister's husband? Great Chao's face flushed, and she handed an egg to Xiao Chao. Eat. Does mom know? Do not tell mom. Oh, third sister. The connection between us sisters is something others do not have. So some things cannot be measured by ordinary morals, Great Chao explained, as if speaking to Xiao Chao, and also as if finding an excuse for herself. Xiao Chao blinked. Then, what should I do? Great Chao replied. You go talk to second sister about this. I am not getting involved. Oh, Xiao Chao responded dazedly. It was another annual birthday party. For the little princess of the family's birthday, even Bu Jinyan personally rushed back. Lu Sihan was lovable, so Bu Jinyan at home actually doted on Lu Sihan more. At least on the surface, Bu Yao still had her mother and her grandfather, while Lu Sihan had nothing. But as the head of the family, Cao Chuan could not be as emotional as Bu Jinyan. As the pillar, he had to be fair in family matters. So if Bu Jinyan doted on Lu Sihan more, Cao Chuan could only dote on Bu Yao more. They were all children. Showing favoritism could easily create conflict. It had to be our Cao Chuan. He was always fair in his dealings. The family of four finished their cake fight, wiped themselves off briefly, and came to the second-floor balcony, leaning on lounge chairs to enjoy the warmth and peace of the family, and incidentally, admire the moon. Yao Yao, your birthday is in 2 months too. Is there anything you want? I will prepare it for you in advance. Bu Yao leaned back leisurely, her little white socks gently swaying, seemingly in a good mood. She tilted her head to look at Bu Jinyan beside her, then looked at Cao Chuan. I want some new clothes. New clothes? Is that all? Cao Chuan chuckled. Bu Yao said, yes, just those skins from King's Glory. King's Glory had recently launched because domestic smartphones came out, catching everyone off guard. Subsequently, various mobile games launched, again catching computer games off guard. But the effect was surprisingly good, especially for students. This stuff was much more interesting than internet cafes. Bu Yao and Lu Sihan, of course, had also played King's Glory. Before Cao Chuan could speak, Bu Jinyan's face stiffened. How about a different gift? I will get you a piano? Bu Yao replied, I just want physical skins. Those clothes are pretty. Cao Chuan wisely chose to shut up. Pretty was pretty. But he could not say that in front of Bu Jinyan. Otherwise, she would bite someone to death later. I said no, so it is no, Bu Jinyan said coldly, and shot a fierce glance at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan looked up at the moon. The moon was very full today, and as his strength advanced, his eyesight also got better. He could actually see the moon's surface with his naked eyes. Well, just pretend it was true. There was a person on the moon's surface, shirtless, chopping wood, and a girl holding a rabbit next to him, chatting with him. The man chopping wood was muscular and shirtless. His pants were actually made from the national flag of the United States. He must have scavenged it on the moon before. Not bad. The flag could only be worn as pants. I want it, I want it. Bu Yao was at a rebellious age, and it was for her future birthday, so she naturally would not give an inch. Lucy Han's gift today was very good, a diamond watch, which Lucy Han also liked. She liked shiny things. And Bu Yao liked pretty clothes. Hey, it seems I have not beaten you in a while, so you do not know your own name, do you? Do not think that just because someone spoils you, I will not dare to beat you. Come here. No. Bu Yao directly jumped off the chair, flew to Cao Chuan's side, and hid behind him. Dad, help me. All right, all right. A coquettish girl had the best life, and Cao Chuan was someone who spoiled his children, so he naturally could not stand it and reluctantly said, just buy whatever the child likes. It is only one birthday a year. Is it really worth it for one gift? Exactly. Bu Yao poked her head out and snorted. Bu Jinyan was so angry that a ball of fire suddenly rose in her hand. Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at her. You are using abilities to hit a child? You are really something. Do not burn down my house. Stop. Exactly. Bu Yao snorted again. Hey, my temper. Bu Jinyan withdrew her power and stepped forward to grab her. Bu Yao, wearing her little white socks, kept circling Cao Chuan, dodging Bu Jinyan's attacks. It was not until Cao Chuan gave Lucy Han a look, and Lucy Han called out Mom, that Bu Jinyan gave up chasing Bu Yao. Now at home, it was like this. Bu Jinyan doted on Lucy Han, and Cao Chuan doted on Bu Yao. Cao Chuan reached out and patted Bu Yao, who was hiding behind him. Do not always talk back to Mom. Go apologize and also go cut some fruit. Bu Yao felt her calves were a bit numb, and reluctantly got up to apologize to Bu Jinyan. Chapter 310. A woo. A sharp smack echoed through the room. Are you sick? Cao Chuan rubbed his arm. Damn it. What happened on the balcony was already over. He did not expect Xiao Shiza to be so vengeful. She was still holding a grudge after more than half an hour. It is all your fault. You let them see those clothes. There is nothing wrong with those clothes. It is you who wears them too provocatively. What does it have to do with the outfit? Are you going to bite again? To be fair, there was nothing wrong with anime costumes or game skins. That was a dimensional culture. It really depended on who was wearing them. Bu Jinyan had a full build. Last time she wore Cao Chuan's shirt, the buttons almost popped off. Could you say the shirt was indecent? No. The chest was indecent, not the clothes. In short, we cannot give that kind of birthday present. Even if she asks for it, it is a no-go. Bu Jinyan glared at him with the ferocity of a tigress. How old is she now? This is the time to focus on her studies. She is just playing games and game skins. Do not even think about it. The clothes themselves were fine, but Cao Chuan always used them for that kind of thing. Bu Jinyan could not look at those outfits directly anymore. She found an excuse that sounded reasonable. All right, I will listen to you. No gifts. I did not let them wear them before either. I always secretly put them in the study. Who knew they would see them themselves? Hide them better this time. Got it. You go take a shower first. After Bu Jinyan left, Bu Yao acted like a little thief and secretly found Cao Chuan. Dad. All right, all right. I will buy it for you. I will buy it for you. Hee hee. I knew Dad was the best. But I just promised your mom. She is worried it will affect your studies. Even if I buy it, you can only play the game secretly and not spread it outside. Do not worry. I will just play at home. That is a good girl. Kiss. Dad, good night. Good night. In a blink of an eye, it was July. Another summer vacation had arrived. There were only 2 months left until the new plot began. Time flew by. After the new year and the next summer vacation, Lucy Han and Bu Yao would be in their first year of high school. It would be the college entrance exam, in the blink of an eye. It was a pity that Cao Chuan's ability to control time was a bit of a mixed bag. Otherwise, he would have adjusted the time to the beginning of the fusion already. He could have killed more children of destiny and plundered the nation's luck. The White House was bombed. A few days after the summer vacation began, while Cao Chuan was at home swimming with the 2 little ones, Ning Yu sent the good news. This bombing would plunder at least hundreds of thousands of luck. It was carried out by the ability users from the side of Mizi. It was a pity the high-level officials were not killed, otherwise the luck would have been even greater. But there was no rush. As time went on, ability users became stronger and shapeshifters became more numerous. The real show was yet to come. This was a mission Cao Chuan had assigned. Bombing the White House was not just for luck, but for revenge. A few days ago, the blueprints for the space elevator were stolen. A traitorous ability user, who had previously infiltrated Feng City, had endured for over a month and finally found an opportunity to sneak into the bell tower. The spy stole the design blueprints for the space elevator, as well as information about space stations, new space shuttles, and lunar exploration. Cao Chuan was furious. He directly ordered the White House to be bombed. The method was simple. He had overseas simulacrums find some volunteers, activated their ability users' abilities, and placed chip bombs under their scalps to control them. To date, the number of ability users controlled in this way had exceeded 100. This was just the beginning. After Cao Chuan retaliated, he had people on the side of Mizi carry out multiple attacks on the families behind the powerful elite, all perpetrated by ability users. For a time, the nation of Mizi was in chaos. Surprisingly, they did not clamor that these were terrorist attacks, nor did they condemn anyone. Instead, they covered up the incidents because they had obtained what they wanted, which were the technology blueprints. The more fiercely Feng Manlu retaliated, the more valuable those stolen items proved to be. On this day, Cao Chuan personally made a trip to the capital. He chatted with the leaders at Yingtai for a long time. The content of the conversation was private, but after the talk, national diplomacy communicated with Mizi regarding the theft. Unfortunately, Mizi was as shameless as ever. They flatly denied the incident, while condemning Feng Manlu's terrorist acts and demanding that the leaders crack down on the organization. Neither side made the matter public. After the communication yielded no results, a tacit understanding developed between the two sides, a competition of secrets. An arms race unknown to outsiders began. Both wanted to thoroughly research these technologies as quickly as possible. Whoever dominated the discourse in the universe would be the future hegemon. The pig butchering scam is ready. The pigs have already taken the bait. Now it is time to watch the performance of the leaders. At Yingtai, Cao Chuan looked at the old man with a smile. Is the universe truly impossible to explore? The old man sighed. Starting decades ago, the universe had already become a battleground among major powers. It seemed everyone wanted to achieve something in aerospace. Even the most ordinary satellites had a decisive impact on the outcome of wars. A war between a nation with satellites and one without would be a one-sided slaughter. Now, Cao Chuan told him that exploring the universe was simply wishful thinking. With the current level of technology, even with help from Feng Manlu, there would be no interstellar migration for 300 to 500 years. Even large-scale mining of resources within the solar system would be a luxury. Exploration is still possible, but there is no need to put all our energy into space. We need to look inward. Our planet itself is an incredibly vast resource library. The resources we currently control are all surface resources. How rich the inner layers are, I do not need to explain to you, do I? Instead of searching for those illusory cosmic lives, or wanting to mine cosmic resources, it is better to think of ways to thoroughly develop our own planet. Buddhists say to look inward. Although I do not believe in Buddhism, I think the sentiment is correct. Once this planet is fully developed, and by then the universe rank has also broken through to the first level, we can utilize the energy of the sun and truly leave the solar system. But this will require a very long process. Let me Z and the others mess around. We just need to fan the flames from behind and urge them forward. As for the internal development, leave it to me. Wait 2 more months, and I will give you a surprise. Cao Chuan had said everything he needed to. The space elevator was just a calculation, and the technology stolen by Mizi was all specially prepared. That technology would allow Mizi to research many good things in a short time, giving them initial benefits, but it would be easy to start and hard to deepen. After a few years, when they discovered they had hit a bottleneck, it would be too late to turn back. They would have already invested a massive amount of money, manpower, and time. This path was chosen for them by Cao Chuan. Their technology tree would be completely skewed. The leader felt a chill in his heart. He did not know if it was from the inability to delve deep into space exploration, or from Cao Chuan's ruthless calculations. The largest military and economic entity in the West would not have imagined that this simple high-tech trap would ultimately lead to their demise. Feng Manlu's schemes were ruthless. If Cao Chuan had not told him these things, the leader might have fallen for it too, desperately starting to research things like space elevators, moon landings, and exploring the solar system. Cao Chuan did not rush back to Zhonghai. He went to the imperial city, and then to the Great Wall, treating it as a tour. Incidentally, it let people know that the representative of Feng Manlu had come to the capital. This further confirmed to Mizi that the things they had stolen were very important. The more pressure and condemnation came from the Chinese side, the happier Mizi became. Cao Chuan's frank discussion this time also meant he was not afraid of the news leaking. Yingtai was not a place where secrets leaked easily. The trust was the prerequisite for cooperation, and to maintain this relationship, there needed to be equal means. Only when Feng Manlu was strong enough could both sides maintain an effective balance. Once one side was weak, trust would be torn apart by insecurity. Therefore, the technology displayed was enough to equalize the gap between the two sides, even exceeding it slightly. As cooperation increased, the nation would grow stronger, and Feng Manlu would grow more robust. This would be a virtuous cycle. As for what Cao Chuan said about 2 months later, naturally, he intended to take the leaders to visit the new underground research center and reveal the tip of the iceberg of Feng Manlu. Chapter 311. Sister, I missed you. Cao Chuan buried his head against her. Gong Yuehua patted him playfully several times before pushing him away. She asked him to look at where they were, scolding him for his nonsense. Thankfully, the office door was closed. Old Cao appreciated Gong Yuehua's outfit. It was dignified and modest. In his view, the status of the main wife belonged to women who carried themselves with grace, not those who played frivolous games. In both the home and the work environment, she possessed a unique charm. Her skirt reached mid-calf, paired with plain leather shoes and simple stockings. Even without anything provocative, the woman exuded a dignified aura, and a scent that old Cao particularly enjoyed. It was his first time arriving at the Chu family estate. It was a large courtyard where Chu Hanqiang resided, maintained only by a nanny responsible for occasional cooking and cleaning. The furnishings were modest, lacking any sense of luxury, and the atmosphere was notably serious. Xiao Su, you can take a break today. My younger brother is visiting, so I will cook dinner myself tonight. Okay, sister. The nanny was not very old. She did not ask questions or look around. She simply packed her things and left. Afterward, Gong Yuehua called Chu Hanqiang to ask if he would be home for dinner. It would not be right to leave a guest alone. Meanwhile, Old Cao felt like a predator patrolling his territory, leaving his mark wherever he went. He experienced a moment of epiphany regarding his own behavior. He considered himself a man of refined tastes, carrying on a legacy of great figures, yet he knew his actions were morally questionable. Liking older, married sisters was one thing, but pursuing them while their husbands were still present was a path better suited for characters from scandalous literature. He reflected on his choices and felt his moral compass had gone slightly astray. So this is the courtyard. Cao Chuan stood on the balcony of the two-story building. The house was old, and the balcony was its only prominent feature. However, the view was peaceful, as there were no tall buildings nearby. He could overlook the courtyard and the concrete basketball court. In his previous life, he had visited courtyards in the capital with his superiors, but he had merely been a driver, never allowed to enter the inner sanctum. Now, things were different. Not only did he enter, but he also firmly established his presence. Several hours later, Chu Hanqiang returned. Cao Chuan greeted him warmly. "How long are you staying this time?" Chu Hanqiang asked with a smile. "A few days, I suppose. It has been many years since I visited the capital. It has developed so quickly. My sister and I were chatting, and she mentioned she would take 2 days off to show me around." "That is good to hear." Chu Hanqiang smiled. The influence of Feng Manlu had risen significantly. This was beneficial for Chu Hanqiang, and he wanted to deepen their relationship further. "Brother Chu, do you still have that medicinal wine from before?" "Yes. I will have someone send some over later." "That is great, Brother Chu. Shall we play Chinese chess?" "Let us." Old Cao genuinely enjoyed playing Chinese chess now. He never lost. Whether playing against those of lower status or those who sought to humor him, he always found a way to win. Even when he purposefully gave away pieces, his opponents would not dare to capture them, letting him take their pieces instead. They lived in constant fear that Cao Chuan might be unhappy if they dared to win. He finally experienced the true benefits of power. Who would dare to defeat him in Chinese chess now? Or even ping pong? The next day, Gong Yuhua took Old Cao to tour the capital, fulfilling her duties as a host. They traveled in his private motorcade, which he had brought along for convenience. The vehicles were heavily modified and resistant to explosives. Safety was the priority. Old Cao asked, "Sister, are your relations with the Xiao family good?" "It is all right." Gong Yuhua rolled her eyes at him. This man asked about serious matters, but rarely did anything truly professional. "I heard before that there is a young girl in the Xiao family. I think her name is Xiao Ya." "Xiao Ya." Gong Yuhua was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "I do not know about her. Why are you paying attention to this girl?" If Gong Yuhua had not heard of her, then she clearly was not from the main branch. She was likely from a side branch, or someone largely ignored. She wondered why Cao Chuan brought this up. Cao Chuan spoke in a serious tone. When the northern three clans settled in Feng City, the Feng Manlu Intelligence Department investigated several families for security reasons. They discovered some things. It is highly probable that this Xiao Ya is a good candidate for special abilities. Feng Manlu does not care about 1 or 2 candidates, but I thought we should not let a talent go to waste. Since I am in the capital, I want to take her as a disciple. Gong Yuhua asked, "Does the Xiao family know that this girl has power?" "Probably not." Cao Chuan explained that Xiao Ya had not had an easy life in the Xiao family. As old Cao explained, Gong Yuhua understood the situation. Xiao Ya was not a side branch member. She was the daughter of the current family head Xiao. With such an identity, she should have been a princess of the clan. The fact that Gong Yuhua had never heard of her meant that other Xiao Ya was incredibly low-key, or there was something wrong with her that made the family want to keep her hidden. Cao Chuan revealed that Xiao Ya was an adopted daughter, and her relationship with the family head's first wife was abysmal. Madame Xiao could not tolerate the child, and had tried to kick her out multiple times. If they do not like her, why adopt a daughter? Gong Yuhua frowned. Cao Chuan said, "I do not know. I only know this girl has a strong constitution. She likely does not even know what a martial artist is, and she has been oppressed for a long time. I want to help her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But if I proactively go to their door and demand her, I do not want to owe the Xiao family a favor." Gong Yuhua smiled. "All right, I will help you inquire about this." "Sister, you are so good." Gong Yuhua knew the difference between close and distant relations. It was better for the Chu family to owe this favor than for Cao Chuan to owe it. That evening, Gong Yuhua visited the Xiao family to see the family head's wife. They were socially acquainted and maintained a facade of being good friends. Madame Xiao, usually strong-willed, was incredibly gentle with Gong Yuhua, constantly addressing her with polite terms. They engaged in insincere pleasantries for a long time before Madame Xiao finally asked, "Sister, you must have something important on your mind if you have come to see me." Alas, Gong Yuhua sighed softly. "To be honest, I do need some help." "Tell me, sister." Gong Yuhua feigned difficulty, then reluctantly said, "I want to ask you for someone." "Who?" "Xiao Ya." Madame Xiao's expression changed slightly. "Sister, have you met her?" "No, I have only heard of her. To be honest, it has not been easy for me finding my son all these years. And ever since I found him, he has had some scandalous issues. The child did not grow up in the Chu family, and I cannot truly change who he is now. I am all alone, and I want to adopt a daughter. I want to cultivate her, and perhaps in the future, if circumstances allow, marry this adopted daughter to my son. It would be a way to secure an heir." It was an unpleasant thing to speak of, but Gong Yuhua claimed she heard Xiao Ya was not favored in the Xiao family, yet she was pretty, and had good genes. Madame Xiao disliked Xiao Ya, so giving her a tragic future seemed like something Madame Xiao would welcome. Furthermore, marrying into the Chu family would create a de facto marriage alliance. It was a cost-effective deal for the Xiao family. Madame Xiao chuckled. I thought it was something major. If sister wants her, then Xiaoya will follow you from now on. Gong Yuehua's face lit up with joy. The bond between the two sisters deepened. 2 days later, in the suburbs of the capital, at the Xiao family ancestral home, arrangements were made. Chapter 312. 2 days later, in the suburbs of the capital, lay the Xiao family's ancestral home. The estate covered an area no smaller than Feng City, filled with numerous detached courtyards where most of the family members lived. Inside a serene, small courtyard, a stone bridge spanned a flowing stream, accompanied by rock eyries and a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a quiet girl sat reading, undisturbed by the world around her. She appeared like a gentle girl next door, possessing a calm, elegant, and graceful demeanor. Her jade-like fingers turned the pages, producing a soft rustling sound. However, this tranquility was soon broken. A maid burst into the garden, shattering the peace. She shouted, "Young Miss Xiaoya, you must pack your things at once." Xiaoya furrowed her delicate brows. She disliked being interrupted, but her annoyance quickly dissipated. She looked up, her expression calm and her tone gentle. "Pack my things? For what reason?" The maid sneered. "You still do not know? Madam has already discussed it with the master. She is sending you away, and you are no longer permitted to live here." Xiaoya could not suppress the change in her expression. She had lived in the Xiao family estate as if she were under house arrest. She did not want to leave, for she was waiting for someone. She was waiting for that specific person to come and take her away. If she left now, would that ever happen? "Hurry up, young Miss Xiaoya. Do not keep Madam waiting. I will help you pack your things, but you must move quickly." The maid turned to leave, eager for Xiaoya to be gone. The maid despised this arrangement. Although the girl called the master father and the madam mother, her status in the family was low. As servants, they were forced to bow to others whenever they stepped outside. They were tired of these days. Xiaoya never tried to curry favor with the servants, so they expected no rewards from her. Bound by family rules, the servants could not say much, but they certainly did not treat her with kindness. After 10 minutes of gathering her thoughts, Xiaoya's mood calmed. 2 maids helped her with her luggage, and they arrived at the main courtyard. Madame Xiao was there, and beside her sat a beautiful woman, who appeared younger and more charming. Xiaoya observed them upon entering. "Mother," she said respectfully. Madame Xiao smiled. "Yeah, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Gong." Xiaoya bowed slightly. "Hello, Aunt Gong." Gong Yuehua studied Xiaoya. The aura surrounding the girl was peaceful, giving off a sense of natural comfort. "This child is even prettier than I imagined. Come, Auntie wants to see you." Gong Yuehua beckoned her closer. She pulled Xiaoya forward. The girl's hands were as cool as jade. Gong Yuehua observed that although the girl possessed no internal energy or a strong aura, she seemed promising. She believed what Cao Chuan had told her. This girl was a prime candidate for supernatural abilities or, at the very least, a gifted martial artist. It seemed there were many things unknown to outsiders between this girl and the Xiao family. Why else would such a good prospect be given away, forbidden from cultivating, simply because she was an adopted daughter? "I like this child very much," Gong Yuehua said to Madame Xiao with a smile. Madame Xiao chuckled. If she did not know why Gong Yuehua was taking her away, she might have hesitated. She could not bear to see Xiaoya doing well. But Madame Xiao knew very well that Xiaoya would be dealing with unpleasant things in the future. "It is good that you like her. Yeah, from now on, you will follow Aunt Gong." "Why?" Xiaoya asked. Gong Yuehua looked at her with interest, but Madame Xiao's face darkened. She despised defiance. "Is that something you should be asking?" Madame Xiao snapped. "I am not a piece of merchandise," Xiaoya replied, her voice stiffening. "The kindness of upbringing surpasses the kindness of birth. I raised you, so you will obey me," Madame Xiao growled. If Gong Yuehua had not been present, Madame Xiao would have used even harsher words. Xiaoya remained silent, staring directly at her. Madame Xiao raised her hand and slapped her across the face. "I am staring at you because I must. You little hussy, do you not know your own place?" Xiaoya fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Gong Yuehua sighed softly, but did not interfere. Xiaoya had not yet agreed to follow her, so she felt she had no standing to interfere with how Madame Xiao educated her child. "I am telling you, Xiaoya, all these years you have eaten in the Xiao family, and lived in the Xiao family. That you have lived safely to this age is all thanks to us. Today your Aunt Gong is here, and I do not want to make you look bad, but do not be ungrateful." Xiaoya rose to her feet. Her eyes were devoid of hatred, remaining as calm as water. She stared back at Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao, enraged by the girl's composure, slapped her again, knocking her down. A moment later, Xiaoya stood up again. Gong Yuehua's expression changed slightly. Xiaoya was not a martial artist, yet she withstood the blows with an unyielding spirit. She simply wanted an answer. Why was she being driven away? Gong Yuehua finally intervened, gently pulling Madame Xiao back. "The child is still young. Please, educate her gently. This kind of child will amount to nothing without a beating," Madame Xiao snorted. Gong Yuehua turned to the girl. "Child, Auntie means you no harm. From now on, you are my adopted daughter." She stroked the swollen cheek, subtly channeling internal energy to soothe the pain. Madame Xiao dismissed them coldly, stating that Xiaoya was no longer part of the family, and should take her husband's surname later. Xiaoya left with Gong Yuhua. As they exited, she glanced back at the gate of the ancestral compound. She had lived there for a decade, yet she felt no regret in leaving. She had wanted to escape for a long time, held back only by the fear that she would miss the person she was waiting for. Are you reluctant to leave? Gong Yuhua asked softly. Xiaoya shook her head, remaining silent. Let us go. If you want to come back in the future, I will bring you back to see. No need, auntie. I do not want to come back, Xiaoya said with a faint smile. Gong Yuhua sighed. I can tell you are a very stubborn child. Why do you insist on going against her? Xiaoya did not answer. Gong Yuhua chose not to press further. She decided she would hand the girl over to Cao Chuan. He was skilled at educating children. Cao Chuan had long since concluded that Xiaoya was the destined heroine of this arc, a pitiful soul with a hidden, divine rank physique. He was certain she could manifest her powers on her own, without needing the super activation fluid. The car twisted through the streets, arriving at a courtyard home. Cao Chuan had purchased several properties in the capital, while prices were low. He did not buy them for speculation, but simply because he enjoyed the prestige of owning the best estates in the heart of the city. Inside the quiet courtyard, grapevines covered a wooden trellis, and 2 old water tanks held swimming fish. It was a humble yet warm setting. Xiaoya looked at Cao Chuan as he prepared tea. Cao Chuan glanced at her pretty face, weighing his next move. Chapter 313. Xiaoya wore a plain dress without any frills, looking exceptionally simple. The hem of her skirt was a bit dirty, but this did not affect her serene temperament in the slightest. She observed President Cao, and President Cao observed her. To be honest, her surface personality was easy to ascertain. However, given the nature of a destined heroine, she possessed hidden attributes. President Cao was observing precisely this. What unknown qualities did the scholarly woman before him possess? He could not tell, and he could not guess for now. You will stay here for now. Go in and pick a room yourself. Okay. Their first exchange was not an introduction or any questions. One gave an order, and the other complied. After Xiaoya took her suitcase from the bodyguard and dragged it into the house, Gong Yuhua whispered, "This child is good." Cao Chuan nodded. She was indeed very good. Her figure was concealed by the long dress, but her waist was very slender. She had a very natural aura that easily made people feel favorably towards her. Her features did not seem to be the kind that would instantly stun with their beauty, yet they drew one's gaze in unconsciously. It was what people called enduring appeal. Seeing her brought a sense of comfort. Evening fell. Gong Yuhua left as there were too many eyes in the capital watching President Cao, and she could not stay overnight or linger for too long. After Gong Yuhua finished and departed, Cao Chuan went out to the courtyard. The woman under the moonlight looked even more peaceful. President Cao walked over and sat on a nearby wicker chair, startling Xiaoya, who had been lost in thought. Xiaoya turned her head. President Cao did not look at her. Instead, he gazed at the moon, exuding an air of sophistication. The destined heroine really fell for this sort of thing. Cao Chuan spoke. Do you know your current situation? I have been sold, have I not? Xiaoya spoke, her tone neither happy nor sad. Cao Chuan nodded. More or less. How much benefit did I bring to the Xiao family? Almost none. Do not believe me. No, I believe you. I just do not understand why. If you do not understand, then do not think about it. In any case, the Xiao family has no relation to you anymore. Think about the future. The future. How to serve me well. Can you massage? No. Can you sing and dance? No. Can you cook? No. Then what can you do? Cao Chuan chuckled. This question stumped Xiaoya. It seemed she could not do anything. Although she was not favored in the Xiao family, she had only been subjected to cold treatment. No one forced her to do menial tasks. Every day she was idle, and apart from reading, she just daydreamed and pondered questions. Since you cannot do anything, start learning from scratch. Do not be idle. Come help me massage my shoulders. Cao Chuan leaned back in the wicker chair, adjusting to a comfortable position. Xiaoya looked at him and did not move. Cao Chuan met her gaze. Several seconds later, Xiaoya got up and came behind President Cao. Her jade-like hands slowly rested on his shoulders. Although she could not massage, she had seen it done. It was just shoulder kneading after all. The pressure was not heavy, nor did it have much of a therapeutic effect, but it was very gentle, and the feeling was quite pleasant. Xiaoya's current submissive demeanor made President Cao certain that this woman's hidden attribute was likely something contrasting. Could it be that she also enjoyed being dominated? He was not in a hurry. He would simply observe slowly. However, it was clear that Xiaoya was a clever woman. Through this conversation, President Cao confirmed that she knew very well how to protect herself. For so many years, despite Madame Xiao's intense dislike for her, she still lived in the Xiao family like a young lady, avoiding dirty or tiring work. This was contradictory. It showed that she had always known how to hide and protect herself. Her being beaten today was only the result of her being sold and momentarily losing her composure, which led to her injury. Even now, she did not even know who Cao Chuan was, nor how he intended to deal with her, yet she had not asked a single question. She was not curious at all, and she was very obedient. President Cao considered one question. Logically, the destined heroine in this plot should not activate her abilities through external objects, but rather by herself. So, a catalyst was needed. What kind of catalyst could activate her abilities? Without a plot description, everything could only be understood through observation. This sparked interest in President Cao. Knowing the answer gave a sense of control, while not knowing brought a novelty and a desire for exploration. He was not in a hurry. He felt it was better to observe slowly, as there was still time. The next 3 days, President Cao occasionally went out with Gong Yuhua to visit tourist attractions. When he had nothing to do, he would educate Xiao Ya. Publicly, Gong Yuhua told Madame Xiao about Xiao Ya, explaining that Xiao Ya had been given to President Cao so that she could follow his younger brother to Zonghai and have private contact with the individual who played with feces. Madame Xiao naturally did not object. On the contrary, she was delighted. As for President Cao of Feng Manlu, Madame Xiao also had some thoughts. She met him through Gong Yuhua. Madame Xiao was not young, but she did not look old, thanks to President Cao's cosmetics. Now, the wealthy socialite circle was inseparable from those products. Moreover, with Gong Yuhua interjecting, Cao Chuan and Madame Xiao quickly became familiar, chatting and laughing as if it were not their first meeting. Madame Xiao said, "That child Xiao Ya is not good at communicating with people. When she arrives in Zonghai, I will have to trouble President Cao to be more accommodating. If she is disobedient, just beat her." "That is not possible." President Cao chuckled. "Sister Fei, do I look like a man who hits women?" Madame Xiao, whose real name was Yufi Fei, chuckled lightly and quickly admitted her mistake. Gong Yuhua rolled her eyes at President Cao. She did not know if she was jealous of him or despising him. What did he mean by not hitting women? He made them cry and wail. Regardless, Gong Yuhua was still quite flushed. At the same time, in the Xiao family ancestral home, a man was furious, smashing decorations to pieces. He was Xiao Chenglong, the legitimate son of the Xiao family. He had just returned from work and heard that Xiao Ya had been sent away. As for where, the servants did not know and dared not say. Xiao Chenglong, enraged, smashed the courtyard and dealt with some servants. It was not until Madame Xiao returned in the evening that Xiao Chenglong spoke with a furious expression. "Mom, why did you send Xiao Ya away?" Madame Xiao had just had some red wine with President Cao, and her complexion was flushed. "Why are you yelling at me? Just for that little slut?" Madame Xiao narrowed her eyes. Xiao Chenglong angrily said, "Mom, you know I like her." "I disagree." Madame Xiao's flushed face instantly turned ugly. Before, Xiao Chenglong was good at hiding it. Now that he was shouting it out with servants nearby, this news would be shameful. "Unless I am dead," Madame Xiao reprimanded angrily. "Mom." Xiao Chenglong knelt down with a thud. "Mom, please, tell me where Xiao Ya went. I really like her. Get out of my sight. Go kneel in the ancestral hall." Madame Xiao trembled with anger. To lose all dignity for a woman, even kneeling to his own mother, was unacceptable. If he could kneel to his mother for Xiao Ya today, he could kneel to others tomorrow. "Mom, someone, drag him to the ancestral hall for me." Madame Xiao was furious. "For a little slut, look at what you have become." Madame Xiao was angry, but she was also relieved that she had not hesitated to send Xiao Ya away earlier. She had not expected Chenglong to be so deeply infatuated. It was all that little hussy Xiao Ya's fault. She must have secretly seduced Chenglong. Madame Xiao secretly thought she would call President Cao later and tell him to properly deal with that slut Xiao Ya. Otherwise, she would not be able to vent her anger. Inside the car, President Cao was sobering up. He heard that milk could help with hangovers, but he did not know if it was true. Gong Yuhua chided, "Are you interested in Yufi Fei? Sister, what are you saying? How can she compare to you? Is that so? But I saw you chatting so happily with her." "My dear sister, I am currently representing Feng Manlu. If I am polite to your friend, you also gain face, do you not?" "I do not believe you, you little rascal." "Me little rascal." "Sister, it seems you never learn." No, I have to go back to the compound later. Do not worry, I will be slow." Actually, President Cao was considering a question. Madame Xiao, Yufi Fei, should logically be the mother of Xiao Yang, the child of destiny. Even if not his birth mother, she was still his mother in principle. Then, he chuckled to himself. Plus, Yufi Fei was the birth mother of Xiao Chenglong, who was probably a villain. Yufi Fei was also the nominal mother of Xiao Ya, the destined heroine. If he could handle this, would he not soar? This would bring even greater luck than Gong Yuhua, would it not? Half an hour later, the car returned to the courtyard. President Cao had the driver send Gong Yuhua back, while he entered the house. As always, Xiao Ya was reading in the courtyard. Hearing the movement, Xiao Ya placed the book face down on the table and stood up to get slippers for President Cao. "Go make me a cup of tea." "Okay." Xiao Ya went into the inner room. Sitting on the wicker chair, he picked up the book Xiao Ya had just been reading. It was titled Drifting. This book seemed to tell a tragic love story. Xiao Ya's temperament was entirely scholarly, and after a few days of interaction, her view of love was also pessimistic. Xiao Ya returned with a cup of tea, then stood to the side. The phone rang. President Cao closed the book, took out his phone, and glanced at it. It was a newly saved number labeled Fifei. He answered, pressed the speakerphone, and placed the phone on the table. He picked up the teacup and said, "Hello, Sister Fei. Cao Chuan, do me a favor, big sister." Her tone was urgent and a bit angry. This voice was too familiar. Xiao Ya's face beside him sank, but she instantly returned to calmness, as if detached from the world. "Tell me, sister," Cao Chuan said. "Big sister will not hide it from you. I do not like that child Xiao Ya, so help me deal with her severely." Xiao Ya's eyelids trembled. Even after leaving, they still would not let her go. President Cao turned his head, glanced up at her, and chuckled. "All right, since Sister Fei has asked, how can I refuse?" Sister, how do you want me to deal with her? Madame Xiao had clearly drunk quite a bit, and was furious, so she completely dropped the pretense. Although she had hinted for President Cao to deal with Xiao Ya in her words before, it had always been under the guise of being for her own good. Although President Cao did not know what had happened, he was delighted. Cao Chuan, if possible, sent her to a brothel in Africa, so she never returns to the country. I want her to become a common prostitute, contract a disease, and die abroad. That vicious. Xiao Ya was moved. This time, it was difficult to control her calm emotions. Okay, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Chapter 314. Cao Chuan hung up the phone and sipped his tea. He could clearly feel that Xiao Ya's aura beside him was in total disarray. There was even a distinct sense of fear. Cao Chuan set down his teacup and looked at Xiao Ya with curiosity. The calm she usually displayed was gone, replaced by unconcealable hatred and fear. Threatening her would not be difficult. He could simply ask if she really wanted him to send her to Africa. But it was not necessary. This girl was smart. Even if he did not say it, she understood who was in charge. Cao Chuan asked, puzzled, how exactly did you offend her? Why does she hate you so much? Xiao Ya lowered her head and replied that she did not know. You do not know, Cao Chuan pressed. It is impossible to hate someone without a reason. Just like you must hate her now. The reason is what she just did. So what is her reason for hating you? Xiao Ya did not know what to say. There were simply too many things, and they were all minor incidents that had accumulated over time, making it hard to know where to begin. She was scared. She was truly scared. Old Cao had not made any inappropriate moves toward her these past few days. He had not scolded her or shown a stern face. She did not even know Old Cao's true identity. She had heard the phone call just now. Old Cao and Madame Xiao addressed each other as siblings, so their relationship must be very close. Old Cao had also agreed to Madame Xiao's request. Xiao Ya's mind was a mess. Where was her usual elegant tranquility? After all, she was only in her early 20s. She was smart, but that did not mean she could handle everything, as she lacked experience. For years, she had barely left the Xiao family courtyard. She tried to keep a low profile, and avoided going out whenever possible. She did not know how to handle the current situation, but she was truly furious. An unconcealable rage consumed her. She even wanted to kill Madame Xiao. This was the first time in her life she had ever wanted to kill someone. Come, Old Cao beckoned. Xiao Ya did not move, standing 2 meters away. She was stubborn. She was angry inside, and she even hated Cao Chuan, because he had agreed to Madame Xiao's request without hesitation. Old Cao's face darkened, and his aura instantly surged, filling Xiao Ya with fear. When she slowly shuffled to his side, Old Cao pulled her directly onto his lap. He did not understand her hidden attributes yet, but he did not mind having some fun with her first. You are making things very difficult for me, Cao Chuan said, looking conflicted. You have been very obedient these past few days, a good maid. I am reluctant to send you away, but I also do not want to offend the Xiao family. Tell me, how should I handle this? This was Xiao Ya's first time sitting on his lap. She felt her heart racing. Upon hearing Old Cao's words, a surge of hope suddenly rose in her heart. Forget it. Let us go back to Zonghai tomorrow. Leaving this small corner of the capital, you can be discreet. And I will tell her I have already sent you away, Cao Chuan sighed. I am a good person. Xiao Ya looked deeply at Old Cao. Old Cao suddenly smiled. But I am curious, how exactly did you provoke her? You have already left the Xiao family, yet she still will not let you go. Can you not say? He asked. I can, she replied. Then tell me. Xiao Ya's tone remained steady as she began to recount her story. Many things Old Cao had already investigated, but some details known only to Xiao Ya and Madame Xiao had been hidden. She explained that her good relationship with Xiao Yang led to Xiao Chenglong disliking him. In Madame Xiao's eyes, Xiao Ya was beautiful and a femme fatale, causing constant discord between the brothers. These were major issues, but more often, they were minor problems. Madame Xiao had always suppressed and manipulated her since childhood, but each time, Xiao Yang would step forward to protect her. Madame Xiao eventually drove Xiao Yang away. If it were not for family head Xiao Ya probably would have been driven away too. Madame Xiao was simply malicious, narrow-minded, and lacked vision. As Xiao Ya recounted her story, combined with what Old Cao had already investigated, it formed a complete picture. Then Madame Xiao actually sent you away directly this time. Would family head Xiao not say anything? Cao Chuan asked. Xiao Ya shook her head. I have not seen the family head for over 3 years. He probably forgot he even had an adopted daughter. The back courtyard of the Xiao family is now managed by Madame Xiao. Her power is growing. Cao Chuan nodded. So that is how it is. She is a pitiful soul. Cao Chuan gently offered some comfort. The skirt on her lap had a somewhat rough texture. Xiao Ya squirmed, seemingly wanting to avoid Old Cao's hand, but she did not dare to move too much, and she was no match for him. Cao Chuan was a gentleman. He was only comforting her. All right, go back and rest. I will not send you away, but after you come back to Zonghai with me, you must be discreet and try to avoid outsiders, lest the Xiao family find out. Although I am not afraid of Madame Xiao, we have a cooperative relationship, and it is not good to fall out. Do not make things difficult for me. Understand? Thank you, she replied. Go on. Old Cao patted his leg and released her. Xiao Ya stood up, subconsciously straightened her wrinkled skirt, then turned and left with a flushed face. She moved one step at a time, not rushing. Whether she was the destined heroine, Whether Xiao Yang was the child of destiny, and whether Xiao Chenglong was the villain was still uncertain. These were all just guesses. The probability was high, but it did not mean 100%. Besides, old Cao was not in a hurry. Just like Xiao Chao, old Cao could actually be with her now, but he had been slow to act. It was merely teasing. Sometimes, not touching a person moves the heart more. Xiao Chao's personality was such that a little teasing might even activate some special attributes. The next day, old Cao prepared to leave the capital. He spoke with the high-level officials again at length. In the evening, he arrived at the compound and drank with Chu Hanqiang for a farewell drink. Cao Chuan held his wine glass, slung an arm around Chu Hanqiang's shoulder, and quietly asked him, "I heard I have 2 little nephews. Why did I not see them this time?" Chu Hanqiang glanced at the figure cooking in the background. She was adding dishes, frying some peanuts. Only the 2 men remained in the dining room. Chu Hanqiang whispered, "Your sister, you know how she is, assertive." Assertive. Cao Chuan was stunned, shaking his head. "I do not think so." Chu Hanqiang swayed his head. "That is because she is not assertive with you. She is very assertive with me." "That is right, she is my sister after all. She has always been very good to me." Cao Chuan chuckled. Chu Hanqiang did not mind, saying, "So about your 2 little nephews, she still cannot fully accept them. People in the family have quite a few complaints about Xia Feng. Do not look at me as the family head. I am just a punching bag. I have to balance various interests. It is difficult." Old Cao clinked glasses with him. "Yes, it is difficult. I toast you. Do not worry. I will talk to my sister later." "That would be wonderful. Perhaps she will listen to you a bit." "Of course. My sister always listens to me. Whatever I say goes." The 2 were drunk and bragging. That night, Chu Hanqiang had a dream. He felt as if he had suddenly returned to his youth. Gong Yuehua was still young, truly a renowned lady from the capital. Even though she was from the south, her demeanor made countless people envy Chu Hanqiang. He did not know it was a dream. He felt it was very real. His wife had returned to her youthful appearance, unlike now, where she looked at him with disdain, and would not let him touch her at all. Chu Hanqiang felt much more comfortable. Recalling the previous night, Chu Hanqiang showed a relieved smile. As he went downstairs, Gong Yuehua, in a nightgown, was lazily eating breakfast. Chu Hanqiang asked, "Where is Xiao Chuan?" "He left. He went back to Zonghai." Gong Yuehua's tone was faint. Chu Hanqiang did not mind, smiling, "Wife, you have finally forgiven me." Gong Yuehua glanced at him. "Bring those 2 children back. After all, they are of your Chu family bloodline. This is all I can do." "Really?" Chu Hanqiang was instantly overjoyed. Xiao Chuan was truly amazing. How did Xiao Chuan convince her? Amazing. Indeed, she only listened to Xiaoquan's words. She truly forgot her husband when she had her younger brother. However, Chu Hanqiang was not jealous. He was exceptionally happy. Gong Yuehua said no more. Guilt was certainly present. After all, she had once been a good woman. This was truly all she could do. There was no turning back. It was a way to leave a bloodline for the Chu family. As for the one in her belly, Gong Yuehua stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes filled with infinite tenderness. Xiao Feng's small account was essentially ruined, and there was nothing to be done, as he had not been by her side since childhood. But this one, she absolutely had to raise well. Chapter 315. Xiao Ye had been quite reclusive over the past few years. She avoided going out whenever possible, and even skipped school. She carried herself like a pure, classical young lady from a prominent family, who did not need to attend standard classes. Through self-study, she had acquired vast knowledge from a wide range of books. The material she read covered everything, including reference books, Buddhist scriptures, the Tao, Xi and Shui, philosophy, world wars, and finance. Her horizons were very broad, yet the only thing she lacked was the experience of seeing the world with her own eyes. After leaving the Xiao family, she felt a sense of novelty even when seeing ordinary wheat fields and livestock on the road. Cao Chuan observed her as well. Her profile was exquisitely beautiful. In his eyes, her physical beauty was not the only thing that set her apart, but her temperament was in a league of its own. The more he looked, the more beautiful she became. Even with his extensive experience, his mind became immersed in her calm aura, and his own mindset became much more peaceful. Most likely, Cao Chuan mused, recalling the results of his investigation into the Xiao family. He secretly guessed that Xiao Yang was probably a child of destiny, who harbored an irreconcilable grudge against the Xiao family for the murder of his mother. Even if Xiao Yang possessed the Xiao family bloodline, it was impossible for him to acknowledge his ancestors. He would at least have to kill Madame Xiao. This was his character setting. If he truly was a child of destiny, failing to avenge his mother would be illogical. This indicated that Xiao Ying's personality definitely contained hidden cold-blooded and tyrannical genes. The source of his cold-bloodedness was his nature as a lone wolf who had been away from his family for so many years, likely suffering a great deal. His tyranny stemmed from the seed of hatred in his heart. Therefore, Xiao Yang's existence might be the safe haven for the child of destiny. Her temperament and aura should be able to restore his calm, preventing him from being blinded by hatred and becoming a killing machine. There was no concrete plot guide, but Cao Chuan had read many books in his previous life, and had studied psychology. From the clues, he could discern the most logical storyline. Thinking of this, he began to plan based on this speculation. He might be wrong, but even if he was, as long as Xiao Ye was in his hands, it would not be a major problem. At worst, he would have wasted time on a strategy that did not pay off. By mid to late July, Xiao Ye had been back in Zonghai with Cao Chuan for about half a month. Feng City brought her countless novelties. The appearance of ability users and shapeshifters made her question the nature of the world. These were things never recorded in any books. She even suspected that all the books she had read over the years were false. However, Cao Chuan was good to her. He took her around, explained recent events, and helped her understand the existence of Feng City and its unique privileges. He also gave her ample freedom. As long as she remained within Feng City, she could wander anywhere she liked. It was not that Cao Chuan was keeping her captive, but it would be difficult to explain if she went out. What if Madame Xiao secretly tried to capture her? Xiao Ya expressed understanding. Over the past half-month, besides reading and practicing calligraphy, she had also enjoyed shopping. For her, this was already a significant improvement in her quality of life. Cao Chuan teased Ye Chao. Today, he had some free time and took her to stroll around Feng City. He had spent a lot of his free time on her recently. He knew this girl had a mischievous personality and had been pampered since childhood. Even if her family was not well off, her two older sisters had never mistreated her. He could not spoil her, however. Although Cao Chuan was massaging her for blood circulation, a type of traditional Chinese medicine physiotherapy that mobilized true qi to regulate her internal state, it was really just teasing. Your cultivation has been a bit off lately, Cao Chuan said. It currently has no effect on your meridians, but over time, it will cause irreversible damage to them, so I am helping you adjust it. Ye Chao looked innocent. As for whether she truly believed his words, only she knew. However, in her heart, she genuinely did not refuse. If Cao Chuan had any intentions, it would be a matter of moments. She was not that young, after all. She understood everything she should, and she also had the perceptions passed down from her two older sisters. She wanted it, but she was shy. She did not take the initiative, and Cao Chuan did not either, so the tension simply hung in the air. After about 20 minutes of stimulating the meridians, Ye Chao's face was very red. Only then did Cao Chuan slowly withdraw his hands and cover her with a blanket. All right, rest for a while, then take a medicinal bath. It will be good for your meridians. Ye Chao lay prone, responding with a hum, not looking up. Cao Chuan patted her head. Call me if you need anything, I am right outside. Cao Chuan left. Hearing the door close, Ye Chao finally looked up, casting a resentful glance at the door. So annoying. Truly annoying. Now what am I supposed to do? Yes, she was indeed a bit mischievous, and her favorite thing was to use a confused facade to mislead everyone. But she was not planning anything bad. It was just a natural form of self-protection. In this state, she could observe many things she normally would not, as people would not guard against her. She felt like she was in the dark, while everyone else was in the light. She had been like this since childhood. Just like now, she pretended not to understand anything, letting things happen. Any other man would probably want to take advantage of her, but Cao Chuan had no actions of taking advantage whatsoever. His hands were always polite. It meant Cao Chuan was a true gentleman. She could not blame him, she could only blame herself for almost not being able to hold back. Cao Chuan's main goal was education, to properly train her for a period. Anyway, eating her now would not bring luck. So, for the next period, Cao Chuan would help Ye Chao increase her strength and adjust her meridians whenever he had time, always leaving her wanting more. After he was done, Cao Chuan would run off to Ningyu to vent. It was imaginable how resentful Ye Chao was now. Let this mischievous girl pretend to be confused with him. He would not expose her. He would see when she actively came to him. By September, the hottest period had passed. The start of the plot was less than a month away. In the past 2 months, the world had changed faster and faster. News of ability users and shapeshifters could not be suppressed. As more people experienced it, the faster it spread by word of mouth. The internet could be controlled, but the information stations at the village heads were absolutely uncontrollable. This led to Feng City becoming more and more lively, with its reputation growing daily. This place was truly an independent small town, and the ability users and shapeshifters who lived here rarely felt a sense of insecurity. As long as they followed the basic laws, they could live safely. Dad. Xiao Ya knelt to change his slippers. The address was perfectly correct. No matter how he calculated it, Cao Chuan was an elder. He called Madame Xiao and Yu Fifei a sister, and he called Gong Yuehua a sister. So, as their adopted daughter, it was only natural for Xiao Ya to call Cao Chuan uncle. Calling him uncle felt a bit distant, so Cao Chuan had asked her to change it to dad. Xiao Ya's personality, outwardly submissive, elegant, and uncontending, immediately changed her address without any apparent psychological burden. But when she first changed it, she clearly was not sincere. However, after so long, Cao Chuan indeed had not bullied her again, and she gradually became sincere. She lacked fatherly love, after all. He had tested it out during this time. As long as you were genuinely good to her, she was easily moved. Cao Chuan responded, raising a hand to rub her head. Didn't you go shopping today? Do not always stay home reading. Go out and walk around more, and your mood will also improve. My mood is always very good. Xiao Ya smiled softly. From her expression, one truly could not tell her inner feelings. This girl was too good at hiding things. You are just stubborn. Have it your way. Cao Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. Knock knock. At this moment, a knock sounded, and Long Yi, in a white dress, entered. Xiao Ya again helped Long Yi get slippers and even called out, stepmom. Long Yi looked awkward. She was several months younger than Xiao Ya, yet Xiao Ya called her stepmom. This was quite stimulating. Long Yi nodded, handing the documents in her hand to Cao Chuan. There is news. Chapter 316. Taking the documents from Long Yi's hand, Cao Chuan said, "The leaders will be coming to inspect in a few days, so security must be handled well." Yes, Cao Chuan had discussed the cooperation with the leaders many times before, but honestly, doubts and vigilance persisted. Therefore, this inspection was crucial. It was key to deepening trust and cooperation. The security measures here in Feng City were very strong. Anyone, human or beast, who dared to cause trouble here met a bad end. In just a few months, the number of ability users and shapeshifters killed numbered in the triple digits. These were all individuals who, after gaining powerful abilities, became arrogant, thinking they were invincible with a little strength. If one was not a child of destiny, and still dared to be arrogant, their fate was predictable. Among them were also overseas spies. No matter what, Feng City's permanent residents now exceeded 10,000, and naturally, there were still hidden schemers among them. Cao Chuan had to prepare for the reception and security. It was not a big problem, so he left Long Yi and Ning Yu in charge. One in black, one in white, they were popularly known in the vast Feng City as White Fairy and Black Rakshasa. It was a somewhat vulgar nickname, but it had character. Most of the residents in Feng City were martial artists, ability users, and shapeshifters, giving it a bit of a rough, underground flavor. Many people had their own nicknames in private. Their real names might be forgotten or mistaken, but their nicknames were always remembered. For example, an ability user named Wang Xiaoming, whose skills were enhanced states and savage charges, was nicknamed Tank. Feng City did not allow mutual attacks, but around the city, there were several arenas specifically for sparring. If you wanted to fight, you had to go there. Therefore, the casinos within Feng City were the most active, as they hosted sanctioned death matches, with several matches almost every day. People placed bets on money, points, or even women. In short, Feng City was a place everyone yearned for. Because of this, many ordinary wealthy merchants or minor officials liked to come and play during their holidays, finding it exciting. There was even a dedicated bodyguard area, where ordinary wealthy merchants liked to hire ability users as guards. Feng City was much more fun than anyone had imagined. After Long Yi left, Cao Chuan opened the document bag and pulled out the files. Xiao Ye brought over a cup of hot tea, then walked to the side and continued reading her book. This was her recent lifestyle. Xiao Ye remained elegant and serene, seemingly detached from the world. If Cao Chuan did not ask her to do anything, she would read or go for a walk. If Cao Chuan called her, she would not have any complaints. Cao Chuan looked at the information in the document, a hint of interest in his eyes. Although the plot had not started and Cao Chuan did not know the specific content, he could deduce some plot points based on his experience as an old reader of web novels. Assuming Xiao Yang was the child of destiny, then Xiao Ye must be a touch of tenderness in his heart, and the most crucial one. Looking at Xiao Yang, he had a grudge against the Xiao family, and this was undoubtedly a deadly feud. What about Xiao Ye? These years living in the Xiao family were tough, but the entire family had not exactly wronged her. At least the kindness of raising her was there. At most, Madame Xiao had a grudge against her. Aside from Madame Xiao wanting to kill her in the last phone call, it was not exactly a deadly feud. If Madame Xiao had wanted to kill Xiao Ye before, she would not necessarily have failed. Therefore, according to the typical tropes of web novels, there should be another hidden line of hatred behind Xiao Ye. Otherwise, when Xiao Yang returned for revenge, Xiao Ye would seem very dispensable. After all, as the main female lead, if she were to indiscriminately kill innocents and harm the family that raised her just for love, she would not be considered a good woman. Thus, to make the logic more reasonable, there must be other background hatreds. Based on this, Cao Chuan began to investigate the deeper relationships behind Xiao Ye. Hard work pays off. The documents Cao Chuan held at this moment were about the hatred between Xiao Ye, Madame Xiao, and even the entire Xiao family. Xiao Ye once had the surname Cheng. The Cheng family had always been dependent on the Xiao family, and was one of the northern prominent families. 10 or 20 years ago, a certain big shot at the top left, and that person was the Xiao family's major backer. One must know that some upheavals at the upper levels might not affect the lives of ordinary people, but they were definitely not peaceful. Many people would die, and that was indeed the case. The Cheng family became the final scapegoat, dying for the Xiao family. It was not just because of loyalty. They were manipulated, as the Xiao family actively pushed them to their deaths. Only one person from the entire Cheng family survived, and that was the current Xiao Ye, because she was the only child of the direct lineage, who was too young to remember anything. Those children who could remember would not have met a good end. Whether for this kindness or to show others who were dependent on the Xiao family, this child had to be raised. Even if some knew the Cheng family was abandoned, there was nothing to be done. In that great tide, it was good enough that the Xiao family could save their own lives. Besides, the Cheng family dying was better than other families dying. Next, the Cheng family's resources were completely divided, and then they were thoroughly erased. Who remembered the Cheng family now? Probably no one. Xiao Ye had already changed her name. She did not even know her original surname. This was the information Cao Chuan obtained. Then, continuing to deduce the plot, if no surprises, this information must have been investigated by the child of destiny, Xiao Yang, to let her know her surname, and how her family was destroyed, all to gain her favor. Cao Chuan was familiar with this tactic. Even her awakening as an ability user might have been due to this incident. Stimulated, her mind suddenly enlightened. recognizing her enemy as her father for 20 years. It was a humiliation. It also became completely clear why the Xiao family had always guarded against her and always prevented her from entering the core circle. He took a sip of tea and put down the cup. Yeah, here. Xiao Ya instinctively frowned, disturbed from her reading, but her expression returned to normal when she looked up. She closed her book, stood up, and came over to Cao Chuan to pour him tea. No need. Cao Chuan waved his hand and pointed to the opposite seat. Sit. Xiao Ya smoothed her skirt and sat down. This girl was simply elegant. Every frown, every smile, every movement exuded an inherent gentleness and tranquility, always making people want to bully her. Has anyone ever told you about your past identity? Cao Chuan asked. Xiao Ya's eyes showed no joy or sorrow, only a faint shake of her head. Do you want to know? Cao Chuan asked again. Xiao Ya pondered for a second, then still shook her head. Cao Chuan smiled. Why not? Xiao Ya said softly, knowing it will not mean anything. Are you resentful that your birth parents abandoned you, leaving you to be bullied in the Xiao family? No. Xiao Ya pursed her lips and smiled slightly. There was no affection to begin with, so how can there be resentment? It was still that phrase. Affection requires companionship. But in reality, one could hear that while there might not be resentment, there certainly was blame, and an unwillingness to see or think about it. Do you not even want to know their news? Cao Chuan's question ultimately received the same answer. A shake of her head. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. He pushed the documents in his hand towards her. The information is right here. About your family background, your identity, and why you were in the Xiao family since childhood. To read or not to read, it is all up to you. If you do not want to read it, I will burn it in a moment, to put an end to it and save you from inner turmoil. I will give you 1 minute to consider. After speaking, Cao Chuan stood up, took his teacup, and went to pour water for himself. Only Xiao Ya remained, head bowed, staring at the documents, motionless, outwardly still, inwardly turbulent. Her personality did not have much curiosity, but people could not escape gossip, especially their own. Not wanting to see or not wanting to think did not mean not wanting to know the truth. This was her only chance. She had learned a lot about Cao Chuan during this time, knowing that he always kept his word. If he said he would burn it, he would definitely burn it, and it would be impossible for him to tell her these things again. So, slowly, Xiao Ya still could not overcome her inner conflict. She reached out, picked up the documents that were face down on the table, and turned them over. Xiao Ya's face gradually became solemn, then pale, then flushed, then showed anger. The documents were not extensive, merely introducing everything about the Cheng family, a northern prominent family, not much different from the Ning family before. There were also details about that incident back then. In short, they were scapegoats, sacrificing the lives of their entire clan to bear the consequences of the Xiao family choosing the wrong side. But the Xiao family also did not have an easy time. These years, fewer and fewer families were dependent on the Xiao family, and they had been low-key for more than 10 years. If they could fight, they would glare like warriors. If they could not, they would chant and seal the mountain for 100 years. The Xiao family had not fully recovered even now. But compared to the Cheng family, which had all died, the Xiao family was still fortunate. At least their legacy was unbroken and their strength was preserved. Only she, Cheng Yinglu, remained of the Cheng family. Her original name, Cheng Yinglu. Now she was called Xiao Ya. Yeah, dumb. Perhaps that was the meaning, to make her a complete mute. If she had not been sensible and uncontending all these years, perhaps she really would have shut up. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Ya came back to her senses, Cao Chuan was already sitting opposite her, holding a teacup and slowly drinking. His other hand held the book she had just been reading, and he was reading it intently. Xiao Ya did not disturb him, and just waited there. Cao Chuan put down his teacup, and Xiao Ya went to help refill it. This pretense continued for over half an hour before Cao Chuan finally looked up. Well, have you finished reading? Any thoughts? Before Xiao Ya could express her thoughts, Ningyu arrived. Xiao Ya stood up. Auntie. Oh, Yair is here too. Come shopping with Auntie later. Xiao Ya softly replied, okay. Ningyu then tugged at Cao Chuan. Why is Long Yi in charge of security, and I am just her deputy? Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at her. Why do you yourself not have a clue? What is your reputation? Everyone in Feng City knows you. Black Rakshasa, kill people like flies. Look at Long Yi. She is presentable. After all, she is in charge of the leader's security. I am afraid you will not protect them, but instead kill them. Piffed. Nonsense. I am still very gentle. Right, Yair? Yes. Xiao Ya nodded. Go play. Anyway, be careful with this reception. Long Yi is in charge of the public arrangements and reception, and you are in charge of killing the scoundrels in the dark. Chapter 317. They did not discuss the matter further. Ningyu took Xiao Ya out to go shopping. Old Cow did not stop them. Xiao Ya was submissive and also wanted to clear her mind. By the afternoon, the bustling city of Feng City was lively, particularly around the spirit meat shop, the pharmacy, and the fruit store. These businesses were directly affiliated with the city administration. For example, the meat shop sold spirit beast meat. While it would not grant immortality, it provided a significant boost to a person's strength. Whether one was a martial artist, an ability user, or a shapeshifter, eating the meat would help. The spirit fruits in the fruit store offered similar benefits. These goods required Feng City points for purchase. They were not for sale to outsiders. Only local residents of Feng City, who had made contributions were eligible to buy them. Sister, do we have enough points? Yang Fangfang asked. It should be enough, right? We still have 30 points. We should be able to buy at least 2 caddies, right? Xueqiu replied. They had been in Feng City for a long time. As members of the renowned Feng City song and dance troupe, their fixed salaries were quite high, but the cost of living was equally expensive. The average price of pork was about 5 points for 2 caddies, though prices fluctuated. Although the pork was also spirit beast meat, pigs had a high yield. After decades of raising them in the blessed land Grotto Heaven, pork was now abundant. Today, venison was on the market. Spirit deer were rare, and their spiritual properties were superior to pork. Spirit deer only had 1 litter a year, with 1 fawn at most 3. One could imagine how expensive the meat was. The meat shop was bustling, and various experts gathered, queuing up and shouting for 5 caddies or 10 caddies. However, there was not that much supply. The quota was 2 caddies per person. Although some wealthy experts were dissatisfied, they did not dare to cause trouble in a shop operated by the city. That would be pure suicide. Miss Yang is here. Miss Yang, come, stand in front of us. Everyone, move back a bit and make some space, someone shouted. Yang Fangfang quickly waved her hands. It is fine, it is fine. We will just queue up. Why queue? You train so hard normally. Don't worry, no one minds, a voice insisted. Yes, yes, you two just stand at the front. Among the crowd, there were also some newcomers. Are they the city lord's wives? One newcomer asked. No, they are young misses from the song and dance troupe. So they are just dancers. What do you know? If you don't understand, shut up. Have you heard that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a courtesan? The courtesan here refers to a singing girl. These are the city lord's favorites. That makes sense, the newcomer agreed. Everyone, make way. Let Miss Yang and Miss Xue buy first. They are in a hurry to go back. Disperse. Where there are people, there is a social hierarchy. The law of the jungle emphasizes that the strong are respected. Although Yang Fangfang and Xueqiu had low combat power, their status was protected. While many coveted them, no one dared to have any ideas about the city lord's private song and dance troupe. There were many people at the fruit and medicinal herb shops as well. On the 8th, 18th, and 28th of every month, the 3 shops would stock rare items like venison, beef, turtles, large ganoderma, and snow lotus. Almost everything was sold out by the afternoon. There was no shortage of goods, but there were simply too many wealthy people wanting to buy rare items. The scarcer the production, the more popular they were. Over the past few months, more people within Feng City had obtained points, and point transactions increased. Casinos appeared where one could gamble points. Some people became rich overnight, with thousands or tens of thousands of points flowing into their accounts in minutes. Others lost everything and had to take high-risk missions to recover their losses. Lord Ning, the people bowed as Ning Yu and Xiao Ya appeared. There was no one in the entire Feng City who did not know Ning Yu. She was publicly known as the Feng City Warden, the Minister of Justice. Anyone who committed a crime in Feng City was handled and judged by her. Ning Yu nodded. She was expressionless, but she enjoyed this feeling. It was the prestige of power. She looked at the crowd, which included martial artists of the internal strength stage, ability users, and shapeshifters. Whoosh. So terrifying, one person whispered. This is Lord Ning of the Punishment Hall. Her gaze is terrifying. When she looked at me, I felt like my heart stopped. What kind of strength is this? I heard she is the goddess of darkness. This world has countless dark elements, so Lord Ning's attacks are omnipotent and formless. If she wants you to die, you cannot escape. That terrifying. I heard that is how it is, but I have not seen it. Everyone who has seen Lord Ning make a move is already dead. Holy crap, that is so awesome. Lord Ning is already this terrifying. Then what about Lord Long? Lord Long is not terrifying. I saw her last time. Lord Long is very gentle. It is just that I do not dare to look directly at Lord Long. She is a goddess from the heavens. How dare mortals like us even glance at her? It is a sin. It is blasphemy. The most powerful is still the city lord. Brother, have you seen him? Of course. I am one of the first old-timers to come to Feng City. Brother, tell us about it. We just arrived a few days ago. Brother, sit down. We will help you queue up to buy things. Our treat. I have also seen the city lord. He is an ordinary person. What? Don't be so surprised. The city lord looks like an ordinary person, the kind with no martial arts at all. He does not seem to be an ability user, nor a shapeshifter, just an ordinary human. But I do not believe it. Even goddesses as powerful as Lord Ning and Lord Long bow their heads in front of the city lord, not daring to breathe. Do you understand? It is terrifying when you think about it. Could it be an official sent by the authorities, with higher authority? Even with authority, at most they would be equals. Why would the two lords be so respectful? That is true. It is a pity I have not had the chance to see the city lord. By the way, brother, what does the city lord look like? Hard to say. What do you mean? It means the city lord always wears a mask. Brother, forgive my presumptuousness. Are you perhaps lying to us? Nonsense. Hurry up and help me queue up to buy things. Damn old geezer. Brothers, beat him up. Hey. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will report it to the law enforcement team immediately. The surrounding people smiled without a word. This old monkey, even after shape-shifting into a human, was still shameless. He would snatch if he could and trick if he could not, specializing in deceiving newcomers. However, there was truth mixed with his lies. The city lord was not that mysterious and could occasionally be encountered. He was indeed very kind and smiling, but judging from the attitudes of Lord Ning and Lord Long, the city lord was definitely not ordinary. Could an ordinary person be the city lord? No one dared to challenge him yet. Although Xiaoya had visited Feng City many times, each time there were different changes. Feng City welcomed many newcomers every day. By the time Xiaoya returned to the residence not far from the clock tower, Old Cow was gone. She had a belly full of words but could only hold them in. At this time, Old Cow had gone to visit Xiao Chao, helping her improve her strength. During the summer vacation, Old Cow ran back and forth between Gong Yuehua's mansion and Feng City, mainly to accompany the two little ones at home. Now that the summer vacation was over, they would still live at school, so Old Cow spent most of his time in Feng City recently. After giving Xiao Chao a massage, he accompanied Great Chow to look at the sea, returning to Feng City close to midnight. Midnight in Feng City was when the real nightlife began. The casinos, boxing rings, and dance parties started at night. Powerful individuals required much less sleep than ordinary people, not to mention that many animals were nocturnal. Feng City was brightly lit, a city that never slept. This clamor would continue until dawn. Returning home, Xiaoya had not slept yet. She was reading a book. She always had a book in her hands, but today she was clearly distracted. She could not turn a page for more than 10 minutes. It was not until she heard the sound of the door opening that a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. She quickly put down the book and got up to get slippers for Old Cow. Then she went to make tea. The tea was spirit tea, produced in the blessed land grotto heaven. "Dad, why are you not asleep yet?" Old Cow asked, stroking her head as if returning home to a pet that had been waiting. Xiaoya spoke softly, "Waiting for you. Any thoughts?" "Never mind, we will talk later. I was sweating outside just now. Help me run the bath first. I will take a bath. Later, help me scrub my back." "Oh, okay." Old Cow was simple, but he vaguely remembered seeing in movies that someone could help scrub your back in the bathroom. Old Cow turned his back and casually said, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Avenge the Cheng family against the Xiao family." Xiaoya, in light clothing, bowed her head, blushing, and helped Old Cow. "I want to offer incense." This implied accepting the Cheng family bloodline. Thinking about it, it made sense. The former Xiaoya had no idea about her specific family background. Now that she knew, she naturally could not blame her biological parents. As the only child in the family, she had to offer incense. Xiaoya was not stupid. The reason she was alive, besides being too young to remember at the time, was another factor. It could be said that the death of the entire Cheng family had been the price for her life. Chapter 318. Do you want revenge? Cao Chuan asked. "I want to cultivate." Xiaoya's voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Cao Chuan observed her. She possessed extensive knowledge, but lacked martial arts and life experience. Yet her temperament was elegant, refined, and endearing. She did not have the coldness of Shen Menyi, nor the arrogance of Long Yi. She possessed her own unique solitude. Her aloof demeanor kept people at arm's length. Cao Chuan realized that she was unique. After interacting for so long, he guessed that her archetype resembled a classic literary heroine, elegant and knowledgeable. Once the main protagonist, Xiao Yang, exposed her identity, she would likely begin to cultivate martial arts or activate her latent abilities. She would become the protagonist's most important right hand. Cao Chuan smiled internally. He had gained a head start. Was having a daughter better than a cousin? The rewards for his luck were certainly greater. Do you want to cultivate? Do you want to take revenge with your own hands? Cao Chuan looked back. Xiaoya nodded. Her eyes were firm. Old Cow was a good judge of character. He knew that Xiaoya was currently seeking revenge purely because of her family's bloodline. There was a big difference between types of revenge. One was to seek justice for old family grievances, and the other was to vent the years of oppression by Madame Xiao, and the truth concealed by the Xiao family. Clearly, the revenge she sought now was for her family. "All right, after we have offered incense to your Cheng family, I will teach you." "Thank you, Dad." 3 days later, in a small town in the north, the Cheng family ancestral shrine had long since fallen into disrepair. A hill of graves lay behind the ruins, where the whole family resided. The inscriptions were faintly visible, but years of neglect made them appear particularly desolate. Cao Chuan could not help but sigh. The destiny of these characters was often tragic. Xiaoya began to busy herself. She cleared away weeds little by little and wiped bird droppings and dead branches from the gravestones. The grave mounds were no longer round, so she added some fresh earth. Cao Chuan did not help. He just watched quietly, smoking. He noticed that Xiaoya was not particularly sad. Her expression was neither happy nor sorrowful. He had originally thought that after learning about her family background, she would activate her latent abilities due to anger. However, she remained as calm as an ancient well. Perhaps she absolutely needed an activation fluid, or perhaps she simply processed grief differently. Cao Chuan decided to let nature take its course. He knew that recognizing a thief as a father was part of the unfolding plot, and he was in no hurry. They stayed in the small village for 2 days. During this time, Xiaoya did not say much. She cleaned during the day, and after returning at night, she would serve if needed or read and sleep. Her quietness made people feel like something was off. On the 3rd day, the day they had to leave, Cao Chuan had to return because the leaders were coming soon. As they left, Xiao Ye stood before the graves for a long time. The sky gradually darkened, and heavy rain poured down. Cao Chuan showed off his skill. He manipulated his ability, distorting time around his body. The rainwater hung in the air, half a meter away, while the rain continued to fall outside, forming a huge sphere of water around him. Xiao Ye did not move. The rain washed over her. Suddenly, her body changed. The surrounding rainwater acted like a conscious entity, and the water elements in the air began to surge toward her. Cao Chuan noticed Xiao Ye's change. He reached out to push aside the curtain of water and saw it clearly. A smile played on his lips. He was smart and his guess had been correct. She was a water element ability user. The path of water, which benefits all things and does not contend, was perfect for her. After a long while, the rain gradually weakened. Xiao Ye awoke from her meditative state and instantly sensed the changes around her. The water elements in the air were incredibly rich. She suddenly felt a fondness for rain. She had always liked rainy days because no one would disturb her, and the sound of the rain and her turning pages were almost in harmony with her spirit. But she had never liked rainy days as much as she did today. This weather made her exceptionally happy. Xiao Ye subconsciously spread her arms. At this moment, there was no trace of rain on her body. She had somehow dried herself. Her skin seemed even whiter, softer, and smoother than before. How is it? Is the water element fun? Xiao Ye seemed to have forgotten that there were people around. Suddenly hearing the voice behind her, she subconsciously turned around, almost throwing a water ball out. Cao Chuan patted her head. Now that you have these abilities, practice diligently to improve your proficiency. Water abilities are undoubtedly very powerful. Their starting point is not comparable to internal strength. Dad, is that you? Your dad is over there. Old Cow pointed to a distant grave. I am your godfather, but the activation of your abilities has nothing to do with me. It was a change in your own emotions. I only guessed that after telling you your family background, you might activate your powers, since your vital energy and blood are very abundant. I also did not expect you to activate the water element. Revenge is within reach. Cultivate well, and the Xiao family will be under your feet. Cao Chuan did not take credit. However, to Xiao Ye's ears, it sounded like his doing. 2 days later, in Feng City, the leaders were invited to inspect the recent construction and changes. They were open about their itinerary. Accompanying them were the heads of various prominent families. Long Fuxian of the Long family, Chu Hanqiang and Gong Yuhua of the Chu family, and the head of the Xiao family were all present. Including other cotters, many people arrived. Several military planes landed at the airport, and then the local special department provided cars, bringing the group to Feng City. They entered through the back gate. The security at the back gate was higher, as these were internal personnel. Welcome, leaders, to inspect Feng City's work. You have had a long journey. Cao Chuan stepped forward, shaking hands. He smiled at everyone. In the crowd, Gong Yuhua's eyes narrowed slightly. She scrutinized Ningyu, Long Yi, and Xiao Ya, a smile on her lips, her eyes holding an inscrutable light. Besides the 3 women, there were also some management positions in Feng City, all carefully selected. They were specifically responsible for managing the trivial matters of Feng City, as the population was growing, and various tasks were becoming bothersome. The leaders had visited before, but at that time, they came one by one. This was the first time they visited as a group. In just a few months, the changes in Feng City had left the previously visiting leaders stunned. The architecture had not changed much, but the technology and the bustling atmosphere were incomparable to before. In the afternoon, after dismissing those who were not qualified, Cao Chuan took the leaders thousands of meters underground. This was the first time outsiders were truly brought to visit here, where a super large underground city had already been developed. The main residential city alone had over 60 floors. This was not comparable to any tunnel. Including some underground transportation routes that had already been planned, they only needed to build an exit in a certain city above ground in the future, and after laying the pipes, it would take only a few minutes to reach the capital from Central Sea. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Xiao family had found Xiao Ya, who was responsible for the reception. Xiao Ya Yu. Chapter 319. Xiao Ya, how have you been recently? Madame Xiao sending Xiao Ya away was actually known by the family head. After all, Xiao Chenglong had made such a fuss, practically crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang himself, like some little girl. How could his father not have heard about it? However, the Xiao family head did not stop it. He felt that the Xiao family no longer owed the Cheng family any favors. After all, Xiao Ya had grown up, and she had grown up so well. Perhaps he had worried about some issues in the past, but after so many years, those old events had long been buried in the dust. Therefore, the Xiao family head knew about it, but had no intention of interfering. To put it plainly, it was merely a child with no blood relation leaving the Xiao family. Back then, Xiao Yang was his biological son, yet he could not stir up a speck of guilt in the Xiao family head. However, the situation was just that subtle. Upon seeing Xiao Ya again, the intangible, water-like temperament about her made the Xiao family head, as a martial artist, immediately perceive that she must have had some opportunity, and it was related to Feng City. Her status seemed to be quite high. The Xiao family also had shops in Feng City, but as the family head, he had received no news whatsoever about Xiao Ya having status in Feng City. This was a dereliction of duty. With a roll of his eyes, the Xiao family head stepped forward, feigning concern. Xiao Ya, are you all right? Thank you for your concern, Xiao family head. Xiao Ya has always been well. Xiao Ya responded softly. She does not even call me father anymore. The Xiao family head's expression subtly changed. It seemed this child had already severed her ties with the Xiao family in her heart. She must also hate Madame Xiao, right? Xiao Ya, I only learned of your departure later. I asked your mother, but she did not tell me where you were. I did not expect to meet you here today. Xiao Ya, I know that your relationship with her is not harmonious, but after so many years, you lived in the Xiao family. Although she can be a bit harsh at times, she never truly mistreated anyone. Besides, arguments between mother and daughter are normal. I will ask her to apologize to you later. Xiao Ya, you have grown up too. Do not stoop to her level. The implication of his words was clear. He claimed he did not know she was driven out, but he insisted the Xiao family raised her for years, and she was not truly wronged. He was essentially telling her she was being ungrateful and ignorant. This was a form of psychological manipulation. Parents of this era often manipulated their children in this manner. They constantly shifted the blame. This was true even for their biological children, let alone a child like Xiao Ya, who had no blood relation at all. If it were not for Xiao Ya being one of Feng City's reception managers today, the Xiao family head would certainly not have been so tactful and polite. He felt he was being deferential. If you are given face, you should accept it. Otherwise, you are just being ungrateful. But at this moment, Xiao Ya had already understood many things. Father, do not be ridiculous. My father is already dead. You chose this, Xiao family head. If it were not for your Xiao family, why would our Cheng family be so miserable? However, Xiao Ya remained calm. She now also had a father. Old Cao treated her well. Xiao family head, thank you to the Xiao family for raising me all these years. Xiao Ya smiled faintly. The Xiao family head's brows furrowed slightly. He understood the meaning of her words. There was absolutely no relationship left. Xiao Ya continued, but Xiao family head, you do not need to say too much. After all, as you said, I have grown up. I am already an adult, and it is time I became independent. The Xiao family raising me this big can be considered repayment for the Cheng family's sacrifice back then. Therefore, Xiao family head, please do not call me Xiao Ya anymore. My name is Cheng Yinglu. The Xiao family head's pupils sharply contracted. Xiao family head, you can call me Little Cheng. Xiao Ya extended her hand, making a gesture of invitation. Xiao family head, please come this way. We are responsible for showing everyone around the new Feng City. The Xiao family head's mood was anything but calm. How could this matter have leaked out? Who said it? Those who knew about the events of that year should be old by now, and no one would bring it up again. Moreover, not too many people would know the details. At least the servants in the household were unaware. Xiao Ya, about what happened back then, I never intended to hide it from you. I planned to tell you when you grew up, but I was just afraid you would not be able to accept it right away, so I kept delaying. Xiao family head, Cheng Yinglu smiled faintly, interrupting him. There is no need to say these things anymore. In any case, Yinglu will not forget the kindness of being raised, even if it was the Xiao family owing the Cheng family. Raised is raised. In the future, if the Xiao family needs my help, as long as I can assist, I will never refuse. Alas, the Xiao family head sighed heavily. He had not seen Xiao Ya for a while, but he knew her personality. She was amiable and docile, but very stubborn. This tour lasted for 2 full days. The prosperity and uniqueness of Feng City were completely displayed before everyone. Feng City seemed unlike a human society. Everything within it was too novel. Actually, the major families had shares here before, with allocated shops, but the information they had learned was completely different from what they saw with their own eyes now. Especially the various leaders, after visiting the underground world, their worldview was somewhat subverted. Feng City seemed to be on the verge of mastering controllable nuclear fusion, the core of a level 1 civilization. This was undoubtedly a direct crushing blow to the technology of the entire world. But, the leaders also got the sense of security they wanted, because Feng City shared most of its technology with the leaders. This included some body modifications. They could not practice martial arts, they did not have abilities, and they were not shapeshifters. But the high-tech modification system could make them young, and Old Cao had also made several huge promises. The state he displayed was also to strive for the rise of China. Perhaps it could not completely dispel their doubts, but for now, it was enough. As long as the leaders could not guarantee 100% elimination of Feng Menlu, the current cooperation could proceed smoothly, and that was enough. Of course, during these 2 days, Old Cao captured more than 20 ability users and shapeshifter spies within Feng City. Unfortunately, they still managed to gather a lot of information. For example, Feng Manlu had mastered a lot of technology, but it was not as powerful as imagined. For instance, the space elevator had very complete theoretical support, and as long as the materials were suitable, it was not difficult. The opposition had previously stolen the blueprints and confirmed this point. Unfortunately, Feng City also did not have better materials, so the space elevator had been delayed. Therefore, this news made their rivals extremely excited. The sudden technological lag had previously worried them greatly, and they had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. But now the situation was different. Everyone was at the same starting line. Even if Feng Manlu cooperated with China in research, the rivals were not afraid. They still had confidence. They believed that those who relied on them for aircraft could not possibly build space elevators or new universe materials. They believed it was a dream. Without even a space station, What was the use of building a space elevator? They decided to accelerate research and increase investment. They would print money. They believed the future belonged to them. Fusion countdown, 55 seconds. Fusion countdown, 54 seconds. Fusion countdown, 53 seconds. This day, old Cao was playing with his dog, a puppy he had owned for less than 1 year. At this moment, the final countdown appeared in his mind. Old Cao was sitting with his legs crossed. The puppy was biting old Cao's sock, pulling it off. After pulling off the sock, the puppy began to enthusiastically lick old Cao's toes. This was a dog that loved to lick. Old Cao helplessly twitched his ankle and smacked the dog's face with the sole of his foot. "Get lost, I am busy." The puppy scampered away. A moment later, the puppy did not come back, but Chen Ying brought over a cup of tea. She had washed her face, and her cheeks were still a little red. Although the kick was not hard, the young girl's skin was delicate, and the red mark would not fade for a long time. She put down the teacup. Chen Ying used a towel to wipe his feet clean, then helped him put on new socks. She then sat silently on the sofa cushion, leaning against his leg, exceptionally well behaved. Old Cao raised his hand and rubbed her head. As the seconds ticked down to 0, a notification sounded. Ding. Comprehensive novel plot fusion complete. Congratulations, host, for embarking on a new journey. The plot comes from the most awesome abandoned young master. Fusion chapter complete. Congratulations, host, the max level villain system upgrade is successful. Freedom increased, no tasks, no compulsions, no time limits. Immediately after, a flood of information surged into his mind. After the fusion, the system was officially upgraded. Before, it was just a test version. But once the fusion ended, and the upgrade was completely finished, everything instantly changed. The increase in freedom was easy to understand. There would no longer be prompts like, kill the target as soon as possible. The faster the kill, the richer the reward. In other words, old Cao could endlessly farm a single person until old age, and the overflowing luck value would definitely explode. Of course, old Cao was not a procrastinator. The most important thing was that with the appearance of the fusion chapter, there was more than one child of destiny. There was no need to waste time on one person until death. That was not old Cao's character. Another thing was the plot. Currently, there was only one major plot, the abandoned young master main plot, which included abilities and shape-shifting, encompassing countless children of destiny within it. In other words, after the world system fusion, it became more complex, and old Cao no longer received all plot reminders. There was only one plot reminder, and that was the Xiao Yang plot. Just as old Cao had calculated, the child of destiny in this plot was Xiao Yang. Aside from Xiao Yang having a plot introduction, other fused children of destiny might appear suddenly, without any prior plot knowledge for old Cao. This meant the difficulty had increased. It made sense when you thought about it. A tenfold feedback surpassing the previous limit, with hundreds of millions of luck value in minutes, a slight increase in difficulty was only natural. And there were pros and cons. Old Cao's foundation was now stable. He had completely left the newbie village. If the plot reminders were still provided, the child of destiny would be killed in minutes, and that would be boring. "How are the things I asked you to do?" Old Cao patted Chen Ying, who was by his leg. Chen Ying softly replied, "All done, master." Chapter 320. Chen Ying remained under Cao Chuan's care. He did not put much thought into the arrangement. It was simply a way to keep her close to monitor Miao Kexin, as the two were roommates. Furthermore, her family had already gone bankrupt. Cao Chuan had used a few minor tricks to ensure her family could not recover. Initially, she had requested it herself. Her parents had favored her brother, treating that good-for-nothing rich kid with incredible indulgence, while showing her little affection. Chen Ying was materialistic and a bit cruel. She had begged Cao Chuan to help her deal with her family. In her mind, she would not receive any inheritance, so she decided that no one else should either. In reality, she was being irrational. Although her family favored her brother, they had never withheld her monthly living allowance. Her living expenses were sufficient for a comfortable, upper-middle-class life. Unfortunately, after her family went bankrupt, she had no fallback, and could only rely on Cao Chuan. Luckily, Cao Chuan was not the type of person to discard someone after a brief fling. Although he sometimes treated her poorly, he provided for her lavishly, giving her more money than she could ever spend. Cao Chuan rubbed her head with satisfaction. "I have been very busy lately. Just stay with Miao Kexin, and report any disturbances to me immediately." "I understand," she replied. That night was the same as before. Cao Chuan stayed up all night analyzing the plot. A long-lost sense of tension returned to him. Cao Chuan had grown accustomed to the routine, but if no child of destiny appeared in this world, he would lose his purpose. That feeling was simply too boring. Having too many girls had lost its meaning, and it was hard for him to feel any real excitement anymore. Such a long period of calm was truly dull. Therefore, this time, Cao Chuan watched the plot unfold with extra seriousness. This was the final storyline. If another child of destiny appeared in the future, he would lose his foresight, as the system would no longer provide plot assistance. The system had increased the difficulty, but from another perspective, it also heightened the excitement and tension. This formidable abandoned young master and protagonist was Xiao Yang, just as Cao Chuan had predicted. Xiao Yang had left the Xiao family intending to live a quiet life, occasionally sweeping his mother's grave, finding an ordinary wife, and having ordinary children. However, the fate of a child of destiny is often fraught with difficulty. His wife later left him for a wealthy man. As a lonely man, He drank until he passed out, and when he woke up, his soul had transmigrated. He was a fellow Earthling. When Cao Chuan saw the origin of the protagonist, he felt a strange hesitation. Xiao Yang had been a loser on Earth who died trying to save a drowning dog. It was a tragic existence. Even if he eventually had romantic encounters, the children born would carry the body's bloodline, having nothing to do with his original soul. Xiao Yang possessed the essential skills of a transmigrator, including supernatural abilities and a golden finger. It was quite powerful. Xiao Yang even believed that his own actions had caused the world to change, triggering the recovery of spiritual energy and filling the world with crisis. As a child of destiny, he would surely avenge the original Xiao Yang and destroy the entire Xiao family. His supernatural ability and golden finger were quite interesting. The golden finger was beast taming, and his supernatural ability was beast speech. He could communicate with any beast and capture them, making them his own. Their abilities would then be fed back to him. Cao Chuan felt a little numb. He had thought there were 2 children of destiny, but it turned out there was only 1, plus 2 trump cards. This was a fusion arc, so various new children of destiny might appear randomly. This supernatural ability is amazing, Cao Chuan muttered. It had to be admitted that Xiao Yang, this fellow transmigrator, was no weaker than Cao Chuan. Xiao Yang could capture animals and absorb their energy. For example, if Xiao Yang captured a cat before it became a shapeshifter, the cat would recognize him as its master. 1% of its abilities would be shared with Xiao Yang, such as reflexes, speed, and night vision. If the cat transformed into a human, Xiao Yang gained a catgirl companion, and the feedback increased significantly. This was just the result of capturing 1 creature. If he captured 10 or 100, his power would be immense. For Xiao Yang, capturing animals only required strong mental energy. He would be slightly weakened after each capture, but after a rest, he could continue. In the early stages, he captured small animals, but in the late stages, he could capture powerful beasts like lions, tigers, and leopards. The Xiao family had offended an extraordinary person. When Xiao Yang reached his late stages, he would be truly dangerous. One must understand that the total number of animals in the world, including fish in the sea, is over 1 trillion. By capturing fish, Xiao Yang could easily become the Sea King. Cao Chuan became intrigued. If he could absorb this supernatural golden finger, he could become the Sea King, and he coveted that 1% feedback. If he captured 100 poodles, he would be invincible. This golden finger had to be obtained. As for the destined heroine, it was Xiao Ya. The childhood sweetheart narrative was strong, and the original Xiao Yang had a deep obsession with her. Even though the current Xiao Yang was a transmigrator, he could not resist this compulsion. Xiao Ya was the first destined heroine. Miao Kexin would also be a top heroine. There was another, a little fox girl named by Siener. The remaining heroines, including Xuechu the bunny girl, were not in the top 3. However, after studying the entire plot, Cao Chuan realized the heroines in this arc were less emphasized than before. The previous plots were purely urban novels, but this one involved supernatural abilities, shapeshifting, and a changing world. Leveling up had become the most important aspect, diluting the influence of the heroines on the overall plot. Even if I take down all the top 3 heroines, it probably will not reach 100%, Cao Chuan thought. I still need to plunder Xiao Yang's opportunity and steal his golden finger. His supernatural ability was beast speech, making wild animals naturally like him. His golden finger was a jade tablet. It was said to have come from the immortal realm, capable of controlling all beasts under heaven. It acted like an ancient tiger Tally used to command armies. This jade tablet controlled the beast race. Combined with being a transmigrator, this child of destiny Xiao Yang was quite formidable. If he only had the supernatural ability, luring him to Feng City would block it, making him a lamb to the slaughter. Cao Chuan's luck halo was enough to crush him. But if the golden finger existed, even if his supernatural ability were blocked, he would retain his physical enhancements. He would possess the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear. The plot had already begun. Cao Chuan had left the starting area and lost his foresight prompts. He did not know where Xiao Yang was, but he could guess the protagonist had gone to a deep, old forest to capture animals and build his power before appearing. Cao Chuan could only wait for him to arrive in Zonghai. Let us continue the music and the dance. Cao Chuan held his wine glass, watching the classical dance, and his worries faded. Shortly after, Ningyu received a message and walked over. Cao Chuan pulled her into his embrace. How many transformed fox girls are there in our Feng City? He asked. Ningyu picked up a wine glass, offered a sip to Cao Chuan, and said sweetly, My Majesty, do you want a daji? Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. Why not? Go investigate and give me the information. All right, hurry up. Ningyu snorted softly, always using people when you need them, and forgetting them when you do not. I use people afterwards too. After Ningyu left, Cao Chuan continued to watch the performance. His gaze lingered on Xuechu, the bunny girl. Although she was not a main heroine, she carried some destined luck. However, there was a troublesome issue. Cao Chuan was, after all, a man from a purely urban dimension. While the world had changed rapidly, he had not adapted as quickly. He struggled to accept the idea of interacting with a rabbit girl. Would the offspring be a rabbit, a human, or a mutant creature? He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 321. The gauze dress dance was not bad. However, after watching it so often, it had lost its novelty. The main issue was that he could not touch them. Old Cao still struggled to get past that psychological hurdle. He saw no reason to get involved with shapeshifters. He had plenty of women around him, after all. He was not a pervert like some destiny-bound protagonist who pursued both humans and beasts. Watching the dance served the sole purpose of appreciating the art and relaxing his mind. Xueqi was a rabbit shapeshifter. She was fair, well-behaved, and lacked the aggressive tendencies of others. Most importantly, her legs were beautiful. They were over a meter long and rivaled the legs of Lei Ting. She moved constantly, and her leg muscles were sculpted like a work of art. Cao Chuan spent time mentally analyzing the plot. He finally understood how Xiao Ya would eventually break ties with the Xiao family. According to the original storyline, the catalyst was Xiao Chenglong. His love had curdled into hate. He pursued Xiao Ya but failed to win her affection. That alone might not have been a major issue. However, when Xiao Chenglong saw Xiao Ya interacting with Xiao Yang, his fury ignited. Xiao Yang was his younger brother, yet he dared to chat and laugh with the woman Xiao Chenglong desired. To Xiao Chenglong, Xiao Yang was a bastard born of a maid, a wild dog driven out of the family, and a mongrel who merely carried half of the Xiao family bloodline. He was unworthy of speaking to Xiao Ya. Of course, Xiao Yang was no saint. He knew his elder brother despised him, so he deliberately acted intimate with her. This led to Xiao Chenglong and Madame Xiao conspiring to drug Xiao Ya. Xiao family head Xiao also had his own designs. Knowing that Xiao Ya had become an ability user, the entire family conspired against her using despicable methods. They became enemies. That was the essence of the plot. It was a weekend day in Feng City. The two young girls, dressed in school uniforms, arrived. This was not their first visit. They were famous here, known as the Little Princesses of Feng City. They were 16 years old this year, shedding their childishness and developing a unique aura. Residents greeted them with respect as they walked by. Newcomers who did not recognize them asked questions, only to be warned by veterans to show respect. The veterans told stories of the old Huang incident. He had harbored ill intentions toward the girls. He tried to ambush them outside the city, but in an instant, invisible blades appeared. The three shapeshifters were shredded into pieces. Since then, everyone knew that even the children in the city lord's mansion possessed terrifying abilities. They also had hidden guards protecting them. Who would dare to harbor malicious thoughts? They were only afraid of dying. At this moment, old Cao was inside the house, calculating fortunes with his fingers. He was trying to pinpoint the location of Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, he had never met Xiao Yang, so the fortune-telling was not very accurate. He could only roughly deduce through the luck connections of Xiao Ya that Xiao Yang was near the city of Zonghai, but not within it. He was hiding somewhere unknown, making him difficult to track down. However, old Cao had already made his preparations. The arrangements for this year were more extensive than imagined. Without foresight, old Cao would simply create his own. Dad. Cao Chuan came back to his senses. He laughed heartily and embraced the girls with both arms. A rich, sweet scent wafted around his nose. Usually, on weekends, old Cao would return to the villa to spend time with them. This was a habit, but they had come over on their own. They knew Feng City had recently hosted leaders, and they thought old Cao was busy. They did not want him to run back and forth, as it would be too tiring. His own adopted daughters were truly considerate. Come, let us play some games. I have not played games in a week, and my hands are rusty. Cao Chuan took out his phone. Let us go change our clothes first. The school uniforms were a bit stiff and dusty from the day. All right. Old Cao pretended to be calm. To play games, one must at least get into character. Changing into a game skin made the experience more interesting. Just like that, one adult and two young girls began to indulge in trivial pursuits. As for Xiao Yang, no one cared. No one was more important than the two young girls. The longer you raise them, the more you love them. A good dish is served on the table. You can smell its aroma, but you hesitate to pick up your chopsticks. The longer you wait, the more you crave it. Somewhere deep in the mountains, a handsome man was building a shelter. He had all the necessary tools: an entrenching shovel, a dagger, a small felling axe, a compass, a map, a cotton jacket, fuel, a tent, and a sleeping bag. His preparations were very thorough. So tired. Fortunately, in my previous life, I watched a lot of survival shows, so building a shelter by hand is still easy. This ability is quite useless. What kind of ability is this? It can only understand the speech of beasts, and beast affinity is not very useful. At most, when encountering tigers or wild beasts, it prevents them from directly eating me. However, this beast token is not bad. Whether I can rise to prominence in this life and avenge the original owner depends on you. Beast token. The man held the clean jade beast token, rubbing it in his hand. This guy was Xiao Yang. After being transported to this world, he felt no discomfort and simply accepted the memories of the original owner. He was much better off than old Cao. When old Cao arrived, he had no memories. Go, little mouse. Help me scout the surroundings and see if there are any fierce beasts. A small mouse crawled out of the backpack of Xiao Yang. This was the first animal he captured through mental energy. Its loyalty was absolute. After capturing it, he could also make these mice a little stronger, developing a psychological connection. This allowed the mice to understand what he said. As the sun set, Xiao Yang sat outside the shelter and lit a fire. The mountains were cold after autumn began. His abilities surpassed those of ordinary people, but he still needed to warm himself by the fire and cook something to eat. His phone rang at this moment. It was a modern smartphone. Xiao Yang was a little puzzled. Many things in this world had changed. The richest men from his previous life were gone, and various celebrities were missing. But many cars remained. Fruit phones also existed. He originally thought it would be similar to his previous life, but domestic smartphones had actually surpassed the international brands. They were crushing them in all aspects, especially charging and signal capabilities. So there was a strong signal deep in the mountains. This company was called Future Technology. Xiao Yang did not think much of it, but a sudden text message made him freeze. Dear Mr. Xiao Yang, hello. Welcome to the NM0438384438 parallel plane. Chapter 322. Hello, esteemed Mr. Xiao Yang, and welcome to parallel plane NM0438384438. We have detected that your soul fluctuations exceed those of ordinary transmigrators, and your golden finger is also different from others. Therefore, we are delighted and honored to invite you to become a member of the Transcendence Alliance Army. Not all transmigrators have this qualification. There are countless parallel universes, and transmigrators are as numerous as grains of sand. It is even possible for a single parallel universe to have multiple transmigrators. Joining the alliance can provide you with necessary support. However, it is purely based on personal willingness. If you wish to join, Mr. Xiao Yang, please reply join, and the alliance will register you. If you do not wish to join, you may disregard this message. We wish you all the best and a pleasant experience in your new world. Sincerely, Transcendence Alliance. What is this? Xiao Yang stared blankly at the message. His identity as a transmigrator was his biggest secret. As an Earthling, he had read many web novels, so after arriving in this world, he chose to lay low. He discovered the differences in this world early on, and he carried the deep hatred of his mother's murder. Who knew if he was being watched? Perhaps as soon as he showed a little growth, he would be assassinated by the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family would never allow someone like him to rise. Xiao Yang was not stupid. After studying his abilities and the Golden Finger Jade tablet, he confirmed its authenticity. He then went to the flower and bird market, changed his attire, purchased supplies, and after countless changes of vehicles, finally sneaked into a dense mountain forest. For him, the wilderness was far safer than the city. He could use wild beasts to detect or eliminate anyone tailing him. He just did not expect that there was actually something called the Transcendence Alliance. Xiao Yang did not doubt the existence of this alliance. If he, an ordinary social worker in his previous life, could transmigrate, then naturally, others could as well. With so many parallel universes, it was normal to have other transmigrators. Furthermore, the content of the message was reasonable, as there was no coercion. Cautious as he was, he hesitated for a long time before replying. He and the legendary Old Cow were different. Old Cow was a schemer, someone who enjoyed plotting and understood the dangers of expanding too quickly. Xiao Yang was a former 99 worker. His horizons were not as broad, and he was not a cunning schemer, but he was inherently cautious. In his previous life, while playing video games, he would never stand if he could crouch, and never run if he could crawl. After much deliberation, Xiao Yang replied with 2 words: join. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Yang, on becoming a member of the Transcendence Alliance. You must have many questions, and your exclusive customer service representative will now answer them. Xiao Yang pondered for a few seconds, then replied, how many other transmigrators are there in this world? Hello, I am your exclusive customer service representative. Regarding your question, my records show that there are 10 transmigrators in total. Hiss. Xiao Yang gasped. The mountain forest felt even colder in the night. That many? Xiao Yang suddenly remembered something and asked, is the boss of Future Technology a transmigrator? That is correct. Indeed. Xiao Yang nodded. He now fully believed in the alliance. A senior transmigrator had established a technology company that completely outshone the competition. There were also drone companies and special cosmetics brands that had become prominent recently. All were domestically produced, and while he had never heard of them in his previous life, their effects were said to be surprisingly good. Xiao Yang asked, is the boss of Future Technology also a member of the Transcendence Alliance? That is correct. Xiao Yang said, out of the 10 transmigrators, how many are in the alliance? Only you and him. Why? Xiao Yang frowned. We are all transmigrators, so why the differential treatment? Not all transmigrators have a system, or a golden finger. Many come from ordinary backgrounds, and their transmigration is like a one-day trip. They often do not live long, because they cannot adapt, or they become arrogant and die due to their hubris. The Transcendence Alliance has very high requirements. You underwent a period of observation, and after confirming you could live safely even without a golden finger, we extended this invitation. Xiao Yang understood. Caution was the path to survival. Xiao Yang asked, does the boss of Future Technology also have a golden finger? Yes. What is it? Xiao Yang asked, curious. I apologize, but the first rule of the Transcendence Alliance is not to reveal information about a fellow transmigrator's golden finger. I can only tell you that he is also from your hometown, but I cannot provide further details. Are you a real person, or an artificial intelligence? Intelligence. All right. Xiao Yang did not insist. This was for the best. This way, others would not be able to probe his situation either. They were fellow countrymen, after all. What were the fates of the remaining 8 people? Did they just live out their lives honestly? Not necessarily. Transmigrators without a golden finger can still achieve extraordinary feats based on their own insights. Throughout history, Across hundreds of millions of parallel universes, there has only been one transmigrator without a golden finger who became the king of a plane. Who? Wang Meng. Xiao Yang was stunned for a long time. It made perfect sense. If Wang Meng had a golden finger, he would not have remained low-key for so many years before usurping the Han dynasty. He would have swept everything aside long ago. But it also showed that Wang Meng was truly impressive to have adapted to ancient feudal society so successfully. For those with golden fingers, becoming a king or achieving immortal ascension seemed easier. No wonder the alliance did not seek out those without golden fingers. With only one Wang Meng in so many worlds, the success rate was too low. It was better to find people with golden fingers, as any one of them would be formidable. Xiao Yang chatted with the representative for a long time, asking many of his doubts. The matter of transmigration had been a huge stone pressing on his heart, and speaking about it made him feel much more relaxed. Furthermore, the representative explained that between transmigrators, there was a mutual repulsion of luck. They were like the same poles of a magnet, naturally repelling each other. They might even feel an impulse to eliminate one another, which was an interference from the universe's consciousness. However, it was all an illusion. Because of this, the alliance had a strict rule: transmigrators could not attack each other. Killing a fellow transmigrator could expose one to the heavens, leading to erasure. Xiao Yang could understand this logic. Additionally, the alliance had existed for a long time, but previous members had all left this world to explore the universe. Even if transmigrators recognize each other, they will rarely meet, because the sense of repulsion from the heavens is very strong. The more powerful the transmigrator, the less likely they are to meet. Kings do not meet kings. Xiao Yang nodded. He fully understood. Kings did not meet because it was easy for a deadly situation to arise. Originally, he had thought about finding the boss of future technology after descending the mountain to learn from him. Now, it seemed better not to meet, lest the other party decide to eliminate him. He did not know the other party's abilities, but anyone with a golden finger was certainly not weak. Regardless of the rules, strengthening his own power was the correct path. When he was strong enough to be unkillable, meeting others would no longer be a problem. Xiao Yang made up his mind. He would start by capturing animals to hone his skills. Perhaps he could ask the senior for help in dealing with the Xiao family later. He still had no clue how to handle them. "Oh, this assassin is so hard to play," Bu Yao complained, throwing her phone aside. Old Cao laughed heartily and patted her back. "It is okay, you will get better with practice. I will have the game company create a character for you named Yao. It will be your exclusive character." "Really?" Bu Yao's face lit up with joy. "Of course. Let us make her a support character, one that runs fast. If you cannot win, at least you can run. Yay, daddy is the best. Haha." Cao Chuan looked at the person on his lap, smiling, and continued to check the chat logs on his phone. The customer service interface was indeed an artificial intelligence he had purchased directly from his system store. He did not know Xiao Yang's exact location, so he used basic phone positioning, though it was inaccurate due to the interference he projected. He simply pretended to be the Transcendence Alliance. Xiao Yang could not kill him, for the heavens would likely erase him if he tried. He just had to ensure Xiao Yang was afraid. Having transmigrated, would he dare to disbelieve in the existence of the heavens? Even if he were given the courage, he would not dare to test it. As for Old Cao, he could kill Xiao Yang whenever he liked, because Old Cao was the one orchestrating the heavens. Chapter 323. Old Cao, having lost his power of foresight, would never sit idly by. He immediately spent his last bit of luck value to create countless computer simulations and a supercomputer within his system store. He had them monitor the entire globe. Now, with the help of smartphones, hackers were even more useful. This was even more terrifying than the monitoring in his previous life. The purpose was to continuously screen for the new child of destiny by listening for specific keywords. As the most personal listening device, if someone holding a smartphone said keywords like previous life, original owner, system, transmigration, or golden finger, the supercomputer would receive them. After continuous monitoring, the hackers would confirm whether the person was just playing games, reading novels, or if they were a true transmigrator. Transmigrators all share one flaw. They appear cautious, but in reality, they easily expose details. When alone, they usually talk to themselves. This was true for Old Cao at the beginning as well, but now Old Cao has become smarter. A transmigrated loser would likely exclaim, "Holy crap, I transmigrated." Then they might helplessly say, "All right, since I am here, I will make the best of it." Or they might ask, "System, are you there?" They might even complain, "Isn't a golden finger standard for transmigrators?" Finally, they would say, "You have finally appeared." As expected, a golden finger is standard for transmigrators. Such self-talk would often occur, even with a system. When no one is around, the child of destiny would communicate through thought, yet still whisper, "System daddy, come out for a moment." These keywords would be monitored by the smartphone, stored, and finally used to confirm whether they belonged to a child of destiny. What did it matter if he lacked foresight? It just meant he did not know the plot. For Old Cao, finding a child of destiny was not difficult, and scheming against them was even simpler. This was Old Cao's foundation. Steady. Establishing the Transcendence Alliance was also for the purpose of targeting these people. Protagonists and antagonists are naturally hostile when they meet. This is decided by the heavenly law. But when children of destiny meet, they are also very likely to be hostile. One mountain cannot hold two tigers. Kings do not meet kings. Since they are all children of destiny, when they meet, their luck and protagonist halos naturally activate. And at that time, no one will submit to anyone else. So, Old Cow created this alliance to scheme against the Children of Destiny, making them fight among themselves. As the primary antagonist, Old Cow would sit back and watch, helping them set the rules for their struggles. If he was lucky, he could even adopt a few Children of Destiny as his sons, and their girlfriends would all be his daughters-in-law, right? Hey. On this day, Ningyu found information on the fox spirits within Feng City. There were not many, just 2. The probability of a fox transforming seemed to be low, and these 2 were old foxes, one of whom was male. Clearly, neither of them was Baixianer. It seemed she had not appeared yet, but it did not matter. Of the 3 main female leads, 2 were currently secured. Cheng Yinglu was taken care of. In any case, the real Xiao Yang had been taken through possession, and Cheng Yinglu might even want to avenge the real Xiao Yang. It just depended on how Old Cow could trick her. As for Miao Kexin, not long after, Old Cow also invited her to Feng City. During this year, Old Cow raised Shen Ying and kept an eye on Miao Kexin, but he also occasionally met with her. Even without the existence of Chu Feng as an intermediary, Old Cow and Miao Kexin's relationship was very good. She never stopped calling him uncle. After Old Cow established Feng City, he also gave Miao Kexin many spiritual meats and fruits, and her psychic ability grew very quickly. Once truly developed, it was something Old Cow needed. Hypnosis was very powerful. Uncle, oh, Kexin is here, and Xiao Ying is here too. Cao Chuan, who was basking in the sun, looked up, put down his teacup, and smiled at the 2 best friends. Miao Kexin and Chen Ying held hands. Originally, their relationship a year ago was that of ordinary roommates. But in this year, under Chen Ying's deliberate contact, plus the fact that she also activated an ability that Old Cow helped her with, their relationship had grown stronger. Although her power was not very strong, at least they belonged to the same category. Today is not the weekend, is it? Do you have time to come see me? Uncle, we do not have classes this afternoon, so we discussed it and came to freeload a meal. Haha, good. I will have someone prepare spiritual meat. Come, come. Xiaoying, help make tea. Drink more, this tea is good for people with abilities. Old Cow was not stingy. Uncle, Miao Kexin looked at Old Cow helplessly. You are not old, you look about our age, so why do you act like an old man every day, just sitting here basking in the sun and drinking tea? Would it not be better to go out for a walk? Feng City is so lively, and there are so many beautiful young ladies. Have you not thought about finding an aunt for us? Miao Kexin had grown comfortable enough to say anything. A year ago, she would not have dared to say these words. Indeed, activating an ability, especially a psychic one, caused her personality to show a slight change. Old Cow glanced at Miao Kexin, then at Chen Ying. Chen Ying stood by, secretly smiling, and even gave Old Cow a flirtatious look. Old Cow sighed. Forget about an aunt. Life is short. Why put limited energy into trivial household matters? You would not think I do not have women, would you? Miao Kexin pouted. I did not think that. It is just that when I came in just now, I saw you basking in the sun lazily by yourself, and I felt like you had entered retirement life without a partner, which was quite pitiful. If you had an aunt, she could chat with you by your side, which would be nice. Ha! Cao Chuan laughed and shook his head. Stop talking about me. How are you 2 doing lately? Do you have any boys you like at school? No. Miao Kexin shook her head. I used to think they were so childish, and now the world has changed, but they have become even more childish. Cao Chuan replied. It is not that they are childish, it is that you 2 have matured. Look at Xiaoying, she has been glowing recently. Found a boyfriend, have you not? Oh, no, I have not. Chen Ying pouted playfully. My standards are very high. Even if I were to look, I would look for someone like you, uncle. Cao Chuan smiled and stood up. Let's go, I will accompany you 2 for a stroll. Recently, a batch of good luxury goods arrived in Feng City. Since you are both so good at talking, buy whatever you want, uncle's treat. The phone rang. It was a call from Luoli. You 2 go on ahead, I will take this call. Okay. The 2 girls did not disturb Old Cow. He walked to the side. Master, a suspected transmigrator has appeared. Oh. Old Cow's eyes lit up. Good heavens, it had only been a few days, and there was already a new transmigrator. Sure enough, after leaving the starting village, everything began to become uncontrollable. Fortunately, Old Cow was prepared. Otherwise, if the Children of Destiny grew up without his knowledge, there might indeed be a lot of trouble. Send me the information. I will look at it later. Keep a close eye on your end. Yes, Master. Old Cow was not in a hurry to pay attention. The Child of Destiny could not run away. Accompanying the girls shopping was the main thing. Old Cow had many bad habits, but his only advantage was that he knew how to prioritize. Feng City blocked all special abilities, so once inside, they were just ordinary girls. Drinking some fruit wine brewed from spiritual fruits also made them a little tipsy. In the evening, the 2 girls rested there. Old Cow poured a cup of tea and looked at it. He had to admit, drinking tea and basking in the sun every day indeed felt a bit like retirement. But there was no helping it. In his previous life, as a driver for leaders, drinking tea was standard, and he was used to it. Not to mention he was drinking spiritual tea now. He opened the message. His name was Li Mo Tisk Tisk. This name was unconventional. It did not sound like a Child of Destiny. But after reading the information, Old Cow roughly understood. He was indeed not a conventional Child of Destiny. He seemed to be an entertainment type. Li Mo male. 21 years old. School, demon sound. He had undergone soul transmigration 2 days ago. Looking back, it seemed many novels in his previous life involved soul transmigration, as it was a mainstream trope. The reason for the soul transmigration was that the original owner had been dumped. His ex-girlfriend was the school beauty of the same school. To get into the entertainment industry, she had signed with an agency that had a no-dating clause. The company was preparing to groom her into a rising young singer because her voice was genuinely good. The agent started to draw her a grand future, and she could not resist the temptation, so she directly broke up with Li Emo, being a devoted lover, drank, died, and underwent soul transmigration. Damn it. All of them were soul transmigrated after drinking. Seeing this, Old Cow decided to quit drinking. And this Li Emo who transmigrated over should not be considered a loser. In his previous life, he was also a music student who later went out into society, performing everywhere and singing in various bars, but he never made it big. After this soul transmigration, after a period of confusion, he instantly accepted the situation, telling himself that since he was here, he would make the best of it, and he felt that he was about to become famous. The singers in his previous life did not become famous, but he was going to. What was more, Li Emo also had a golden finger. It was an emotion collector. Singing, whether it made people happy, angry, or cry, could collect various emotions, which could then be used to purchase things in the system store. That was right. This thing also had a system store, but it seemed to be different from Old Cow's, as it only allowed the purchase of music, film, and television works. His goal was to become the king of the entertainment industry. He has a golden finger. Oh good. Although I do not care for his music and film system store, the emotion collector is still useful. If I get it and fuse it, it might be possible to exchange it for luck, and then I can buy things from my own side. And Li Emo, with his golden finger, is also qualified to join the Transcendence Alliance. 21 years old. I am older than you. Hurry up and call me dad. Chapter 324. Li Emo, being an entertainer, probably will not lack for girls. This type of story is usually all about how to woo female celebrities. However, this plane currently does not have the female celebrities from his previous life. It is likely that all the female leads will be original characters. That is for the best. After all, someone like Demimi was overdone in his previous life. At least 100,000 children of destiny became her husband. To be fair, Cao Chuan does not deny that in reality, if he were just an ordinary rich man, rather than a child of destiny, or a heavenly Dao villain, and Demimi were with him, he would certainly appreciate her beauty. It would bring a lot of status to take her out. But what he does not understand is why those who are already children of destiny do not cultivate high-quality original musicians or film queens. There are truly too many beautiful women in the world. Their circles are different, and not everyone likes to expose themselves in the entertainment industry. Of course, this is just a complaint. Cao Chuan thinks original female leads are better, as the details are handled much more realistically. Third brother, let us go eat. Oh. At Moyin University, the brothers from the male dormitory went out together to eat late-night snacks. They wanted to cheer Li Emo up. Third brother, let us not dwell on the past. What is gone is gone. With your looks, your voice, and your creative ability, your future is bright. That Li Qingxiu was blind. All right, enough talk. Let us drink a cup. Cheers. Li Emo felt grateful. Although he was not the original owner of this body, the brothers' company these past few days reminded him of his college classmates in his previous life. He was quite touched. Student days are truly simple and beautiful. Besides love, there is also friendship. Drink, Li Emo said, raising his glass. Thanks, eldest brother, second eldest brother, and fourth brother. Can you stop calling me second brother? You should call me second eldest brother. All right, second eldest brother, is that better? Li Emo smiled. The brothers looked at him. He seemed to have moved on, and his mood was good. That night, the brothers drank a lot. All three were drunk, singing loudly all the way back. They were drenched by the time they returned to school, as someone had splashed water on them along the way. They tidied up a bit before sleeping. Li Emo, however, could not sleep. He was very excited. The alcohol made him think of many things. As for the original owner's first love, Li Qingxiu, there was still a lingering thought, but Li Emo felt that as a transmigrator, there was no need to give up a whole forest for one woman. This world was now his. However, Li Emo had looked up some things online these past 2 days. Instead of finding familiar songs or celebrities, he found some strange anomalies. This world did not seem so peaceful. Hello, esteemed Mr. Li Emo. Welcome to the NM0438384438 parallel plane. It was the same message he had seen earlier. Li Emo watched, stunned, until he connected to the exclusive customer service. He was invited to join the Transcendence Alliance. After about half an hour, Li Emo decided to join. This world has ability users and shapeshifters? Li Emo exclaimed. Yes, the customer service replied. Li Emo panicked. He had originally thought this was an ordinary world, where he could be a singer, then an actor, and finally a director, winning awards and having countless women. He thought it would be much more comfortable than Xia Luo's life in his previous life. He did not expect this world to be so strange. No wonder he had found so many oddities online. At the time, he felt something was off, but he dismissed it as fake internet rumors. His common sense from Earth told him such things should not exist. I have no self-preservation ability. What should I do? Li Emo asked. His system only gave him an emotion collector. He could use emotional value to purchase song and film copyrights. As for his body, while his mental energy was strong after transmigration, he could not do martial arts, nor could he use special abilities. Detecting your golden finger, it appears to be an emotion-type ability. This was easy to verify. Li Emo had muttered to himself at the beginning that he needed to collect emotions. By joining the Transcendence Alliance, everyone becomes a collective, a fellow townsman association. You can seek help from other transmigrators. However, I must remind you that kings do not meet kings. Transmigrators all have their own luck. There may be no hatred between you, but after meeting, the heavenly Tao luck may, or may not repel each other. This depends on individual circumstances. I have told you before about the rules of the Transcendence Alliance. Whether you want to seek help is up to you. Li Emo was silent for a long time. He understood the rules and the concept of luck repulsion. Even though he had not read many novels, he understood the implications. So, if I contact other fellow townsmen, there might be risks. If I do not seek help, my risk is even greater. After all, this world is not peaceful. Fortunately, Li Emo thought, this Transcendence Alliance is made of fellow townsmen, and there is a rule against mutual killing, otherwise it might attract the attention of the heavenly Tao consciousness. If it discovers that one is not a soul of this world, it will initiate obliteration. So it is highly unlikely that they will attack each other. At most, there is just a repulsion of auras. Li Emo asked customer service, if I contact them, will they kill me? No. Why? Li Emo pressed. You are just a newcomer. You are non-aggressive, non-invasive, and pose no threat to them. Even if there is luck repulsion, they would not go so far as to kill you unless you cross their bottom line. Killing you and attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao consciousness would not be worth it. That made sense. Li Emo nodded, then asked, are you an immortal master, or, I am an intelligent superbrain. Future Technology's intelligent superbrain? No. Future Technology has its own intelligent brain. I am only responsible for receiving new transmigrators joining the Alliance. I am a branch line. Then who formed the Transcendence Alliance? It was a transmigrator from a very long time ago. He should be traveling in a Xiangxia plane now. Currently, the Transcendence Alliance is managed by new transmigrators. Each generation of managers is different. Traveling in Xiangxia? Is he that strong? It is normal. Currently, this plane cannot accommodate too much luck from strong individuals. If they are too powerful, they will inevitably leave. It is just that the world has undergone some changes, and new humans have appeared. Everything in the future is unknown. Alright, it seems I am ignorant. That night, Li Emo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was thinking about other transmigrators. He did not doubt their existence. He was just considering whether to contact a senior. He knew he could only contact them through customer service. If the other party wanted to meet, they would arrange a place. If not, he would not be able to meet them. He knew the boss of Future Technology was a transmigrator, but with his current status, he could not meet him. He decided to try contacting Xiao Yang. Since they both had golden fingers, exchanging advantages would be beneficial to everyone. They were all in the same boat, after all. At the moment, there seemed to be no conflict of interest. But there was no rush. He first needed to earn some money. He was quite broke, as the money he earned from part-time jobs this month was all spent on a gold bracelet for Li Qingxiu. The original owner was such a simp that he deserved to be abandoned. Deep in the mountains, Xiao Yang saw a new customer service notification. NM0438384438 parallel plane. Transcendence Alliance members, 3 people. 3 people? Himself, the one from Future Technology, and a new person. Xiao Yang contacted customer service, is there a new transmigrator? New member's name Li Mo. Only the name was disclosed. Xiao Yang was used to it. He wondered, why are there so many transmigrators in this parallel universe? Including him, there are 11. Only 3 of us have golden fingers. Will we end up fighting when we meet later? I need to quickly increase my strength, so I do not get looked down upon by other transmigrators. Time flew by. Cao Chuan sat firmly, managing the Transcendence Alliance with care. He had a specific management style. He intended to turn this alliance into a breeding farm. He was the farmer, and the children of destiny were the poultry. He could not only kill them for meat, but also sell them for profit. With a little more scheming, he could even make them kill each other. Who said a villain must always be in opposition to the children of destiny? Cao Chuan had always been unconventional. To put it bluntly, most children of destiny were narrow-minded losers. Truly powerful ones were few. Without their golden fingers, they were nothing. While Cao Chuan's own golden finger helped him, he was confident that even without it, he would still be thriving. These children of destiny were simply no match for him. Chapter 325. The Transcendence Alliance was founded 2,850 years ago. The first Transcendent appeared in the pre-Qin period, among the 100 schools of thought, impersonating a saint to spread literature. Later, other Transcendents impersonated Gigutsi to cultivate disciples. All of this was done just to conform to the heavenly Tao. Historically, some mysterious figures appeared, knowing 500 years into the past, and 2,000 years into the future, providing many political insights to emperors. Many of these were the work of Transcendents. The alliance is more like a home. Each generation of Transcendents would use their golden finger to make the alliance stronger and more stable. Generation after generation, these Transcendents with golden fingers would grow old, die, or ascend and depart. The last Transcendent departed 30 years ago, going deep into the universe to find a way home. The alliance was taken over 2 years ago by a new Transcendent, who became the new alliance leader. Old Cao was practicing calligraphy. He was writing a historical passage for the Transcendence Alliance. It was all just bragging, generation after generation, but presumably, no one would disbelieve it. Especially those Transcendents, since they had transmigrated. They would surely believe in the existence of other Transcendents. It seemed this alliance had existed for nearly 3,000 years, but for Transcendents, it was all a single point in time. It was like transmigrating to modern times or to ancient times. It seemed like a span of thousands of years, but in reality, it was just the blink of an eye. The Transcendent in the pre-Qin period, who impersonated Lao Zi, was probably also an Earthling. Only Earthlings would do such a thing. No wonder there are so many legends about Lao Zi, yet he appears so mysterious. Turns out some stories were impersonated by Transcendents. This explains it. Time flew by, and now the leadership of the alliance had fallen into the hands of Cao Chuan. As for the alliance outline, old Cao thought for a moment and wrote 2 words: go home. That was right. From the first Transcendent in the pre-Qin period to the current leader, old Cao, all actions were actually for the sake of going home. Returning to Blue Star Earth. Regardless of whether it was true, at least a goal had to be set. Otherwise, the alliance would seem very fragmented. Going home was a very good point. Everyone seemed to have transmigrated from Earth. Some still had wives, children, parents, and friends back home. No one liked being a loser, but not everyone liked being an orphan either. At least finding a way back home ensured that future Transcendents, or those Transcendents without a golden finger, had a fallback. The alliance had to have great love and consider all Transcendents. Even if the alliance did not recruit those Transcendents without a golden finger, it did not mean the alliance did not care about them. Old Cao assembled the Transcendence Alliance, filled its core, and finally, through intelligent customer service, gradually spread it to Xiao Yang and Li Mo, brainwashing them. Several days passed. There were now 3 people in the alliance, and the first to become famous was actually Li Mo. He was a latecomer who surpassed others. Li Mo, this opportunity is rare, you must seize it well, his mentor said. Thank you, teacher, Li Mo said gratefully. His school mentor had recommended him to participate in a music talent show on a nearby television station. In recent years, talent shows had been booming, with programs like Female Voices and Male Voices becoming very popular. However, it had formed a commercial chain, and it was hard to get on without money. Even with future chair-turning shows, if one did not have several 100,000, they would not even turn around. This time, Li Mo's school mentor secured a spot for him. The middle-aged female teacher especially favored Li Mo. This child had spiritual energy, a wide vocal range, clear high notes, transparent mid-range, and powerful bass. He was a rare musical talent in these years. Li Mo, whose family background was not great, was also a popular figure in school. Otherwise, would his campus heartthrob ex-girlfriend have liked him? What was the use of just having a face? This was Magic Sound, a gathering place for talented men and beautiful women. With his teacher's recommendation, Li Mo lived up to expectations, instantly becoming a talent show rising star with his song, Someone Like Me. Li Mo became famous. The entire school knew that the campus heartthrob Li Mo had become quiet after his breakup, and then exploded in silence. Li Mo's teacher was very pleased, even feeling that Li Mo was stronger than before, especially his voice. One song actually made half the audience cry. This was rarely seen. Songs can evoke empathy, but they require a special environment and special events. Otherwise, a moving song would not produce much of a chemical reaction. But Li Mo was different. That vocal line, that sorrow, that transparency, sang into people's hearts. Most importantly, this was an original work. In this day and age of talent shows, who had their own songs? A week later, Li Mo earned the title of the so-called melancholy-based Little Prince with another song, Drowning Sorrows. This time, he became completely famous. It was the kind of huge fame. At a certain entertainment agency, Li Qingxiu saw the news and was stunned. The female agent next to her also frowned, saying in a deep voice, I did not expect this kid to have some talent. Qingxiu, did you not say his original songwriter ability was mediocre? Li Qingxiu came back to her senses, shaking her head. I do not know. His previous originals really were not good. The female agent sneered. It seems this kid was hiding his talent. He did not even tell you about something like this. He never had you in his heart, and now he is using this breakup to feign melancholy. This man is so cunning. Li Qingxiu's face showed bitterness. Now there were rumors online that Li Mo had been dumped by his ex-girlfriend, the campus heartthrob from Magic Sound. Was that not the opinion for the character Li? He was quickly exposed, revealing that Li Mo's ex-girlfriend was Li Qingxiu. According to Li Mo's roommates, Li Qingxiu had indeed eagerly broken up with Li Mo after joining a new company. Now, Li Mo's fan base on the entire internet was growing rapidly. The television station was determined to protect Li Mo, because Li Mo brought ratings, and he was a talented one at that. Although there were no sorcerers in this world to suppress these 2 songs, the Li Qingxiu breakup incident also made many people sympathize with this handsome and talented Li Mo. Sister Lily, what should we do now? Li Qingxiu was almost in tears. All she did was break up. That was also the company's rule, not allowing relationships. What could she do? As a result, everyone was now scolding her, calling her a bitch, a Jinyan, and so on. Those words were very harsh. Malicious words can chill one's heart in June. Qingxiu, now either we wait for the storm to pass, and then release your first song, or we let Li Mo write a song for you, and spread the word that you simply had an amicable breakup, said Sister Lee, the agent. Lee Kingxiu's face changed. He must hate me a lot. Ha min. Just say a few soft words and it will be fine. Does the company not have a no dating policy? Lee Kingxiu asked. It is not about getting you two back together. You just go apologize, speak a little softly, and he should forgive you. I have met Lee Mo. He has a soft personality, not that tough. All right. Lee Kingxiu called Lee Mo. Who is it? It is me. Something wrong? I want to apologize to you. Okay, I forgive you. Really? Then you. If there is nothing else, I am hanging up. Do not contact me much in the future. I am a big star too, and I need to prioritize being single. After speaking, Lee Mo hung up the phone. Regardless of Lee Kingxiu's purpose in calling, he could not be bothered to deal with her. She was just a green tea. But to be fair, Lee Mo's face was calm now, but his heart was incredibly thrilled. Slapping an ex-girlfriend in the face. This was so much more satisfying than in his previous life. In his previous life, he was also a bar singer, had women, had ex-girlfriends, and those who broke up with him all lived quite well, while he lived an ordinary life. But in this life, he became a star, and judging by this trend, he would definitely be king level in the future. Singing was nothing. In the future he would act, make movies, and direct. However, Lee Mo still had a jade stone pressing on his heart. This world had undergone many changes, and the danger level had increased. He currently had no self-protection ability. This matter needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise, even becoming famous would not bring peace of mind. Lee Mo? Indeed, a transcendent. Damn it, a plagiarist. In the deep mountains, Xiao Yang looked at the news on his phone and chuckled strangely. There was no disdain, just amusement. He did not understand songs, otherwise he would have pretended to be a star too. Sleeping with fans, huh? It sounded interesting. He could even have fan additions, like being an emperor. This kid probably does not have much fighting power, right? Later, I will make him introduce some clean female stars. If he does not, I will beat him up. Xiao Yang snorted coldly. Most transcendents are secretly perverted. Why are you doing this to me? Lee Kingxiu cried, crying terribly sadly. She would rather Lee Mo be angry, yelling, than see him so calm. The agent comforted her for a long time, and finally got a little angry. This kid is too heartless. We absolutely cannot let him grow. Otherwise, you will never have a chance to shine. Sisterly, then, what should we do now? Lee Kingxiu, in the end, was just a green tea, and not very old. She did not know what to do now. Sisterly said, his original songwriter is mediocre. Everyone in your school knows this. So, spread this news, saying he hired ghostwriters for his songs, and then promotes them as originals to deceive fans. Will that work? Definitely. Fans are all brainless and easily deceived. Sisterly sneered. What you need to do now is record your songs well. I will help you find some new songs. After all, the previous songs were of average quality. We must make a big splash. Oh, by the way, there is a cocktail party tonight. Dress up beautifully. What, a cocktail party? Lee Kingxiu spoke weakly. She was still a virgin. How pure she was before. She and Lee Mo had even agreed that once they both became famous, they would get married and be a celebrity couple. And the original Lee Mo was a rather timid person. He did not dare to force her, nor did he want to. That was why Lee Kingxiu had him wrapped around her finger for a whole year. It is the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce's cocktail party. I am telling you, Kingxiu, I heard that all the big shots are coming tonight. If someone takes a liking to you, can promote you, and become your backer, it will be hard for you not to become famous, understand? Chapter 326. Congratulations, you're finally famous. Thank you. At Moynihan University, after Lee Mo returned to school, he instantly became a celebrity. Even some teachers came to catch a glimpse of the excitement. After seeing these people off, and before Lee Mo could even rest, a girl in a white knitted sweater stepped forward and offered a slight smile. The girl had an excellent figure, yet her appearance was pure and playful. This contrast was invincible. A diamond watch on her fair wrist looked quite valuable. Lee Mo knew that this girl had always liked him, but he couldn't understand what had possessed his predecessor to prefer a green tea girlfriend over her. The original Lee Mo was truly foolish, chasing after ceramic when a pearl was right in front of him. He didn't deny that Lee Kingxiu was beautiful, but she was a money-worshipping social climber. No matter how beautiful she was, Lee Mo had no interest. The girl in front of him, however, was not only a school beauty, but clearly had an extraordinary family background. Her name was Xiao Moer. It seems you've walked out of the shadow of the breakup? Xiao Moer chuckled, a hint of probing in her words. Lee Mo took a deep breath and nodded. I've realized it now, and I'm a bit confused as to why I ever liked her. Xiao Moer raised an eyebrow. Lee Kingxiu is actually quite good. Lee Mo scoffed. Are you referring to her looks? My apologies, but I never judge by looks, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone a year without touching her. The love I desire is a spiritual one, but unfortunately, I was blind at the time and misjudged her. Xiao Moer's eyes lit up. So, has Lee Kingxiu come back to you now? She called me. I forgave her, and then I blocked her. You've changed, Xiao Moer said softly. The old Lee Mo had been indecisive and conflicted, but the man before her now was casual, with a touch of nonchalance that made him look very charming. People change, Lee Mo replied. Yes, you've become a big star now. It's very superficial right now, only 2 songs. I'm still far from being a true big star. Besides, with your looks, you could become a goddess with just 1 song. But I can't write original songs, you know. I'll write them for you. Really? I don't lie. Then may I treat you to a meal? It would be rude to refuse. Haha, you're more interesting now than before. At the local merchants' gala, socialites, celebrities, and small-time agents filled the room, adding to the atmosphere. President Cao rarely attended such purely business gatherings. Although he was no longer from the same world as the people here, he was, after all, the richest man, so his presence was expected. This was a local gathering in Zhonghai, and the truly massive titans had not yet arrived. President Cao casually exchanged a few words, let the accompanying Zheng Myron collect a pile of business cards, and sat alone to enjoy a rare moment of leisure with a cup of tea. At this moment, a man approached him with a face full of flattery. Hello, President Cao, I'm Xiao Dong from Jinhai Entertainment. I contacted you before. Cao Chuan realized. Oh, director, you introduced you, right? Yes, director, you introduced me. Xiao Dong smiled ingratiatingly. Sit down. Thank you, President Cao. After he sat, President Cao continued, the entertainment industry has developed rapidly recently. I think there's potential here, but I don't know much about the operations of the business, so I asked director you to introduce me to an expert. Xiao Dong quickly demurred. I wouldn't dare call myself an expert. It's always been director Yu's support that has allowed Jinhai to rank among the top 3 in the industry. Cao Chuan smiled. I heard the Beijing Circle is very powerful. Xiao Dong nodded. That's right. The Beijing Circle has many influential figures and extensive connections. It's not something our local companies can compare to. Cao Chuan smiled. So, for you to be in the top 3 is already not easy. If you had the resources from the Beijing Circle, Jinhai would probably be number 1. Xiao Dong felt delighted, but his expression remained respectful. President Cao, you flatter me. Compared to you, the entertainment industry is just small potatoes. This was not false. In 2008, the total output value of the entire entertainment industry was only 40 billion. President Cao's current worth made that look like pocket change. But in more than 10 years, the value would increase tenfold. So why bother speculating in real estate? It was estimated that entertainment protagonists, like Emma, would eventually buy houses after earning money, holding them for more than 10 years, and happily earning several times their investment, all while believing they were business geniuses. Xiao Dong, President Cao spoke. President Cao, Xiao Dong quickly stood up. President Cao waved his hand. Sit. We're just chatting casually. Today's conversation stays between us and must not be known by a third person. Understood, Xiao Dong said solemnly. Then, President Cao began to bluff. He spoke of cultural rise, cultural invasion, and the subsequent bans on foreign media influence. Currently, domestic movies were being crushed by Hollywood, but in a few years, they would rise. In reality, there were national-level regulations behind it all. National confidence needed to be built step by step, so cultural input was crucial. Locals knew that a group of high-ranking officials had visited Zhonghai recently and met privately with President Cao for 2 days. No one knew what was discussed, but now it seemed there were major plans in motion. Why else would President Cao set his sights on the small plate of the entertainment industry? Xiao Dong sat next to President Cao like an obedient student. The surrounding guests occasionally glanced over, pondering the implications. Businessmen are not stupid. It was unheard of for President Cao to be involved in the entertainment industry, so this conversation carried significant weight. To put it bluntly, if President Cao publicly invested in any industry now, countless funds would immediately follow. After chatting for 20 minutes, Xiao Dong seemed very excited. The Cao system had already risen with news media, video platforms, and smartphones. Next, President Cao would spend a lot of money to establish various large screens as part of his layout. With such massive capital entering the market, the small pond of the entertainment industry would become turbulent and grow into a massive market. Jinhai, relying on President Cao's funds, could advance further. Of course, the most crucial aspect was President Cao's vision. Cao Chuan mentioned shapeshifters, especially the female variety like cat-eared or bunny-eared girls. After they shapeshifted, they were naturally more graceful than humans and could attract more fans. In the future, the entertainment industry would likely be filled with them. Since the laws for shapeshifters were established, they had to abide by social norms to avoid extermination. With no other marketable skills, it was estimated that the most attractive ones would enter entertainment. Xiao Dong exclaimed, President Cao, you truly have foresight. I hadn't even considered these issues. Cao Chuan smiled. Xiao Dong, the world has changed, and so must our perspective. Handsome men and beautiful women among shapeshifters are excellent money-making machines, but talented humans can also make money. Having more choices is a good thing for the industry. Yes, Xiao Dong nodded. Cao Chuan suddenly pointed. Is that girl over there from your company? Xiao Dong looked around and shook his head. I don't know, President Cao, please wait a moment. This girl has a connection with me, President Cao said faintly. Yes, Xiao Dong didn't go far. He found some of his major agents, asked a few questions, and returned. President Cao, that girl is named Lei Ting. She just joined our company. As he spoke, Xiao Dong whispered into President Cao's ear. She is a clean one. Later, have the agent handle it for me. Don't let anyone else know. Also, book me a presidential suite. Don't worry, President Cao, we're professionals at this kind of thing. Xiao Dong flattered him. President Cao was actually a gentleman, believe it or not. It wasn't that he didn't know about the women in the entertainment industry before, but he had never involved himself in it. Why now? It wasn't just because of whether she was clean, he simply wanted to see if this kind of ex-girlfriend would provide protagonist halo fragments. President Cao didn't know the specifics of Li Mo's plot, and needed to test it out. Li Mo was a weak child of destiny, but also the first one without a clear plot outline. President Cao needed to understand more and test how to manipulate the situation. Additionally, through his own observation, he knew Li Qingxiu was indeed clean. According to his understanding of novels, if the ex-girlfriend was clean, it was highly probable she would later be forgiven, leading to a reunion, a toxic, melodramatic plot. Therefore, Li Qingxiu might have a protagonist halo. And that girl named Xia Moer. Perhaps he could turn a fox spirit like Bai Xianer into a star, and plot changes would be even easier to manipulate. In short, President Cao had many ideas, and these things needed to be tested little by little. Fortunately, he had time. The first child of destiny, without a clear plot, was a weak one, which gave President Cao a perfect opportunity to practice. How could he not familiarize himself with it properly? Chapter 327. Li Qingxiu, Sister Li. When her agent told Li Qingxiu that a sugar daddy was interested in her, her initial reaction was to refuse. She was a green tea, and she was also a manipulator. However, she was very smart. The fact that she had studied art since elementary school, and still maintained her virginity showed that she knew her own value. You must understand that places like nursing schools, art schools, and dance schools are all front lines of war with constant bombardment. To remain intact while studying in such places, one had to be either very ugly, so ugly it made people want to vomit, or very smart. As for breaking up with Li Mo, that was also her intelligence at work. Li Mo was nothing. If he had not transmigrated, he might never have made it. But she was different. She was climbing step by step, and sooner or later, she could distance herself from most of her classmates. Sister Li, I want to consider it. Li Qingxiu did not directly refuse, but she stalled. Of course, she did not dare to refuse either. Boss Dong had just come over, and she knew this was his intention. Do not let the fact that Boss Dong calls himself Xiao Dong in front of old Cao fool you. Outside, he is the Dong King of the entertainment industry. He holds the lives of countless artists in his hands. Li Qingxiu did not dare to offend such a person. My Qingxiu, what are you still considering? Use your smart little head and think. What kind of status must a sugar daddy have if the boss himself comes to talk about this matter? He is at least in charge of a major capital group. The agent saw through it clearly and continued. Do you know our company's top female artist? Li Qingxiu nodded. She was an award-winning actress in film and television, and the company's pillar. The agent whispered. When our top artist was your age, she found a sugar daddy, and the boss did not even need to personally get involved. A few agents handled it. But now for you, Boss Dong actually came in person to convey this matter. He was very cautious, afraid of offending the other party, telling me to tell you that this is your opportunity. A huge opportunity. Think about it yourself. What kind of status must the sugar daddy behind this be? Hearing this, Li Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to understand. When the top artist was her age, it should have been 10 years ago. At that time, the company was not this big. Even then, the sugar daddy she found did not require the boss to personally get involved. But now, the company is one of the 3 major leaders, yet Boss Dong personally came for her. The difference was obvious upon reflection. How vast must the capital behind it be? You are a lucky girl, Sister Li, her agent said with envy. Li Qingxiu felt a sense of vanity swirling in her heart. Everything is afraid of comparison. Qingxiu, seize this opportunity. Even if your ex-boyfriend becomes a singing sensation in the future, he will still bow his head before you. You must understand that in film, television, and music, film ranks first, television second, and music last. Best actress in film, best actress in television, then the king or queen of pop. That is the difference. Understand? Li Qingxiu finally nodded. That is right. Film, television, and music. Singers are always 2 tiers lower unless they are the national team type, but can that be compared to a star? As long as she wins best actress in film, or even best actress in television in the future, she will be superior. Plus, she can also sing and dance. By then, she would be a triple threat goddess of film, television, and music. Sister Li, thank you. Silly girl, I am your agent. We are a collective in this industry. We prosper and suffer together, so do not mention thanks. If you do well, I will do well. Li Qingxiu nodded deeply. Sister Li continued. Also, if you have a big sugar daddy supporting you, Sister Li is worried that Boss Dong might arrange a new agent for you. When that happens, you must speak up for Sister Li. Li Qingxiu's face flushed a little, as if she were a bit excited. Do not worry, Sister Li. Besides you, I do not want any other agent. Good girl. The agent was overjoyed. She pulled her close and whispered instructions. Let us go. We can leave the venue now. Let us go prepare first. Remember, no matter how old this sugar daddy is today, no matter how ugly he looks, you absolutely must not show any disgust. At worst, just pretend you were bitten by a dog. The agent knew Li Qingxiu was a bit proud, and had to explain it clearly to her, giving her a heads up. Otherwise, if she angered the sugar daddy later, not only would her future path be ruined, but she might even be blacklisted in minutes. It would also implicate her, the agent. So what if you are pretty? There are many pretty people in this industry. Those women who once thought they had some looks, but could not see the bigger picture. If you check now, they are untraceable in the entertainment industry. This industry will never stop turning because someone is missing, no matter who you are. Artists, to put it bluntly, are products, just commodities. In the executive suite, inside a large bathtub, Lei Ting was bathing, her expression complex. She knew even before entering society that the entertainment industry was not as glamorous as it seemed, but like many people with dreams, she always felt she was the special one. Society was dirty, but perhaps she could emerge from the mud unstained. Perhaps she would meet a benefactor. Perhaps she would gain others' respect because of her looks, talent, or singing voice. It turned out things were worse than imagined. Her reputation at her alma mater was already ruined. Speaking of magic sound, who does not know Liemo now? And mentioning Liemo, who does not know Liemo has a green tea and materialistic ex-girlfriend? She did not dare to look at messages in her classmate group now. She had not even turned on her phone or gone online for several days. She did not want to see those comments online. She hated Liemo for being heartless. If Liemo had truly loved her before, he should have forgiven her, because people strive for higher things. Seeing the woman he loved become a star with a good future, should he not be even happier? But he was not happy. Instead, he hated her, which meant he had never loved her, right? Why did Liemo do this? The rumors at her alma mater, Magic Sound, must have been spread by Liemo. Now it also led to her becoming like this, having to seek help from her agent and company, seeking the patronage of a so-called sugar daddy. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to rise, because the company also saw Liemo's ability and wanted to sign him. If Liemo joined the company, perhaps there would be no path for her. He hated her so much that he might make many demands, such as blacklisting her. After a long while, it was only when her agent came to urge her that Lei Ting came back to her senses and left the bathroom. She dried her hair and put on a clean, snowy white bathrobe. Sister Lei scrutinized her, like a lotus emerging from clear water. Our King-Xiu is truly beautiful. Lei Ting lowered her head. Sister Lei smiled. Good girl, do not say older sister is not helping you. Take this. This is. Lei Ting held the small bottle, puzzled. Lubricant. Sister Lei chuckled. This way it will not hurt. What song should I use next time? Continue with Mau Mau's. Or switch to Su Song, how about that? Just J choose. My hometown, it is in this village. Liemo was currently preparing the next plagiarized song. But soon, a system notification sound suddenly came from his mind. You have received 100 points of hatred from Lei Ting. You have received 100 points of hatred from Lei Ting. You have received 100 points of hatred from Lei Ting. Several notifications appeared in a row. These types of emotional values only actively prompt the system when they reach 100 or more. Other small values are filtered by the system. Otherwise, the system would never get any rest. Because Liemo was already famous at this time, he had many fans. As long as listening to his songs brought a little pleasure, it would feedback at least 1 point of happy emotion. The more people who liked him, the more who naturally disliked him, adding 1 point of disgust. These small ones were directly filtered out, and those reaching 100 or more were either extremely fond, extremely disliked, or even extremely hated. Like the emotions coming from Lei Ting at this moment. Hiss. Is this woman crazy? Why does she suddenly hate me so much? Oh, maybe it is because I blocked her number. This woman is very green tea and very materialistic. Luckily we broke up, otherwise, I would have been dragged down by her. Not as well behaved as Xiao Moer, and Xiao Moer's family is also rich, a genuine young lady, but Xiao Moer does not have so many bad traits. This is a good match. Humph. Liemo snorted disdainfully a few times, ignored it, and continued to consider what song to plagiarize. Meanwhile, Lei Ting felt her dignity trampled. She did not see any sugar daddy. After her agent, Sister Lei, dropped her off at the door of a nearby executive suite, Sister Lei left. Then, a tall woman opened the door. The woman wore a uniform with high stockings on her legs, looking exceptionally cold. The woman looked her up and down, then turned, and threw out a command. Come in. She entered the room in her bathrobe, feeling exceptionally bad, especially the woman's gaze, which looked at her with disdain. Lei Ting suppressed her anger and entered the door. The woman sat in the living room, legs crossed, arms folded, leaning back on the sofa, looking at her like she was merchandise. So you are Lei Ting? I heard your reputation at Magic Sound is not very good, that you like to toy with men's feelings? You will do anything to get ahead? These words were a direct jab at her wounds, and utterly impolite. Lei Ting clenched her fists, her teeth almost chattering. It was all Liemo's fault. The woman chuckled. Let me introduce myself, Chen Ying. You can call me Sister Ying. Although I am a year younger than you, my status is higher than yours, and I got in first. Lei Ting suddenly understood, knowing the woman's identity. So she was also like herself, relying on this sugar daddy. No wonder she was so beautiful. She was probably an artist from some company, not yet debuted. Are you mute? Sister Ying. Lei Ting spit out 2 words, and these 2 words made her hate Liemo even more. Although the entertainment industry distinguishes between seniors and juniors, an undebuted person, just like herself, was putting on airs in front of her. If Sister Lei had not repeatedly instructed her, Lei Ting probably would not have swallowed her anger. Kneel. What? I told you to kneel. Chapter 328. I told you to kneel. Chen Ying looked arrogant, like a senior teaching a junior about rules. If you are unhappy, you can leave. Chen Ying pointed to the door. The door is over there. Your legs are your own. No one is stopping you, and no one will force you. The path is yours to choose, and once chosen, you must complete it, even if you have to crawl. Since you chose to enter today, you must know the rules. From now on, call me Sister Ying, and kneel to greet me when you see me." Li Qingxiu trembled with anger. The anger in her heart was mostly directed at Li Mo. If it were not for his heartlessness, if he had just said a few words on her behalf, claiming it was an amicable breakup, she would not be in this situation now. Thud. Finally, without waiting too long, Li Qingxiu knelt before Chen Ying with her head bowed. "Sister Ying." This kneel was perhaps one from which she would never stand up again. That is more like it. Chen Ying chuckled. "Do you know how to make tea?" No. Li Qingxiu shook her head without looking up. "If you do not know, learn. The master is handling things in the inner room. Make the tea and wait for the master to come out." "Master?" Li Qingxiu looked up. "It is a privilege for you to call him master, otherwise, what are you?" Chen Ying curled her lips in disdain. A moment later, Cao Chuan came out. "My master." Chen Ying immediately prostrated herself, the action incredibly practiced. Li Qingxiu hesitated for 2 seconds, then also knelt. However, many thoughts flooded her mind. After hearing what Sister Li said earlier, she had expected an old and ugly sugar daddy. To her surprise, he was such a young, handsome man with such a strong aura. He did not seem much older than her. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The resistance in her heart was no longer as strong. This was the change in mentality brought by a glimmer of hope amidst endless disappointment, especially with Chen Ying present. Bringing Chen Ying along was also a calculated move. Li Qingxiu would think that if a woman no less attractive than herself was so submissive, then her own acceptance did not seem like such a big deal. Anyway, outsiders would not know. "What are you doing? Bullying the newcomer again?" Cao Chuan smiled. Chen Ying stood up and pouted playfully. "How could I be bullying the newcomer? I am just teaching her some of our household rules. What are you still standing there for? Come and make tea." Li Qingxiu stepped forward. Cao Chuan scrutinized her with a smile. Her features were actually quite good, and she was a potential destined heroine. Although he was not clear on Li Mo's storyline, he suspected that a woman like her might reconcile with him in the future. Entertainment novels often like to pull this trick. "Do you want to become a big star?" Cao Chuan asked. "Yes." Li Qingxiu nodded. "A queen of songs? Or a queen of films?" Li Qingxiu fell silent for a moment, a conflicted expression on her face. Cao Chuan said, "Just say whatever you are thinking. Anything that can be achieved with money is not a problem." Chen Ying chimed in. "If he tells you to speak, then speak. Do not be so pretentious. Your information is not a secret. Why bother putting on this act? Who are you putting it on for?" Li Qingxiu glared fiercely at Chen Ying. Chen Ying sneered. "Looks like you still need some discipline." Cao Chuan patted Chen Ying's high-heeled leg. "All right, we will talk about your matters later. Let us hear her wish first. I have a habit of being transparent. What you want, I will give you. If I cannot give it, I will not even touch it." Li Qingxiu took a deep breath. "I want to be a multi-talented queen of film, television, and music." "Hey you?" Chen Ying scoffed. "Is that your only wish?" "Yes." Li Qingxiu looked at Cao Chuan very seriously. Cao Chuan nodded. "It is not difficult. I can get you all 6 major domestic film and television awards. As for being a queen of songs, I can also elevate you, unless you are tone deaf. Ying'er, take her inside first. I will be there in a moment." "Yes." Chen Ying stood up and glanced at Li Qingxiu. "Follow me." Li Qingxiu followed Chen Ying into the inner room. The door had just closed when a slap sound came through, followed by Chen Ying's low reprimand. "You slut, if you dare to glare at me again, be careful. I will make you wish you were dead. My master will not resent me for your death, because I am more obedient than you, understand? From now on, be more sensible. If you dare to act one way in front of me, and another behind my back, just see how I deal with you." The voice was very low, but Cao Chuan heard it clearly. The corners of his mouth twisted, and he smiled happily. Green tea, or gold digger, these were good qualities, especially for Cao Chuan. What he feared were those who had no desires, as problems that could not be solved with money were truly troublesome. Resentment from Li Qingxiu plus 1,000. Resentment from Li Qingxiu plus 1,000. Resentment from Li Qingxiu plus 1,000. Holy crap. Li Mo's heart ached for a moment, a fleeting stab of pain that then vanished. Immediately after, several notification sounds echoed in his mind. All in all, they provided Li Mo with roughly 5,000 points of resentment. For Li Mo, it was a windfall. 5,000 resentment points could buy a decent song, accumulate a little more emotional value, and he could even purchase a minor hit song. Is this woman crazy? Did something happen? Li Mo rubbed his chest. It had hurt a bit just now, but now he was fine. However, he felt that something might have happened to Li Qingxiu. Otherwise, why would there be such a huge emotional fluctuation? But what did that have to do with him? The original Li Mo was a simp, but he was not. He was a transcendent and would not go back to old flames. Cao Chuan's night passed without incident. As he expected, 10% of the protagonist halo had shifted. This meant that Li Mo's storyline would inevitably involve going back to old flames. But at the very beginning, the flame was already gone, dug up by Cao Chuan. And in the latter half of the night, Cao Chuan had asked Li Qingxiu some questions. According to her, Li Mo was a popular figure in school, the campus heartthrob type. A girl named Xia Moir seemed to like him. Cao Chuan had also had someone investigate this, and based on Li Qingxiu's account, Cao Chuan was even more certain that this Xia Moir might be the main love interest. Li Qingxiu was indeed good. A girl who could sing and dance, beautiful and sweet-voiced, who even played some instruments. With proper cultivation, she would definitely be a minor queen. Half a month later, the outside world was still strange. Lei Ting was becoming increasingly famous, with 4 consecutive original songs. Although many people slandered him, saying he hired ghostwriters and faked originality, there was no solid evidence. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain forest, with a loud bang, Xiaoyang also grew stronger, splitting a tree 3 men could barely encircle, with a single palm strike. Xiaoyang did not know his current level, but he estimated his body was already very strong. In the shortest time, he had captured countless wild beasts and raptors. All his 6 senses had become exceptionally acute. Moreover, through half a month of research, he felt that he could become the king of the world in the future. As long as he captured all the animals in the world, then this world would be his to command. It was time to go down the mountain and set up in the city. He would stick to Zonghai for now, and find a chance to go to the Xiao family in the capital for revenge later. Strange. Too strange. Why does she have the song Loving You? The Sweetheart Guru's hit song, still loved by people more than a decade later. The song Jinhai Entertainment recently had Lei Ting's release was actually this one. Only a transcender should know this song. Customer service, are you there? Hello. What is going on? Is Lei Tingxiu also a transcender? How does she have this song, and as an original? Do you have a record of this? Please wait, the little customer service will check for you immediately. After a few seconds, the customer service replied, checked. Lei Tingxiu is not a transcender. However, because you previously released many new songs, many transcenders who had not joined the Transcendence Alliance found a way to get rich. One of them wrote this song, and sold it to Jinhai Entertainment. Damn it. Li Mo's face darkened. He almost forgot that there were over a dozen transcenders in this world, but only 3 were part of the Transcendence Alliance. The others without a golden finger were still struggling. As a result, when he acted as a plagiarist and released songs, it made those transcenders suddenly realize something. Those people might not have a system, and they might not remember many songs, but Loving You was too popular. Damn it. Lei Ting cursed under his breath. The customer service added, there is a message. Xiaoyang's customer service sent a meeting request. Xiaoyang wants to meet you. Do you agree, Xiaoyang? He also has a golden finger, right? Lei Ting was startled. That is right. Lei Ting said cautiously, what does he want to meet me for? He is not trying to kill me, is he? Unclear, but there should not be any malice. The customer service replied, even without malice, I need to be careful. I will think about it. Do not reply in a hurry. Okay. Chapter 329. The person who wrote the song for Lei Tingxiu was naturally arranged by Cao Chuan. After all, Cao Chuan was a transmigrator himself. He was also an old pervert, or perhaps a gentleman, so he was quite familiar with the songs of the Sweetheart Guru. However, he definitely could not write the song himself. That would be too demeaning. So, he arranged for a simulacrum to pretend to be a transmigrator to add more detail to the scenario. Cao Chuan had always been a stickler for details, and he was quite good at manipulating people's hearts and human nature. Just like Lei Ting at this moment, hearing that Xiaoyang wanted to meet him, he instantly became wary. This was exactly what Cao Chuan wanted to see. You see, when the system first upgraded, the world fused, and the number of children of destiny increased. Cao Chuan, as the villain, was most worried about these children of destiny joining forces. These bastards possessed heaven-defying luck. As long as their halos existed for a moment, they were like phoenixes, unkillable and unbreakable. Therefore, forming an alliance was not just for showing off, but to make them wary of each other. Details were also key in this plan. Firstly, Cao Chuan estimated that there would be heavenly law repulsion between them. This was reasoned by common sense, because they all possessed great luck, and after meeting, there would more or less be some collisions and conflicts. Secondly, even without heavenly law repulsion, they would not become very good friends. They were all transmigrators, and at the same time, they were all show-offs, or secretly lecherous men. People who like to show off cannot stand others showing off in front of them. Thirdly, the Alliance's customer service continuously brainwashed them, subtly making them realize that this world was not safe. The matter of being a transmigrator should inherently be their biggest secret, but this secret had now been exposed. Human nature dictates that there would be some insecurity, making them extra wary of their own kind. All of the above can be considered an understanding of human hearts and human nature. Even if it ultimately could not make them fight each other, it could at least prevent them from joining forces. It was always beneficial to Cao Chuan, and had no drawbacks. Should he meet him? Should he not? Meet. Do not meet. Meet. Lei Ting was plucking leaves from a branch, one by one. The last leaf was meet. Damn, this is a bit dangerous, Lei Ting thought. We are of the same root. Why are we so eager to harm each other? Even brothers in the Cao family can kill each other, let alone mere fellow townsmen. Customer service, you are an artificial intelligence. Can you help me calculate if it is really safe to meet? Customer service replied, most likely not. The probability of danger is less than 10%. Less than 10%, is that so high? Lei Ting hissed. Customer service continued. Because human thoughts are very complex, many variables can occur. Perhaps one moment you are toasting each other, and the next you will smash your cups as a signal, bringing axes and blades upon yourselves. So the little customer service does not understand your thoughts, but based on surface logic, nothing should happen, especially since you are already famous. Killing a celebrity would bring him no benefit. Oh right. Lei Ting nodded. Then, please reply for me. Ask him what he wants to do, when to meet, and where to meet. One day later, Xiao Yang returned to Zonghai. Actually, Xiao Yang was also very cautious, otherwise he would have contacted Cao Chuan directly. He was also afraid of being ambushed by other transmigrators. Everyone was from Earth, everyone was an old schemer, and everyone was a lecherous pervert. Who did not understand whom? It was said that everyone was in the same boat, but if the benefits were sufficient, who could not be killed? Therefore, it was also because Li Emo was weak that Xiao Yang dared to contact him directly. What threat could a literary plagiarist possibly pose? First, he would meet Li Emo to see what the so-called heavenly law repulsion felt like, then he would consider other matters. Ultimately, Cao Chuan was the first transmigrator to carry a golden finger. Customer service said he had been here for 2 years, and was also the current alliance leader. His strength must be very strong. If he had Cao Chuan's help, getting revenge on the Xiao family should be easy. But he had to see for himself first. Hello, Li Mo. I am at the snack street near the school. Where are you? I will be right out, wait a moment. Okay. He hung up the phone. Li Mo muttered to himself, damn it, there is really a sense of repulsion. I feel annoyed just hearing his voice. Perhaps it was luck repulsion. Perhaps it was because he had recently become famous, and everyone called him Teacher Li, so suddenly having someone speak to him disrespectfully made him feel annoyed. Perhaps it was just a psychological suggestion, so even a tiny bit of annoyance would be categorized as luck repulsion. This was the result Cao Chuan wanted. 20 minutes later, the two finally met. But Li Emo was a celebrity, so he secretly wore a mask and hat, meeting Xiao Yang in a private room of a restaurant. And indeed, there was luck repulsion. The feeling of kings not meeting kings appeared, where show-offs met show-offs, creating that inherent mutual repulsion of their kind. Fellow countrymen, hello. Hello, hello. Although there was some repulsion, their tone was quite harmonious. Xiao Yang pointed to the side. Sit down, let us chat while we eat. Actually, I am very happy to meet a fellow countryman. After all, this world is like outer space to us, or rather, a strange world. Li Mo nodded. That is true. Theoretically, we are genuine fellow countrymen. Xiao Yang asked. Do you have any abilities? Li Mo narrowed his eyes. Xiao Yang smiled. Do not worry, I will not harm you. Although I feel some luck repulsion, it is not that strong. And you should just be an entertainment-type transmigrator, a literary plagiarist, copying lyrics, dating girls in the entertainment industry, and showing off. So there is no conflict between us. Li Mo felt a little annoyed. What did he mean by literary plagiarist? I can call myself a literary plagiarist, but others cannot. Who are you looking down on? Li Mo retorted. Judging by your tone, you are very powerful. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Barely an ability user. Do you know what an ability user is? I know, my customer service told me. Li Mo nodded, his eyes lighting up. What is your ability? Can you teach me? Sorry, I cannot help you. This requires self-development. However, I heard there is an official ability user activation fluid, similar to the super soldier serum used by Superman in our Earth movies, but I do not know the specifics, Xiao Yang said. Li Mo, of course, knew this too. Customer service had mentioned it when they chatted. The two chatted idly, eating and drinking. There was no hostility, yet they remained cautious, especially Li Mo, who was weak and naturally afraid. In contrast, Xiao Yang was very calm, looking aloof. He had not arrived much earlier than Li Mo, yet he acted like a senior. This annoyed Li Mo. Li Mo put down his wine glass. Then why did you come to see me this time? You are not just here to meet a fellow countryman, are you? Xiao Yang did not say he was there to experience luck repulsion before meeting Cao Chuan. Instead he said, I know you are in the entertainment industry, so I came to ask you if there are any high-quality beauties you can introduce. Boss, I am still single. You want me to introduce high-quality ones to you? If I had any, would I not keep them for myself? At this, Siamoa came to Li Mo's mind. She was high quality, and Li Qingshu, her quality was actually high too, but unfortunately, the original owner, that simp, never touched her. A complete waste. To be honest, Li Mo might not have been without thoughts of manipulating Li Qingshu. So last time on the phone, he put on an act. He knew very well that as he became more popular, Li Qingshu's reputation would worsen, and she would eventually come back begging him. The result, a song called Love You, made Li Mo want to curse. Keep them for yourself. You cannot keep them. Xiao Yang chuckled. This world is more complex than you imagine. Beauties are good, but they are also a source of trouble. Damn it. Are you showing off to me? Li Mo shot Xiao Yang an annoyed look. No choice, they were all children of destiny, and sometimes they would unconsciously reveal some swagger. It was not that they deliberately showed off, but the atmosphere was right, and they could not help but want to boast. Xiao Yang said indifferently, do not look at me like that. I understand this world better than you, and your little golden finger is all for daily life. It should not have any combat power, right? So, pretty women are good, but they can easily harm you. Brother, I am helping you avert disaster. Besides, do you think only you can sing? I can too. It is just that I have more important things to do. So brother, do not think about building a harem, and do not think about having everything. That is not good. Good things should be shared by everyone. If I have good things, I can give them to you too. Li Mo glanced at him. Are you single now too? Although I am single, I have a childhood sweetheart, Xiao Yang said proudly. He remembered her and knew very well that Xiao Ye was not of the true Xiao family bloodline, so it did not violate the law. Then can you give me your childhood sweetheart? Li Mo asked casually. This was also a counterattack. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly darkened, and the killing intent on him instantly erupted. Xiao Yang had killed many animals during this period, and this killing intent was still strong. Li Mo's expression changed. His hair stood on end. Li Mo shouted, "You said good things could be shared with me." Xiao Yang withdrew his killing intent after a moment, and snorted coldly. "The good things I mentioned do not include my childhood sweetheart, and I did not say I would give her to you, but rather that it is up to each person's ability." Children of destiny all had their own pride, and the reason they discussed this topic was also because they were fellow countrymen who understood each other, so there was no need to hide certain things. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yang just wanted to experience female celebrities in the entertainment industry. This was something he had never enjoyed in his previous life, and in his previous life, Xiao Yang was simply a loser. Li Mo was relatively better. He had also had some artistic girlfriends in his previous life. After this small conflict, the relationship between the two, who were already wary of each other, developed some irreparable cracks. The meal afterward was tasteless. Until it ended, Xiao Yang said, "If you encounter any danger, you can contact me. As a fellow countryman, I will help you solve some troubles. Thank you." Xiao Yang left. Li Mo secretly spat, "You are my biggest trouble. If it were not for you fellow countrymen, I do not know how glorious I would be right now, damn it." Chapter 330. Ha. Cao Chuan had been observing the two since they met. He had also received some of the answers he wanted. Just as he had guessed, luck repulsion likely existed, and regardless of whether the child of destiny was outwardly reserved or openly shameless, they always shared one common trait. That was their untamed spirit, their inherent rebelliousness, and their unwillingness to be subservient. If they had transmigrated and still lived an ordinary life like in their previous one, wouldn't the transmigration have been for nothing? Moreover, with a golden finger, it would be too embarrassing to live on their knees. Not only did the child of destiny have this trait, but villains did too, and so did Cao Chuan. It was probably the same psychological drive. Therefore, Cao Chuan understood this well, and naturally used it to scheme. Looking at their interaction, even without luck repulsion, they probably wouldn't become very good friends. They would both be wary of each other. Furthermore, in this world, there were always a few people who knew one's biggest secret, which could gradually lead to feelings of annoyance, unease, and even murderous intent. Li Qingxiu leaned into his embrace. Her body and mind had already submitted to Cao Chuan. There was no other way. Cao Chuan had given her too much. Aside from material things like cars and houses, which were minor, the main thing was this song. Cao Chuan had someone find a mysterious musician, which directly propelled Li Qingxiu to fame. He also used some methods to start controlling public opinion in reverse. Currently, the public opinion regarding Li Qingxiu showed signs of a turnaround. At least she was no longer being cursed and mocked as before, and she had gained many fans. Plus, Cao Chuan was indeed powerful, and she had tasted the sweetness. So from every angle, she had submitted. "I have to go on a schedule tomorrow, and I do not want to leave you. Being busy is good." Cao Chuan smiled, gently stroking her head. "Once you become a heavenly queen, I will give you back your freedom." "No, I just want to be with my master." Hee hee. Cao Chuan smiled without speaking. Whether she was sincere or not did not matter to Cao Chuan. He was merely using her for an experiment, and was not very concerned. Moreover, Li Mo's plot did not seem very powerful. It was just for practice. The key was still Xiao Yang. This guy was not strong currently, but his growth potential was very high, and he had ideas and ambitions. Furthermore, Xiao Yang had already returned to the city, and the plot was about to unfold. Miao Kexin's special plot was probably about to begin soon. Miao Kexin was ostensibly a student, but in reality, she was an outsourced agent of the 18 Bureau. According to the plot description, she would soon encounter danger, and be heroically rescued by Xiao Yang. Miao Kexin's character was the type that was both obedient and a bit foolish. Both plots had not really changed much. Such a heroine was easy to control, and once truly subdued, her loyalty would be extremely high. Don't look at how she initially followed Chu Feng like a lovesick puppy. After Chu Feng got into trouble, she immediately kept her distance. This kind of character might not seem likable, but truthfully, it was just luck-induced stupidity. She could not control her subconscious thoughts of reduced intelligence, so she could not be blamed. As long as Cao Chuan could collect her into his album, she would have no possibility of changing again. Which man would not love a girl who was both obedient and a bit foolish? A week passed in a flash. 18 Bureau Zonghai Branch. Director Lei. Miao Kexin, dressed in a tight-fitting suit, knocked and entered Lei Ting's office. Lei Ting remained decisive and efficient, and as her strength grew, her aura became incredibly powerful. "Sit, wait for me for a moment." "Yes." Miao Kexin obediently sat to the side, not daring to make a sound, afraid of disturbing Lei Ting's work. Lei Ting was indeed very busy. The branch's jurisdiction was not limited to Zonghai, and with so many subordinate counties and towns, many ill-intentioned shapeshifters and ability users currently dared not come to large cities, but instead caused trouble in smaller places. Intelligence reports poured in daily, leaving her no moment of rest. After a long while, she finally finished handling the urgent tasks at hand, had her assistant come in to take the intelligence reports, and assigned the tasks. After half an hour of bustling about, Lei Ting finally let out a sigh of relief. "Kexin, Director Lei." Lei Ting's tone was gentle. "I told you, call me sister when there are no outsiders." Miao Kexin said sweetly. "Sister Ting." There was no other way. With Cao Chuan's connection, Lei Ting could not possibly not take care of Miao Kexin. Allowing her to attend school, while also being an outsourced agent, was Lei Ting's way of looking after her. The identity of an outsourced agent was covered and relatively safe. She only needed to pay more attention in her daily life to whether there were any shapeshifters or ability users causing trouble in University Town. Once there was danger, she was to immediately report to the 18 Bureau. This care was very obvious. Lei Ting smiled. Your contributions lately have not been small. You have caught 2 shapeshifters. It is all thanks to Sister Ting's excellent leadership. Ha, when did you learn such rhetoric, you girl? Lei Ting chuckled. Looking closely, Lei Ting's emotional expressions had unconsciously adopted some of Cao Chuan's nuances. Miao Kexin giggled. It is all because my leader sister taught me well. All right, stop acting cute. I asked you to come over today because there is actually a mission. Miao Kexin immediately stood up. Sit down. No need for so many formalities. I will speak, you listen, and if you need anything, just say so. Lei Ting then pushed the mission file in front of Miao Kexin. Miao Kexin took it and looked down, her face quickly turning grim. After Miao Kexin put down the file, Lei Ting asked, is there anything you want to say? Miao Kexin said, such black sheep must be thoroughly eradicated, and it must be done with great fanfare to serve as a warning to those ambitious individuals. Lei Ting smiled. I am entrusting this mission to you. Do you have confidence? Yes. Good, I will arrange an action team to help you. It is best if you can get evidence, but if not, ensure your own safety. If necessary, you can directly act without evidence. Understood, Sister Ting. You can rest assured. Miao Kexin stood up. Actually, the mission was not difficult. The difficulty lay in obtaining evidence. Because it involved certain officials. A certain representative, Gong Yi, was rich and powerful, a celebrity in Zonghai, and widely connected. It was difficult to act directly without evidence. However, the world had changed. If necessary, the 18 Bureau also had the right to directly apprehend people and then interrogate them. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was still best to prioritize obtaining evidence first. The 18 Bureau had received a real name report accusing Gong Yi of corruption and harming women. The real name accusers were the parents of a certain girl. However, after the report, the parents' family home suddenly caught fire, and the entire family, including the girl, died in the blaze. The fire appeared to be caused by an old circuit short, but because of the real name report, things seemed to have taken a different turn. Lei Ting was also someone who would not tolerate any injustice, so she wanted to use Miao Kexin's ability to quickly find a breakthrough point, obtain evidence, and deal with Gong Yi. Miao Kexin's ability was mental, capable of creating illusions and performing hypnosis. But there was a prerequisite. The hypnotized person's mental energy could not be stronger than hers, otherwise her mental hypnosis and mental attacks would be ineffective. It was best to perform hypnosis and attacks when the person was relaxed to achieve the best effect. And this Gong Yi held a high position, possessed vast wealth, and had ability users protecting him, making him difficult for ordinary people to approach. If the 18 Bureau were to arrest him without cause, perhaps before any issues could be interrogated, their phones would be ringing off the hook. Because if the 18 Bureau could arrest Gong Yi today without any proof, they could arrest even higher-ranking individuals tomorrow, without any evidence. The circle also had its rules. Lei Ting could only send Miao Kexin to handle it. That night, Greyfield Bar. Gong Yi arrived here with 2 bodyguards. His status meant he did not need to come here looking for a one-night stand. He could go to safer commercial KTVs, where all kinds of people were available, as long as he was willing to spend money. But Gong Yi had a habit, or rather, wealthy people all had a habit. After seeing too many whores, they wanted to find some good women. It felt different. The world of neon lights and wine, the wild men and women on the dance floor, made Gong Yi unusually excited. He liked this feeling. He felt he was not old yet, only in his 40s. Moreover, the world had changed now, which ignited his ambition, and many things he dared not do before now carried no psychological burden. After all, even animals had become spirits. What else was there to care about? He heard that in a while, at an underground auction in Zonghai, there would be shapeshifter girls for auction, and he was even planning to buy a few to keep as pets. Get lost. At this moment, a soft yet sweet voice, filled with disdain, came from a nearby booth. It attracted Gong Yi's attention. The music in the bar was very loud, so he could not hear clearly what was being said, only getting the gist. 2 hooligans were trying to pick up a girl who looked young but was exceptionally beautiful. Eventually, the hooligans were cursed away by the girl. Gong Yi vaguely heard the girl say, if you do not get lost, be careful, my Miao family will make you rot in prison for life. Miao family. Gong Yi knew the Miao family. Was this the young mistress of the Miao family? Excitement flashed in Gong Yi's eyes. Girls from ordinary families seemed to be just that. He had not tried a young mistress from a prominent family before, especially this one, who looked about 20 and was beautiful. Gong Yi acted on his thought, stood up, instructed his ability users, and then walked to the adjacent booth. Miao Kexin glanced at him, disdainfully saying, Uncle, you are so old and still learning to dance in a club. Are you not afraid of a heart attack? Gong Yi laughed heartily. Miss, you misunderstand. I heard you mention the Miao family. I know your father. Oh, Miao Kexin's expression softened slightly. Gong Yi could tell at a glance that this girl had little social experience. She was too trusting. Sitting down casually, Gong Yi said, I just saw you send away those two hooligans. Although you did well, your tone makes them prone to desperate measures. Outside, you must learn to be patient. Miao Kexin glanced at him. Uncle, I hate it when people lecture me. Oh, she is a little firecracker. Uncle likes it. Gong Yi outwardly shook his head. All right, when you are out having fun, you should be happy. I am right next door. If you have any problems later, you can always find me. I guarantee your safety tonight. Come, just for calling me uncle, I will have a drink with you. Miao Kexin reluctantly picked up her glass and clinked it with his. Chapter 331. The plan was simple, yet very effective. It involved leveraging the old pervert's desire for control. Miao Kexin would use her beauty to make Gong Yi relax, find an opportunity to be alone with him, use hypnosis, and make him confess his crimes. Of course, a hypnotic confession might not be recognized by the law, but as long as he revealed the whereabouts of evidence, such as account books, hidden cash, burial sites, or names of people he ordered to be killed, they could follow the clues. The most important thing was that with this evidence, they could silence some people, and it would be more convenient for the 18 Bureau to operate. Miao Kexin's acting was decent. She drove away 3 waves of hooligans who tried to chat her up, then called her boyfriend and scolded him, creating the impression of a couple having a spat. Then she started pouring herself drinks. Gong Yi had been paying attention to the movements in the adjacent booth, a wicked smile on his lips, swirling the wine glass in his hand. This era was truly wonderful. Although it was not a chaotic world, the landscape had changed significantly. In the past, he always had to be cautious, but now it was different. As long as he had strength, those who were clueless could be eliminated with money. He could even hire experts with special abilities as his personal bodyguards. The reason Gong Yi became increasingly arrogant was that a cousin in his family had activated a special ability. At this time, his cousin had entered a special department in the capital. Gong Yi, acting like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, gained many conveniences through his cousin's special authority. Gong Yi liked this current world. It was wonderful. Before, he only played with peripherals or kept a few young girls, but in the end, they were all from ordinary families. As for a family like the Miao family, Gong Yi could not curry favor with them, let alone have thoughts about a young lady from such a house. That would be seeking death. The world is so chaotic, he thought. A girl or two disappearing does not seem to matter much. Who cares if she is from the Miao family or not? He would just lock her up, and when he got tired of her, he would find a place to bury her. Who would know that Gong Yi did it? The more he thought about it, the better it seemed. With Miao Kexin there, he now completely disdained the common women on the dance floor, his mind entirely focused on the adjacent booth. Not long after, Gong Yi looked at the time, and felt it was about right. Miao Kexin had drunk a lot and looked hazy with intoxication. He knew it was his turn to make a move. Young Miss Miao, Gong Yi stepped forward. Miao Kexin squinted, raised her head, and stared at him for a long time under the chaotic lights before reacting. Uncle, why are you here again? Her tone carried impatience, and she did look a bit drunk. Gong Yi's lower abdomen felt warm. He was very excited, but on the surface, he pretended to be proper. I am leaving. It is not safe for you to be here alone. How about I take you home? Am I familiar with you? Miao Kexin snorted. Once a stranger, twice an acquaintance, Gong Yi chuckled. His smile revealed a hint of his true nature. He felt he was about to lose control. This girl was beautiful, and her identity made it even better. Thinking about it made him unable to hold back. Either drink or leave. Do not bother me, Miao Kexin snapped back, appearing to be in a terrible mood. Never mind. It is not safe for you alone. I will join you for a few drinks, but I really have to leave soon. You must be careful out there. There are many bad people nowadays. Gong Yi's tone was strange, and his gaze was even stranger. Do you older people all like to nag? All right, I will not nag anymore. Gong Yi chuckled secretly, thinking he would soon let her know what despair was. Miao Kexin also noticed some issues at this point, raising her eyes to look around. Uncle, what do? You bring 2 bodyguards when you go out to have fun. Do you have many enemies? Gong Yi paused, then laughed heartily. I do not have any enemies. It is just that society is not peaceful nowadays, so it is always right to be careful. Coward. Getting more timid with age, Miao Kexin scoffed. Gong Yi's mouth twitched. This girl was really annoying, not a single proper word from her. But considering she was having a breakup argument, he would not bother to argue. Gong Yi waved his hand magnanimously. You two go have some fun for a while. No need to follow me around. The 2 bodyguards nodded and retreated. Gong Yi picked up a wine glass and handed it to Miao Kexin. Now no one will disturb us, and I will not nag anymore. Come, drink. As he raised his glass, a small pill that dissolved instantly in liquid entered the wine glass. The surrounding lights were dim, and no one noticed. To be fair, Miao Kexin's social experience was still too lacking. She was so focused on setting up Gong Yi that she had not considered he might set her up. Coupled with the fact that there were also undercover agents from the action team watching, she was not too worried about her safety. The reason Gong Yi wanted to drug her was as a precaution, to make sure the duck in hand did not fly away. Drugging her was the safest option. He would help her out directly later, and they could leave through the back door. This bar did not have cameras. Afterward, she would just be a missing person. In this world, at least 3 digits of people go missing every day, so 1 or 2 disappearing did not matter much. Meanwhile, at Grey Field Bar, Xiaoying also arrived. He originally wanted to relax a bit. He had been living like a wild man in the mountains recently, and now that he was finally down, he came to have some fun. However, as soon as Xiao Yang entered, he keenly noticed that there were people watching from the high tables around and the bar counter. They were not watching him. Xiao Yang's awareness was very acute. He noticed 3 people who seemed to be swaying to the music at the bar, but their eyes would occasionally glance toward the booths. Xiao Yang sat down calmly, ordered 2 bottles of wine, and while observing his surroundings, pondered what these people were up to. In the booth, there was a beautiful girl and a middle-aged thin bald man. Xiao Yang saw Miao Kexin's eyes flash, and then he looked at the middle-aged bald man, whose expression instantly became dull and vacant. His eyes were devoid of any life. Hypnosis. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. Truly interesting. He had just arrived and already encountered something so interesting. After 2 drinks, taking advantage of Gong Yi's moment of relaxation, Miao Kexin avoided the bodyguard's distant gazes and directly used a mental attack. For an ordinary person like Gong Yi, it was a one-hit knockout. Gong Yi, dazed, answered every question. Miao Kexin held a recording pen, asking several key questions, and the evidence was secured. At least, how many people he killed, when he killed them, and who he sent, were all confessed clearly. Arrest him. Miao Kexin gave a look to the surrounding action team. According to the plan, after obtaining the evidence, Gong Yi would be immediately arrested, interrogated overnight, and evidence collected to solidify the case. The action team members received the order. The 3 people inside the bar stood up and used their earpieces to notify the team members ambushing outside. Gong Yi came to his senses. He did not forget what he said while hypnotized. His heart pounded, his face changed, and he shot to his feet, looking at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Miao Kexin, at this moment, showed no hint of intoxication and smiled. Gong Yi, thank you for your cooperation. We will verify the issues you confessed one by one. You little bitch, I will kill you. Gong Yi knew that if these matters were investigated, even his cousin would not be able to protect him. He roared, kill her. Now, only by killing Miao Kexin and snatching the recording pen from her hand could he have a glimmer of hope. As long as there was no evidence, even if everyone knew he committed crimes, what could they do to him? The evidence had to be retrieved. The distant bodyguards also noticed the situation and rushed over without a word, truly loyal. In a blink, the action team and the bodyguards clashed. Screams and crashing sounds echoed through the bar. In the chaotic bar, only one pretentious person sat by the bar counter, holding a bottle of wine and slowly drinking. The battle between the people with abilities was chaotic. It looked like 2 wild beasts tearing through the bar. In particular, one of the bodyguards had an enhancement ability that made his skin as strong as steel. After the bodyguard enhanced his body, he instantly suppressed 4 or 5 members of the action team. Although the action team had weapons, firearms did not cause much damage to the bodyguard. Moreover, there were too many ordinary people around, so they dared not shoot recklessly. Instead, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Yang shook his head. He could tell this was a soldier catching a thief. However, Xiao Yang clicked his tongue and shook his head, disdainfully saying, they are too amateurish. They dare to act in such a noisy bar. If they injure hostages or cause large-scale casualties, even if they catch the thief, they will be reprimanded when they go back. They are too amateurish. Xiao Yang judged the situation before him with the logic of watching television dramas, always feeling that these methods were very crude. If it were him catching people, he would definitely lead these thieves out of the bar. Once in an open area, relying on the advantage of weapons, no matter what kind of enhanced person you were, he would wear you down to death. Stop her. Do not let that little bitch run away. Miao Kexin's combat power was not strong, so she did not participate. She just held the recording pen, and seeing the situation was off, these 2 bodyguards were stronger than expected, she did not dare to delay. She wanted to quickly leave the bar, prioritize preserving the evidence, and then quickly call for backup. Moreover, Miao Kexin also felt that something was wrong with her body. Let me be the hero saving the beauty. These people are truly amateurish, Xiao Yang snorted. He slowly put down his wine bottle, stood up, and even adjusted his collar, adopting an air of someone about to show off. Girl, you are lucky to have met me tonight. Xiao Yang snorted, said something to Miao Kexin who was running over, and then rushed into the fight. Miao Kexin looked at Xiao Yang with some surprise, then her head spun, and she did not dare to delay further. She left quickly, prioritizing getting the evidence out. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, consisting of the former customers and passers-by stopping to watch the commotion. As she exited, a gust of night wind blew, and Miao Kexin only felt her head spin more. Kexin. Miao Kexin looked up, then instantly relaxed, exclaiming happily, Uncle, why are you here? What happened inside? Uncle, give this to Sister Lei Ting. Miao Kexin did not have time to explain much and directly handed the recording pen to Old Cow. Old Cow, however, did not pay attention to that but instead frowned. You are not well. Are you injured? No, not really. You girl, you are not even graduated yet and you are out doing missions. Come on, I will take you back first. Miao Kexin's head was a bit dizzy at this point, and she did not think much, letting Old Cow pull her along. Anyway, the recording pen was safe, and her mission was considered complete. Chapter 332. The process of showing off was swift. Xiao Yang's move naturally held no suspense, demonstrating how fast a child of destiny grows and how truly powerful he had become. The two ability users and Gong Yi were arrested immediately. The action team members clasped their hands in gratitude to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, feeling smug, waved his hand casually, then looked around the area. He exited the bar and thought to himself, where is that girl? It was truly something. In this day and age, a lifesaver was not even personally thanked. She had run off quite fast. Xiao Yang pouted, not thinking much of it. He felt a bit depressed, as if he had missed something, but honestly, that girl was indeed quite good. Early the next morning, Miao Kexin slowly woke up. Pain. A sudden, intense pain upon waking left her completely stunned. Then, all her memories and thoughts returned to her main consciousness. She remembered the conflict in the bar last night, and how she was saved by her uncle. Looking down, Miao Kexin's face turned completely pale. Miao Kexin was not drunk. She remembered everything that happened afterward. At the time in the car, old Cao had the bodyguard deliver the recording pen to Lei Ting, not wanting to delay important matters. After the recording pen was taken away by the bodyguard, Miao Kexin finally relaxed completely, and then her body became uncontrollable. Miao Kexin's last bit of conscious awareness at the time made her suspect that Gong Yi had used drugs. She did not know what it was specifically, but it was definitely not right. Old Cao also discovered the problem and immediately wanted to take her to the hospital. Whether for stomach pumping or treatment, she had to go. But Miao Kexin, with only that tiny bit of consciousness left, was still shy. She did not want such a matter to become public knowledge and stopped Old Cao from taking her to the hospital. The rest of the story was simple. Old Cao found her condition getting worse and worse, showing great anxiety. Old Cao even called a doctor he knew, who was a poison specialist. The conclusion he got from the phone call was that physical cooling, or rinsing with cold water, might be effective. This was not Old Cow's decision, but the doctor's. Afterward, they went to a nearby grand hotel and requested a presidential suite. They began the cold water rinse. It must be said, the doctor did have some skill. Miao Kexin did indeed sober up a lot, but only for a short while. Gong Yi was a bit perverted. He did not like unresponsive victims. So, he specifically had someone concoct this drug, which was meant to make people recall those unbearable details afterward, thereby psychologically manipulating the other party. After all, recalling such unbearable past events would make anyone's heart ache. Miao Kexin had already recalled everything clearly. Old Cao had been busy bustling about, trying to treat her, and even wanted to send her to the hospital at the end. But she, like a foolish child, had clung to Old Cao like an octopus. Miao Kexin was completely numb. How could this have happened? It was all Gong Yi's fault, and her own fault for not having experienced such a thing before. She did not know how to face Old Cao now. Actually, one good thing was that she already had a good impression of Old Cao. Although she did not think it was love, it was not hard for her to accept it internally. What was more, she did not have a boyfriend or anything. Although Old Cao was a generation older, he still looked young. She sat there in a daze for a long time. Miao Kexin opened her phone. There was a pile of message notifications, all calls that had come in after she turned off her phone, many from Sister Lei Ting. Miao Kexin called back. Kexin, you are awake. Sister Ting Miao Kexin had a belly full of words, but did not know where to begin. Lei Ting said, after an overnight interrogation, Gong Yi confessed. You are the primary contributor to this case. Normally, Miao Kexin might have been happy or excited, but now she did not have many thoughts. She was still in a dazed state. Lei Ting's voice continued. My master called earlier, saying you had a slight leg injury. Is it serious? Miao Kexin's face flushed. No, nothing, no, not serious. That is good. You rest for 2 days and recover from your injury. I will come see you after I submit Gong Yi's case. I will also report your contribution. Thank you, Sister Ting. The call soon ended. As it did, the master bedroom door opened. Miao Kexin instantly retreated into the covers, burying her head, not daring to see anyone. Kexin, I have something to attend to and need to leave soon. I have prepared lunch for you. Remember to get up and eat something. Your health is the most important, no matter what. Also, I just went out to get some special ointment. It is for pain relief. You, never mind. Let me help you apply some. No, don't. Miao Kexin could not play ostrich anymore. She lifted her head and saw Old Cow's handsome face. Miao Kexin's heart pounded like a deer. Old Cow sat by her side and reached out to tidy the stray hairs on her forehead. Miao Kexin instinctively flinched, but ultimately let Old Cow smooth her hair. Old Cow said, I will come back to accompany you tonight after I handle some matters. No, no need, you go about your business. Miao Kexin's voice was as soft as a whisper, her eyes darting everywhere, only daring not to meet Old Cow's gaze. Cao Chuan smiled. You are the most important thing compared to anything else. A kiss before he left. Miao Kexin did not refuse, nor did she dare to meet his gaze, just letting him do as he pleased. It seemed sweet. An hour later, back in Feng City, at the main gate, Xiao Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the black and gold gate, which appeared very solemn. Is this Feng City? Xiao Yang muttered to himself. The customer service said this is the headquarters city of future technology, and Feng Manlu was established by Cao Chuan. Tisk, impressive. We are both transmigrators, but look at how well he is doing, rich, powerful, and probably has the ability to reach the heavens. His tone revealed a lot of sourness. They were both transmigrators. Either this guy arrived earlier than him, or he received a legacy from a previous transmigrator. Xiao Yang was disdainful of the alliance's goal, and felt that Cao Chuan had merely arrived a bit earlier and gained access to the alliance's resources. He entered and scanned his ID. It was high-tech. There were even maglev cars. Xiao Yang did not take a car, wanting to walk around Feng City and experience the differences in this town. But he had not walked far when a man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks approached, grinning. "Brother, first time here? How do you know?" Xiao Yang asked, puzzled. The man chuckled. "Brother, to be honest, I have seen countless people with these eyes." The man pulled out a booklet from his embrace. "Brother, this is a life manual, generally not available for purchase. Seeing as it is your first time, I will give you a good deal. It only costs 10,000 cash. Of course, if you have points, it is cheaper, only 100 points. Xiao Yang frowned. "What are points?" The man suddenly reacted and quickly shook his head. "It is all explained in this manual. You can read it yourself. I cannot say much more. Life isn't easy, gotta earn money to eat." Xiao Yang sneered. He was not a fool. "I do not have points, and not much cash. At most, I can give you 100 cash." "What?" The man was speechless. "What can 100 do?" No, at least 8,000. 100, Xiao Yang said flatly. 6,000. 100. Damn it, do you bargain like that? Anyway, I only have 100 yuan. Take it or leave it. All right, 100 it is. Let us go outside to trade." Xiao Yang followed him outside the gate. The man took out the manual, while Xiao Yang took out a 100 yuan bill. Xiao Yang was quite rich, having discovered a corrupt official's hidden cash. The man suddenly pointed. "Damn, a beauty." Xiao Yang instinctively turned his head. The man grabbed Xiao Yang's wallet, turned, and ran into Feng City. Nima. Xiao Yang's face changed dramatically. His money was secondary. The main thing was that he had been robbed, which was incredibly embarrassing. That guy's speed was surprisingly fast. He scanned his ID upon entering. The man sneered. "Fighting is prohibited within Feng City. If you hit someone, you will be kicked out by the enforcement team." Xiao Yang's eyes were splitting with rage. At this moment, a fat woman next to them spoke. "Young man, learn from your mistakes. You cannot beat that monkey from Mount Imei." The man sneered. "Fat hag, what is it to you?" The fat woman narrowed her eyes. "Dead monkey, do you believe I can sit on you and squash you to death?" Chapter 333. Ultimately, Xiao Yang spent 23,000 to buy a life handbook. The monkey stepped forward and grinned. "Young man, things in the world of the Jianghu are not that simple. You do not need to glare at me. If I trick you, at most you will lose some money. If someone else tricks you, it might not just be money you lose, but your life." The monkey patted Xiao Yang's shoulder, patiently teaching him. After all, with so much money paid, the monkey was in a good mood, and did not mind saying a few more words. Xiao Yang was full of pride. Even if he was a complete loser in his previous life, he was now a transcendent and a child of destiny. In his own eyes, he was the protagonist. The most terrifying thing was that he understood beast language and had a beast token, yet he was actually tricked by an animal. This was a true humiliation. Xiao Yang's face darkened. He shook off the monkey's arm and pushed him. "Get lost. Do not you dare let me see you outside again." Ouch. The monkey immediately fell to the ground, rolling and shouting. "He is hitting me. He is hitting me." Xiao Yang was dumbfounded. The plump woman nearby massaged her forehead. Within a few seconds, the patrol team arrived. The patrol team consisted of either martial artists or shapeshifters, with hardly any ability users, because ability users had no combat power in Feng City. "What is going on?" the leader demanded sharply. The monkey looked pained, pointing at Xiao Yang. "He hit me." "I did not." Xiao Yang's face darkened. "Whether you did or not is not up to you. Come with us." The monkey quickly got up, fawning. "Officer, it is nothing. I am not hurt. We can settle this privately. He just pushed me. This kid has a lot of strength." "Kid, do not say I did not give you a chance." "Private settlement, 50,000. There is a bank nearby. You can withdraw money if you do not have any, or transfer it to me online directly. Online transfers are convenient now." Xiao Yang lost 40% of his halo due to the recent conflict, which was why he was targeted. Feng City was Old Cow's territory, and the villain's halo was inherently several times higher than his. Moreover, there was ability user suppression here. Ultimately, Xiao Yang paid 50,000 in compensation. He glared fiercely at the monkey before leaving. The monkey waved with a chuckle. "Young man, take care on your way. Be careful on the road." At this moment, Old Cow had returned to Feng City. Entering the courtyard, he saw Chang Yinglu reading a book as usual. She fetched his slippers and knelt to help him change them. Old Cow stroked her head. "You are just too quiet. Why not go out for a walk on such a nice day? Go help your stepmother with some of Feng City's trivial matters. It is better than cooping up at home reading all day." Chang Yinglu smiled faintly, not refuting, and instead went to brew tea for Old Cow. A cup of spiritual tea was served. Old Cow beckoned to her, then had her sit on his lap. "Xiao Yang has appeared." Chang Yinglu froze. Old Cow spoke the sentence, then said nothing more, beginning to examine the fabric of her skirt, allowing her mood to calm down. Xiao Yang was a brother she could never forget. He had been truly good to her since childhood, a relationship of childhood sweethearts. Over the years, she had often wondered if Xiao Yang would one day return to take her away, to pull her out of the Xiao family's quagmire. But this matter she had always kept hidden in her heart, seemingly never having told anyone. Chang Yinglu snapped back to reality, instinctively pressing down on Old Cao. Old Cao smiled, withdrew his hand, and looked at her. After Xiao Yang left the Xiao family back then, he was disheartened. He took his mother's ashes back to her hometown, and then stayed out of worldly affairs, living a normal life as an ordinary person. Later, through someone's introduction, he married a woman from the local county town. Cheng Yinglu's heart went cold. Cao Chuan continued. However, this woman was restless. Later, seeking a better life, she chose to divorce Xiao Yang not long after. But there is something strange. As far as I know, Xiao Yang's personality is very gentle and peace-loving. Even if he harbored hatred for the Xiao family, he chose to let it go after so many years. This personality is a bit like yours. Cheng Yinglu lowered her head, avoiding Old Cao's gaze. Her relationship with Old Cao was very complex, and she was a little worried that her thoughts might displease him. However, Old Cao clearly did not mind this. Old Cao said. But after the divorce, Xiao Yang, after getting drunk once more, suddenly became a different person. According to neighbors and his few friends, Xiao Yang completely changed. When his mother died and he was kicked out of the house, his personality did not change much. He merely buried his hatred deep in his heart. Yet, because a restless woman divorced him, he changed, and it was a drastic change. I suspect there is a problem here, so I had people investigate deeply. If there are no surprises, Xiao Yang is already dead. Cheng Yinglu could not help but ask. What do you mean? Cao Chuan frowned. The real Xiao Yang is already dead, and the current one might be the possession of an old soul. A few days ago was exactly his mother's death anniversary, yet he did not go to sweep the grave. For so many years, he lived in his mother's hometown in a small county, and he would definitely visit the cemetery on holidays and festivals, sitting in front of his mother's grave for at least half an hour. Yet now, even on such an important occasion as his mother's death anniversary, he did not go. Cheng Yinglu's gaze gradually became dull. It was as if a certain expectation in her heart had suddenly shattered. She still truly believed Old Cao, and Old Cao had no reason to lie to her. Furthermore, even if he wanted to lie, he could find better excuses. There was no need to use such a possession to deceive people. Cao Chuan mumbled. I also investigated Yu Fifei earlier, that is, your stepmother, Madame Xiao. Yu Fifei has been frequently visiting the nunnery for some time. I heard there is a very effective half-immortal granny there. I investigated, and that so-called half-immortal granny is actually a shapeshifter, and she also has some special abilities related to the soul. Cheng Yinglu suddenly startled. Are you saying this possession was also Yu Fifei's doing? I do not know. Cao Chuan shook his head. I just investigated, and I have reservations about this possession matter. After all, I have not met Xiao Yang yet. I am just going by the investigation results. Cheng Yinglu's eyes showed a hint of pleading. Can you find out where Xiao Yang is now? Cao Chuan looked at her without speaking. Cheng Yinglu whispered. I just want to confirm if he was really possessed. Whatever the result, Yinglu will always be your little maid. Cao Chuan said softly. I did not misunderstand. Even if you want to seek revenge on the Xiao family later, I will help you. After speaking, Cao Chuan took out his phone and sent a text message to Luoli, asking her to find Xiao Yang's current location. Xiao Yang was in a bad mood, hating the monkeys of Mount Imei. If he ever went to Mount Imei, he would definitely not capture the monkeys there, but rather wipe them out. Those bastards dared to trick his grandpa, seeking death. He would tear down the Golden Summit for them later. However, the life handbook the monkey gave him did help him a lot, helping him understand some of Feng City's rules, as well as the use of points and the specialized channels for points. Of course, one thing the monkey said was not a lie. Private brawls were not allowed in Feng City. Otherwise, at best, one would be directly expelled from Feng City. At worst, one would be blacklisted, or even hunted by other shapeshifters or ability users for points. In short, Feng City had many strict rules, and many of them were unequal. But there was no choice. Currently, there was only one Feng City in the world. In this place, many peace-loving or combat-ineffective shapeshifters could be protected. Therefore, most shapeshifters and ability users strongly supported these rules. If anyone dared to defy Feng City's rules, the city would not even need to act. Simply issuing a mission with a certain point reward would ensure that those who broke the rules would die without a burial place. Xiao Yang did not do well in his previous life, and did not understand human nature. But after reading the handbook, he could not help but say it was truly impressive. If he were to inherit the Transcendence Alliance organization, perhaps he himself would become very powerful, but he would not create such a Feng City. He believed that being low-key was the path. Creating such a Feng City introduced too many variables. From a psychological perspective, it meant Xiao Yang lacked the confidence to control these people, so he did not dare to play like this. After wandering for a while, Xiao Yang found a hotel. Then, through mental induction, he contacted some of the birds and beasts he had captured, instructing them to quietly infiltrate Feng City, lie in ambush, and serve as his eyes and ears. However, the idea was beautiful, but soon, Xiao Yang's connection with those birds and beasts suddenly broke. Before the connection was lost, a terrifying message was transmitted to Xiao Yang, the terror of death. This meant the sparrows and rats, shortly after entering, were completely wiped out. Holy crap, is Feng City that strict? Xiao Yang found it hard to imagine. Before, he had caught many small creatures, and even taking them to local government departments was not a big deal. Who would care how many sparrows were in the trees in the courtyard? Who would care how many rats were in the sewers? Yet in Feng City, They could not even last an hour, and were completely wiped out. Little customer service. I am here. Help me contact Cao Chuan's customer service. I want to meet him. Xiao Yang was too lazy to continue probing. He decided to meet first. Okay, meeting request sent. Waiting for the other party's reply. 10 seconds later, customer service responded. Reply received. Meeting agreed, but it will be some time. The other party is not in Zonghai. Xiao Yang did not doubt it, replying. Okay, notify me when he returns to Zonghai. I want to see what this senior is hiding in Feng City, making it so strict. This Cao guy is definitely an old schemer. The phone rang. Xiao Yang looked at the unfamiliar local number, waited a few seconds before answering, but did not speak. A female voice on the other end said, "Is this Xiao Yang?" Wow. This voice was so pure, so gentle. He had not seen the person, but this voice, when it came, was like a gentle stream flowing through his soul, making his whole being much more relaxed. Who are you? Chapter 334. Old Cao did not participate in the meeting between the childhood sweethearts. He fully trusted Xiao Ye. Logically speaking, there should not be any problems between the two of them. Firstly, Xiao Ye was not the type to push herself, especially after Old Cao told her that Xiao Yang might be a possessor. Secondly, Xiao Yang, as a repressed man, was accustomed to putting on an act. This type of person liked women to take the initiative, and then he would reluctantly go along with it. Unlike Old Cao, who was sometimes repressed and sometimes openly mischievous. Each monkey had its own way of being tied. They met in Feng City and had a meal. Xiao Ye also told him her current name, Cheng Yinglu. The meeting lasted about an hour. There was a bit of awkwardness during the meal. They seemed somewhat unfamiliar, but Xiao Yang did not think much of it. After all, they had not seen each other for 10 or 20 years, so was a little unfamiliarity not normal. He invited her to stroll around Feng City tomorrow. They would get to know each other gradually. The stunning impression Cheng Yinglu left on him was described in his storyline as exquisite in every way. Her hands were like soft sprouts, her skin like congealed fat, and her voice was very soft. That kind of subtle seduction, like a gentle rain, made him itch with anticipation. Xiao Yang and she met with mutual respect, and after dinner, he watched her leave. Xiao Yang did not expect that his former childhood sweetheart actually worked in Feng City. Thinking about it, it made sense. If her status was not high, she would not be worthy of him. Returning home, Cheng Yinglu buried her head in Old Cao's arms, her eyes red. Old Cao did not ask, nor did he speak. He just gently patted her back, comforting her. She probably already saw the problem. She was inherently an astute person with a keen mind. If it were not explicitly stated, she might not have considered the possibility of a possession at all. She would have thought that it was normal for someone's personality to change after many years apart. But with Old Cao's preconception, Cheng Yinglu went there with suspicion and a testing mindset, naturally able to spot many problems in the details. Although many details could be explained one by one, too many coincidences and too many changes in details meant something was wrong. For example, he did not eat fatty meat or mushrooms when he was little because they were greasy. When Xiao Yang was little, he only ate pork and celery dumplings, but he would not eat celery by itself. During dinner just now, Cheng Yinglu ordered some things he did not eat as a child, like celery. Then, as if intentionally or unintentionally, she brought up the celery, saying he loved it as a child, and Xiao Yang did not deny it. After all, he was a transmigrator who had taken over the other person's memories, so it could not be a 100% perfect fit. Cheng Yinglu felt very cold. She looked at Xiao Yang, who had not changed much from his childhood, and listened to his gentle tone towards her. It was terrifying. Inside one body was another person's soul, but that other soul was impersonating the original person to face the original friends. The gentler he smiled, the more horrifying it became. Feeling Cheng Yinglu tremble, Old Cao was uncharacteristically gentle, embracing her and entering a comforting mode. He did nothing but comfort her, making her feel at ease. The next morning, Cheng Yinglu woke up and found herself in the same position as yesterday. She was like a wounded little beast, curled up in Old Cao's arms all night long. Looking at Old Cao leaning on the sofa, deeply asleep, Cheng Yinglu's gaze was incredibly soft. She did not deny that she was indeed threatened at first, but when she was in her most painful moment, he was there. In her subconscious, that tiny, ethereal figure of her childhood memories disappeared, gradually replaced by the tall Old Cao. Old Cao twitched his nose, opened his eyes, and saw Cheng Yinglu playfully tickling him with her hair. Cao Chuan chuckled. Did you rest well? Cheng Yinglu's face flushed. Cao Chuan said, I have been thinking about this all night, and I do have a solution. What? Cheng Yinglu was a little confused. Solve what? Kill Xiao Yang? Honestly, Cheng Yinglu could not bring herself to do it. No matter what, that was once her brother's body. If he died, would that not mean the body and soul perished? However, if Old Cao wanted to kill him, Cheng Yinglu would not object. Perhaps there is a chance to obliterate this soul that has usurped the nest, and then summon Xiao Yang's former soul, Cao Chuan explained. If it is just possession, theoretically, there should be two souls in his brain right now, but the real Xiao Yang is suppressed by the current Xiao Yang, or rather, is dormant. If we assume the soul is still dormant deep in the subconscious, then as long as we drive away the current soul, the former soul will awaken. Cheng Yinglu nodded. Then what do we need to do? No rush. Let me first scout out his abilities, then strip him of them. After that, I will find a great master of mental energy to mentally obliterate his soul through hypnosis, Cao Chuan explained his plan. First, get the golden finger beast token, then have Miao Kexan hypnotize him. The main thing was this beast token. So, Yinglu, during this time, do not show any emotions. Just act as if nothing happened, and wait for my command. Cheng Yinglu nodded. Old Cow subconsciously used a psychological technique, stroking her beautiful hair. I believe you, and the real Xiao Yang only have an ordinary brother-sister relationship. And you only have this one relative in this world. So, no matter what, I will find a way to revive him as much as possible. This girl was so touched. Her mindset had indeed changed now, but she was also very happy that Old Cow could consider so much for her, and do so many things. This happiness was not just because the real Xiao Yang could return to his body, but mainly because of everything Old Cow did for her. On Li Mo's side, the public perception of his music had recently somewhat reversed. Old Cow was a master of public opinion. When rumors appear, do not explain, because if 100 people see a rumor, even if you debunk it, less than 10 people will see your debunking, and only 2 of them will believe it. When a rumor appears, you must use another public opinion to cover it and guide it. Remember, most netizens have no brains. This group of people believes anything. Just give them a little ambiguous evidence, and they will fill in many truths themselves. And they will believe it deeply because they discovered the truth themselves. They cannot doubt themselves, instead, they even think they are very smart. Chapter 335. What are the hallmarks of a green tea archetype? It describes someone who puts on an act, appearing pitiful, pure, and refined, while actually being scheming, materialistic, and leading a decadent life. Because of the fusion of worlds, this term has already gained popularity. Therefore, the best way to control public opinion was to find a breakthrough point here. Old Cow's specialty was identifying vulnerabilities. First, he analyzed whether Li Mo's ex-girlfriend, Li Qingxiu, truly fit the green tea label. She certainly had those tendencies. Plot-wise, Li Qingxiu was scheming, liked to play the victim to win favor, and presented herself as a pure and refined school beauty. However, she was not hedonistic in her personal life. This was the critical breakthrough point. No matter how much Li Mo's roommates spread rumors, they could not deny that simple fact. As the controversy fermented, the school beauty previously known as Elle became the object of scorn. Now, however, the narrative began to shift. A hit song like Love You was enough to make many men think with their hearts rather than their logic. How could such a cute, beautiful, and pure girl be a shameless woman? Public discussion began to turn. Some people at the school came forward to testify that Li Qingxiu had not dated anyone for years. Many wealthy heirs had pursued her, but she rejected them all. She had only ever dated Li Mo. Was this the behavior of a manipulative green tea? Absolutely not. On the contrary, Li Mo was often seen meeting with other campus beauties, even when he was still with Li Qingxiu. This brought Xiao Moer into the spotlight. Xiao Moer was highly popular on campus. She drove luxury cars, wore high-end fashion, and generally kept to herself with a distant, cool smile. Previously, many viewed her as an untouchable goddess. Her family background was impressive, and because she never seemed interested in being kept by anyone, her reputation remained spotless. Then there was Li Mo. Those who knew him understood that he was dull, introverted, and lacked social grace. While he had musical talent and could sing well, his creative ability was average. That was common knowledge. Suddenly, rumors surfaced about Li Mo being dumped. Following that, Li Mo seemingly gained a cheat code, singing better than ever, and displaying an infinitely improved talent for songwriter. Lately, he had been frequently seen with Xiao Moer, and their relationship seemed to be deepening. A theory emerged. Could it be that Li Mo abandoned Li Qingxiu to choose the wealthy Xiao Moer? Perhaps those songs were written for him by connections Xiao Moer had made, and she had used her influence to get him onto variety shows. Regarding Li Qingxiu signing with an agency, people started to argue that Li Mo had become popular first. He had played the victim, garnered sympathy, and then reinvented himself as a genius. These narratives began to circulate as potential clues. Conspiracy theories are never new, but people often prefer a twisty narrative over the simple truth of a girl leaving a boy, and the boy subsequently awakening to his own potential. I knew it. No wonder I always felt something was off about Xiao Moer. She paid too much attention to Li Mo. How is Li Mo even worthy of being liked by 2 school beauties? Not only that, but Li Mo is feeding off Li Qingxiu's misery. Li Qingxiu is now branded as a villain, a succubus. From now on, whenever Li Mo releases a love song, everyone will curse Li Qingxiu again. It really is like that. Li Qingxiu, such a pure soul, was abandoned by Li Mo and then bitten by his fans. How pitiful. I agree. I watched the music video, and Li Qingxiu is truly beautiful, pure, and cute. How could such a person be the villain Li Mo described? You do not know until you dig, and once you dig, it is all schemes. Look at this Li Mo. His song titles include A Person Like Me, Drowning Sorrows, The Most Familiar Stranger, and Keep the Sadness to Myself. Then look at Li Qingxiu's song, simply called Love You. The difference in maturity is clear. This Li Mo is a schemer. He is too ruthless. Is he trying to crush his ex-girlfriend entirely before he can comfortably be with Xiao Moer? I am sorry, Li Qingxiu. I cursed you before. I apologize. I was misled. This sentiment spread across campus forums, local forums, and fan communities. Even on Weibo, and the newly emerging short video platforms, reports and comments flooded in. Among them were paid trolls deliberately guiding the trend, alongside genuine netizens speaking up for Li Qingxiu. Damn it. Li Emo coldly watched the reversal of public opinion online, feeling as though he were being targeted. It must be Jinhai Entertainment, Li Qingshu's management company. Sure enough, the entertainment industry was the same in this life as it was in his previous one. They thrived on shadows and rumors. His phone rang, and his expression softened when he saw the caller ID. "Hello, Moer. Did you see the information online?" Xiao Moer asked, her voice filled with worry. "I saw it," Li Emo replied. "Someone is creating a trend, slandering us, and trying to shift Li Qingshu's issue onto you." Xiao Moer nodded on the other end. "That is right. Someone must be scheming behind this." Now, Mango TV has not responded either. "I am afraid this public opinion will affect the show. For the sake of their reputation, Mango TV might very likely suspend your performance." Li Emo remained silent. He felt things were becoming complicated. Although he had been a singer in his past life and attended an art school, he had seen many disputes in the entertainment industry. However, he did not have the skill to manage such crises, nor did he have a public relations team. On Weibo, which had just launched that year with 50 million users, Li Mo's followers exceeded 100,000. Li Qingshu had 70,000. Of course, this was still small compared to the sudden emergence of short videos, which had recently captured a massive market share. On various platforms, many fans and trendsetters were overwhelming in their criticism of Li Emo, demanding he provide evidence of originality. If he could not, they claimed it was plagiarism. It was a ridiculous accusation. The accuser should be the one to provide evidence of plagiarism, yet they demanded he prove his own work. Many netizens, however, ignored this logic, stubbornly believing that if Li Mo could not produce proof, it must be stolen work. Various media outlets flocked to the school, hoping to interview them. Coincidentally, Li Emo was right next to Xiao Moer, as they were about to have lunch. Li Emo, what do you have to say about you falling in love with someone else and stepping on your first love? Li Emo, are these songs really plagiarized? Teacher Li, look here, look here. Teacher Li, is this Xiao Moer? What do you think about the online reports of you being the third party? Li Emo reached out, blocking a group of reporters and shielding Xiao Moer behind him. His face was cold and stern. "Listen to me, everyone." When Li Emo raised his voice, the reporters quieted down. Many students gathered around on campus, watching the spectacle. "First, I will not explain the rumors online, and I am too lazy to do so. A clear conscience needs no defense, and rumors stop with the wise. As for the songs I wrote, if anyone can produce evidence of plagiarism, I will directly withdraw from the industry. Finally, regarding Li Qingshu and Xiao Moer, that is my private matter. This is a campus, not a press conference, so please leave." Li Emo felt he had spoken well, at least logically. But reporters are experts at twisting reality. They could write a long novel from a single picture. Soon, with the help of campus security, the reporters were driven out. But online, the matter exploded. The general narrative was that Li Emo refused to explain, effectively admitting guilt. They claimed his songs were bought, and that he could not provide proof of originality. Regarding the two girls, they insisted he abandoned Li Qingshu for Xiao Moer. There were even screenshots of Li Emo looking angry, which looked ferocious and aggressive when taken out of context. The controversy fermented for 2 days. Then, news of an interview with Li Qingshu surfaced. It happened at an event where she was endorsing a domestic clothing brand. When asked about Li Emo and the online rumors, Li Qingshu spoke. She thanked her fans for speaking up for her, but asked them to stop. She urged everyone not to overconsume the situation, because regardless of right or wrong, the past was history. Do not talk about the past. Do not say if only, just hope for a better future. She claimed she did not hate, because she had loved deeply. It was not about choosing to forgive, but about letting herself go. In life, one must learn to reconcile with oneself and give oneself a break. This acting is good, and you have traffic now. Once your singing becomes popular beyond your circle, we will try a TV series. Old Cow looked at the news online and patted Li Qingshu's head. Li Qingshu was kneeling and cleaning, extremely obedient. In Old Cow's opinion, Li Emo should not have spoken. The best public relations strategy, before having the chance to utterly destroy Li Qingshu and Jinhai Entertainment, was to downplay the matter. Netizens have short attention spans. No one would dwell too much on such issues. Just keep releasing songs. Those who like you will still like you, and those who hate you cannot cause you harm. The greatest taboo is to chatter with entertainment reporters. Chapter 336. Regarding Li Emo, Cao Chuan's surveillance outweighed his direct actions. This operation was just a small test to help Li Qingshu slightly manage her public image. To be honest, a female celebrity with a good reputation and a massive fan base is only interesting when she is playing tricks. If her reputation were entirely ruined, the game would lose its appeal. However, even though Li Emo was weaker compared to Xiao Yang, the luck feedback from their respective protagonist halos was significant. It was 10 times that of Chu Feng, with millions of points flowing in instantly. The income from disrupting these plots was even greater than that gained from a destined heroine. For example, controlling Miao Kexin, a third-tier heroine, accounted for 20% of Xiao Yang's halo. Disrupting his major plot of saving the beauty was another 20%. Furthermore, informing Cheng Yinglu about Xiao Yang's possession, and seeing her mindset shift once she confirmed it, was yet another 20%. This meant that currently, Xiao Yang held less than half of his total protagonist halo. Finally, there remained Cheng Yinglu's 20%, and Bai Xianer's 20%. The gameplay had changed slightly. Stripping away the protagonist halo was no longer considered a kill, and there was no need to wait for a specific moment. As long as the progress exceeded 100%, Cao Chuan could actively settle the reward at any time. If he chose not to settle, it would keep accumulating, like shearing a sheep until it was bald. Xiao Yang, meanwhile, felt restless. Damn it. Feng City is no place to stay. He left the city to capture flying and walking beasts, planning his next move in Zonghai. He had stayed in Feng City for 2 days, feeling uncomfortable and insecure. Inside the city, he could not use his special abilities, nor could he summon his beasts to monitor or protect him. Moreover, the city was a cauldron of racial tension. Cao Chuan had orchestrated this balance, encouraging conflicts between shapeshifters, ability users, and martial artists. He established no fighting zones to act as a buffer, ensuring the conflicts remained within a controllable range. Phew. It is so much more comfortable outside Feng City. Xiao Yang savored the fresh air. Outside, he could expend energy to capture more creatures, and their sensory feedback allowed him to predict and perceive his surroundings. Everything felt under his control again. He had recently overheard a skirmish in the city regarding a black market in Xinhua port. Ability users were bragging to shapeshifters about how the city lord took them in, warning them that outside the city walls, they were nothing but slaves to be sold. Xiao Yang had sent his beasts to investigate, and discovered the rumors were true. A large-scale underground black market was operating there, and tonight, they were selling a rare item, a fox shapeshifter codenamed Daji. Xiao Yang arrived at the black market, his internal perversion disguised as a desire for justice. He wanted to rescue the person and destroy the auction. The currency used here was crystals, which functioned like spirit stones, forming an underground financial system. The auction began at 9 o'clock. After various minor items were sold, the fox shapeshifter was brought out. Her skin was white as snow, and her appearance was impeccable, though her eyes were dull due to a profound hypnotic technique. The auctioneer explained that after purchase, a professional would release the hypnosis, making the buyer the first person she saw, effectively turning her into a loyal puppet. The scene erupted in noise. Many shapeshifters were angry, caught between their innate species instincts and the undeniable, glowing beauty of the fox girl. In the corner of the hall, wearing a black hoodie, a woman with killing intent in her eyes clenched her fists. She was Bai Xianer. The owner of the Xinhua Port black market watched the auction from the shadows with a look of regret. "Master, why sell such a fine item?" his subordinate asked. "What do you know?" the owner replied. "We lost 2 experts capturing her, and drew the resentment of the Fox clan. This thing is a curse. It is better to make some money, and let the buyer deal with the retaliation." He planned to catch her again later, quietly, without such fanfare. He ordered his men to keep a close eye on the crowd, fearing that members of the Fox clan might be present among the masked bidders. The auctioneer raised his voice. "The starting bid is 100 grams of crystals. Each bid must be at least 10 grams. Crystals were expensive, and the competition was fierce." Chapter 337. The current transaction price of crystals in the entire black market has dropped from a peak of nearly 8 million per gram to around 1.2 million. This is because Cao Chuan flooded the market with a significant amount of the resource. Additionally, various shapeshifters discovered many, so the price naturally had to follow market trends. Even so, each gram of crystals remains very expensive. The market price is around 1.2 million. But it is difficult to purchase at that price. Buyers often need 1.25 or 1.3 million for large-scale acquisitions. If one acquires on a large scale, the price rises significantly. The starting bid for the little fox was set at 120 million in cash. The minimum bid increment was 12 million. It was an exorbitant price. 110 million, 120 million, 140, 200. The price quickly soared to 200 grams, then the scene was silent for a while before bidding continued. It was truly insane. When one is overcome with emotion, they will do anything. To be honest, the little fox is not worth that much money. 150 is the absolute maximum. Crystals can enhance strength, but what can this little fox do? To put it bluntly, if you offer 10 grams of crystals, what kind of female shapeshifter can you not find? Xiao Yang clicked his tongue and muttered, "This is truly crazy." After sighing, Xiao Yang also raised his paddle and bid 260 grams. He had a lot of cash on him, but if all his cash were exchanged for crystals in the black market, he could only acquire at most 500 grams. That is about a pound. The bids on site were in grams of crystals, but cash payment was also accepted. The auction official would collect money at a 5 to 10% premium over the current market price of crystals. That meant crystals currently at 1.2 million per gram in the black market would be charged at 1.3 million per gram. After all, there are fluctuations and losses involved. Bai Sienna raised her paddle, adding 10 grams. Soon the price reached 300 grams. Many people had already given up. Although they coveted the item, they did not have that much money, and even if they did, they felt it was not worth it. 310, 320, 350. Bai Sienna bid 380. Xiao Yang bid 390. The two were at loggerheads. Bai Sienna had to save her sister. Xiao Yang always felt a voice in the dark telling him to bid for this little fox. Besides, all his money had been stolen, so he did not feel bad about spending it. 420, 430, 440. Some people in the venue gasped. It was truly insane. This was almost a pound. To spend a pound of crystals for a little fox was crazy. These two were truly ruthless. Bai Xian'er was secretly furious. She had brought out all the assets she could, which she had obtained by killing and robbing to save her sister. She herself had no money, but her crystals were now almost depleted, and she was secretly anxious. She also secretly hated the man who kept raising the price. Xiao Yang maintained a calm expression, continuously raising his paddle. He did not cover his face. He was showing off. The price increased rapidly. It reached 600 grams. Xiao Yang did not have that much money, but he was not afraid at all. The auction rule was to pay within 1 day. As long as he paid a sufficient deposit, he would have time to find another corrupt official's secret stash. In short, he had to get this little fox. He felt that this thing was very important to him. Of course, he would not admit that he was just acting on desire. Bai Xian'er had the same idea. She planned to bid for it first and then raise the money. After rescuing her sister, she would then cause trouble for the Xinhong black market. But first, she had to ensure her sister's safety. 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Wow. The scene was in an uproar. 2 pounds. That is equivalent to 1.2 billion. Some people might be able to come up with 1.2 billion, but to spend that much for a woman, very few people would dare to do that. Even the person named Su, who printed money at home, would not dare to spend like this. Bai Xian'er was extremely angry. Her deposit was not even enough to cover it. The auction house was not foolish. Some places require asset verification, and the black market here requires nearly half the deposit. These rules had been clearly stated upon entry, so Bai Xian'er could not bid anymore. A failed auction would be a small matter, but failing to save her sister might lead to the black market discovering her identity. Glaring fiercely at Xiao Yang, Bai Xian'er helplessly lowered her paddle. Xiao Yang also had no strength to bid further. This was already his entire fortune. If it were not for that inexplicable feeling, he would not be so crazy. At this moment, seeing the person in the black hoodie give up, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. Having inherited the senses of animals, he also perceived the killing intent from the black hoodie, but he did not care at all. 1,000. Anyone higher? Currently at 1,000. 1,000. First call. 1,000. Second call. 1,100. At this moment, a male voice bid, coming from a private room on the second floor. The private rooms on the second floor were for VIPs, those with money and power. Earlier, some people on the second floor had also bid, but they quickly stopped. Now, a voice came again, as it was nearing the end. Everyone looked up. They saw a lean middle-aged man smiling as he looked at the venue, his eyes fixed on the iron cage on the stage. Is this the Rat King? It is him. It is over. If this little fox falls into his hands, she will probably wish she were dead. What do you mean? You do not know the Rat King's background. Their family are gold-digging rats. After becoming shapeshifters, they bought 2 mountains and became kings. Their burrowing skills are unmatched. They have dug up a lot of gold and silver treasures. He is incredibly rich. I heard he can easily pull out tens of billions. Really? That is what I heard. Anyway, the Rat King is very rich. He bought many slaves before, and no living person was ever seen again. On the Rat King's mountain, bones can be seen everywhere in the valleys. So scary. The scariest thing is that this Rat King is very strong, already at the God Realm. God Realm. Everyone around was shocked. The God Realm is similar to the Dan Jin among martial artists. It is also similar to A-level or higher ability users. During combat, one can manifest a phantom of their innate God Realm, not only greatly increasing their strength, but the gigantic illusory divine phantom can also materialize, aiding in combat, making it extremely powerful. This time, it was Xiao Yang who could not stay calm. He looked up at the private room on the second floor, squinting as he scrutinized the lean Rat King. Seeing someone lean made him want to kill, just like that old monkey on Mount Ime, so thin and full of schemes. He did not bid earlier, then came to snatch it at the last minute. What was he playing at? Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. 1,200. The auctioneer shouted. 1,200. Is there any higher bid? The Rat King glanced at Xiao Yang in surprise. Does this kid have that much money? However, this little fox eyed the Rat King, and determined to have it. 1,300. Rat King, 1,300. The auctioneer spoke again. It is 1,300 now. Is there any higher bid? In the shadows, Bai Xian'er began to panic a little. If her sister were taken by that man, she might still have a way. At least that man did not seem like a bad person. But if she were taken by the Rat King, she would not even have a chance to save her. She could not get up Rat Mountain, could not defeat the Rat King, and had no money to ransom her. 1,500. Wow. 3 pounds. What the hell? Who is this? Another voice came from a private room on the second floor, a woman's cold voice. This woman did not hide anything. She walked directly to the railing on the second floor, looking at the Rat King opposite with a sneer. The Rat King's eyes turned cold. He looked up, and his heart trembled. This woman is so beautiful. This is Black Rakshasa, Ningyu, from Feng City. Damn, it really is. People from Feng City have come. Ningyu smiled. Little rat, my song and dance troupe recently needs more people to perform for the city lord. I want this little fox. The skin on the Rat King's face squeezed together. He smiled and cupped his hands. Since the city lord wants it, then I, the Rat King, will not contend. Thank you. Ningyu smiled. City lord. Xiao Yang heard this title, and knew that this city lord was the first transmigrator, Cao Chuan. Why? especially this woman. He had heard of Black Rakshasa when he was in Feng City, but he did not expect her to be so beautiful, not inferior to a vixen at all. Little brother, you yield. Ningyu even cupped her hands at Xiao Yang. She was there representing Feng City's face. She could be ruthless and evil, but she also had to be polite. Otherwise, would Feng City not look like a nouveau riche power? Xiao Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, as the auctioneer's hammer fell, Ningyu obtained ownership of the little fox. Xiao Yang wanted to snatch it, but he did not have enough money. At the same time, he thought that since Cao Chuan only wanted to form some song and dance troupe, if he went to Cao Chuan later and asked for some face, perhaps as fellow transmigrators, he would give the little fox to him. Xiao Yang did not know what use this little fox was to him, but he always felt it was very important. Backstage, the black market owner asked, "Master, this was taken by Feng City's Black Rakshasa. What should we do? What can we do? If it is taken, it is taken. It is just a little fox. Have someone handle the handover later. Do not play any tricks." "Yes." The subordinate quickly nodded. Feng City is powerful now. No one can afford to offend them. If Feng City were angered, they could casually issue a mission, reward some points, and a large wave of experts would swarm in and destroy you. No one would say Feng City was overbearing. They would only say you deserve to die for offending Feng City without knowing your place. This is Feng City's influence. Even if Ningyu did not use her power to oppress, the power was there, and no one could bypass it. "Madam Ning, this is the little fox's ID card. Please keep it safe. The hypnotist will remove her hypnosis later." "No need, I will take her. Feng City has hypnotists." "Oh good." The auction person in charge quickly nodded, collecting money and completing the transaction. Ningyu looked at the dazed little girl, smiled slightly, and had people drag the iron cage away. Outside, the convoy's guards opened the doors, everyone got into the cars, and the truck followed closely behind. They drove away. Bai Xianer watched the distant convoy, hesitated for a moment, then strode on her beautiful legs to chase after it. She was going to Feng City to save her sister. But she was not foolish either. Facing a place like the black market, she could fight desperately. But facing a power like Feng City, she could only beg. No matter what, her sister being in Feng City was safer than on Rat Mountain. At least she would not die. Another 20% of the halo arrived. Having intercepted Xiao Yang's luck, his halo naturally suffered damage. Cao Chuan had previously searched for Bai Xianer in Feng City, thinking of taking her down before the plot, just in case. But at that time, Bai Xianer's whereabouts were not found. So he could only wait for the plot to begin before appearing. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Bai Xianer's sister was captured, and Bai Xianer would come to him herself. Xiao Yang only had 20% of his halo left. It would be settled soon. Chapter 338. Ugh. Upon seeing Cao Chuan again, Miao Kexin became shy and hesitant. She did not know what to call him. Their relationship had already progressed to this point, so using her previous address would seem too much. Ultimately, she could not quite let go. If it were Ningyu, or Zhongqinger, or even De Luoli, or the more mature Gong Yuhua, they would call him whatever they found amusing, especially in private. However, it was also clear that Miao Kexin's gaze held a hint of resentment. After all, since that day, old Cao had not proactively contacted her, and her personality prevented her from contacting him. But a girl's heart is always fraught with gains and losses. "Have you been feeling better these past 2 days? Cao Chuan gently approached. A little better." That day had been truly wild. It was also due to the influence of the medicine. She had not been very prepared, and afterward, there was no moderation. So even after several days, the lingering pain still cast a shadow. Cao Chuan rubbed her head. "When I have time, I will visit the Miao family." "Don't." Miao Kexin instinctively refused, then, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly added, "Can you wait? I do not know how to tell my family. Do not overthink it. I am just going to visit and arrange for some crystal quotas to be given to the Miao family." Everyone knew that the quotas for crystals were scarce, and old Cao probably could not spare many, but the gesture itself was heartwarming. Miao Kexin hummed in response and said no more. Old Cao picked her up from school. Once in the car, Miao Kexin did not ask where they were going, and old Cao did not tell her. Regarding their relationship, old Cao did not speak of it, and she did not ask. Sometimes, things just happen naturally. The back seat was spacious, and a partition covered the center console. In this confined space, old Cao, as always, placed his hand on her charming legs. Time flew by, and an hour passed in a blink. They arrived at Feng City. With eyes like silk threads, she was helped out of the car by old Cao. "Stay in Feng City for a while. I can keep you company when I am free." Miao Kexin could not refuse, and she also wanted to cling to him. Simply put, she was at an age where she had tasted the forbidden fruit and craved more. Girls her age rarely had not had a boyfriend. The destined heroines were actually quite pathetic. Regardless of whether they were 20, 30, or even 40, their endocrine systems were probably out of whack, just waiting for someone to come and do them. And then they had to accept being shared. Therefore, putting himself in their shoes, old Cao was actually quite good to them. It was evident in the details. Old Cao rarely brought everyone together. This was also why old Cao tried his best not to let them meet, and even if they did, he would not do anything too intimate in front of another person. Unless it was like Zhong Qinger and Tang Xiaoxiao, who accidentally ended up together and were already best friends, or Ningyu and Shen Menyi, a pair of rivals. In simple terms, Old Cao was very considerate of their feelings. If he did not have the system, Old Cao would be an excellent man. Afterward, Old Cao arranged a separate courtyard for her, and did not let her meet Cheng Yinglu. This is. Entering the courtyard, Miao Kexin saw the little fox in the iron cage. Ningyu had dropped her off and then left. Old Cao said, "This little fox is quite pitiful. She just became a shapeshifter not long ago, and was controlled by bad people, then hypnotized into losing her sanity. She is prone to hurting others, so she has to be locked in a cage. I just rescued her, and the reason I asked you to come this time is actually to help her break the hypnosis and restore her to normal." Miao Kexin did not think much of it and said, "I will try. I believe in you." Miao Kexin stepped forward, observed for a while, and after confirming that the little fox's consciousness was completely sealed, she began to use her mental abilities. Breaking hypnotic sleep was simple. For Miao Kexin, it only required a small amount of mental energy. It only took a few minutes. Then, the originally sluggish little fox trembled a few times, then fell unconscious. She should be fine. She will sleep for a while, and when she wakes up, she will be back to normal, Miao Kexin said. "Thank you for your hard work. Oh, by the way, I want to ask you something." "What?" "Let us go, we will talk inside." Old Cao first picked up the little fox, and then walked into the house. He did not send her away, but placed her on the sofa, covering her with a thin blanket. He sat beside her, making sure she would see him first when she woke up. Honestly, Old Cao had no ill intentions. He was doing this purely for Baixianer, to bring her into his camp, which would completely cripple Xiao Yang. While Old Cao was covering her with the blanket, Miao Kexin surveyed the room's layout, then went to the kitchen. "No tea leaves," Miao Kexin pouted, a little disappointed. Old Cao chuckled and waved his hand. "Do not make tea. I am not drinking it now. Let us talk about serious matters." If a person is taken by possession, then there will be two souls in his body, right?" Old Cao asked. Miao Kexin paused. "I have not thought about that question, but theoretically, yes, or the souls merge, becoming one, or they appear separately with autonomous souls, similar to multiple personality disorder." Cao Chuan continued, "Then, if one soul is annihilated, will the other soul be harmed?" "I do not know about that." Miao Kexin frowned and shook her head. "However, there is a case where a body had dozens of split thoughts, and killing a few of them did not cause damage. Ever since I activated my mental abilities, I have read many books on psychology, so I think, even if one is killed and the other is harmed, the harm would not be great. At most, it might cause the other to have some amnesia, or perhaps lead to poor memory in the future. But what exactly happens still needs research, because the human brain and mind are very mysterious." "Uncle," she instinctively called out. Then Miao Kexin's face flushed, and her gaze, which had been meeting his, instantly darted away. She did not dare to look at Old Cao. Old Cao chuckled. "It is fine, that address is quite nice. I am used to hearing it, and you are used to saying it. From now on, when we are out, just call me that." Miao Kexin shook her head repeatedly. "That would be too embarrassing." Cao Chuan said. "If you do not call me that outside, then call me that at home." Miao Kexin lowered her head, surprisingly not refusing. "Ying Ning." With a soft, delicate hum, Old Cao turned his head to look at the little fox. He saw the little fox dimly opening her eyes, their gazes met, and stuck together. "Aya." With a sweet cry, the little fox directly pounced over. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she immediately called him dad, and affectionately rubbed her forehead against Old Cao's chin. This. Old Cao looked puzzled. Miao Kexin was also a bit confused, but quickly reacted. It might be that her mind was traumatized and stimulated by the medicine, causing some memory loss. After fully waking up, the first person she sees becomes her parent. Old Cao suddenly understood. "So that is it." Then Old Cao added, "That is good too. Anyway, I Cao Zhengyang am already useless, so I will just raise another daughter." Miao Kexin did not feel disgusted, only amused. Remembering that she had once liked Chu Feng, she also felt the impermanence of life. It was all in the past. "Are you hungry?" Old Cao asked softly. The little fox nodded innocently. "Kexin, you get used to things here for a bit. I am taking her out to eat something. I will go with you and help take care of her." "No need, I will come find you later. You just make the bed." Miao Kexin rolled her eyes at him. The little fox was light and soft-bodied, and she also had a faint, unique fragrance. According to the authorities, shapeshifters are human, not beasts. This was viewed from a genetic perspective, and for new species, high-tech departments certainly had more in-depth research. Basically, blood tests had been conducted on most shapeshifters. This was only possible with Old Cao's help in obtaining blood samples, as Feng City had a great variety of species, and they were obedient. From a genetic perspective, after the little fox became a shapeshifter, you could call her a beast human, but the human part definitely came first. Her genes were closer to human beings, and different from her original fox tribe. The reason for this was still under investigation, but one undeniable point was that they could be considered human, at most, mutant humans. A new branch extended from the human race. Soon, a table full of dishes and meat captivated the little fox. Feng City had ordinary restaurants, and also high-end ones. They served spiritual meat, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits. The prices were extremely high, and they were specifically set up for the city lord's mansion. These items were very valuable. They were sold to the public, but very rarely. This also served as a reward and punishment system for the privileged class. For example, if the girls in the song and dance troupe performed well, and old Cao called out bravo, and added a reward, that was at least 1 grand meal. That was enough. Ding-a-ling-ling. The phone rang. It was Ning Yu. Hello, Bai Siener has come knocking. What do you say, want to meet her? Ning Yu's tone was mischievous. Her personality was just like that. Seeing a woman with immortal chi, she wanted to tease her. Bitch. Chapter 339. Bai Siener wore a flowing immortal skirt, looking both ethereal and dignified. This ancient-style attire was lavish, making her appear like a palace consort, or a fairy from an immortal palace. The long skirt concealed her figure, but her temperament was unparalleled. It was no wonder Ning Yu had been so cold toward her earlier. She likely saw Bai Siener as a potential rival. Bai Siener observed Cao Chuan, the city lord of Feng City. Everyone said the city lord was merely a human expert, yet he looked incredibly young. Now that she saw him in person, he indeed had a youthful face. If not for his commanding air of authority, he could probably pass for a student. Bai Siener greets the city lord, she said with a slight, elegant bow. Her voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear. What is your relationship with the little fox? Cao Chuan asked, though he already knew the answer. Bai Siener suppressed her excitement and replied, Tower is my younger sister. Cao Chuan nodded. So you have come knocking, prepared to take her away. Can I? Bai Siener asked. Her tone softened, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with mist, making her a pitiable sight. Do you think you can? Cao Chuan countered. Siener knows that the city lord spent a lot of crystals to acquire her, Bai Siener said. Siener asks for nothing else, only hoping that the city lord can give me some time. I will find a way to earn the crystals back and exchange them for my younger sister. 1,500 grams of crystals, Cao Chuan said. That is 3 caddies. How will you earn that? Bai Siener pondered in silence. 1,500 grams was a painful amount, even for large families, as such items were rare and the supply was limited. Many families could not even acquire that much. It was even more difficult for a shapeshifter like her to find the channels to earn such a large sum. How about this? I will give you a chance, Cao Chuan sighed, a look of profound compassion on his face. A glimmer of light appeared in Bai Siener's eyes. City Lord, please speak. Originally, I planned to nurture her and let her dance in a song and dance troupe in the future, Cao Chuan said. If her aptitude was good, becoming an official of my Feng City would not be out of the question. But since you have come knocking, I do not want to be the villain. I do not want it to be said that my Feng City bullies you shapeshifters. I will not say I am forcing you. 1,500 grams of crystals were spent after all. Though I do not lack this amount, it is impossible for me to waive it all for a few kind words. So I will give you 2 choices. He paused, then continued. The first is for you to go out and earn it. I do not care if you steal or rob, that is your business. As long as I see the crystals, I will return your younger sister to you. The second option is to work for me. When the debt of crystals is repaid, then you sisters will gain your freedom. Cao Chuan was well aware of Bai Siener's personality. She was a person who valued freedom above all else. Even though the second option seemed better, as working in Feng City would surely earn more and be safer than being outside, for Bai Siener, this would become a long-term job where she would be trapped in Feng City. It was easy to guess her choice. She would likely choose the first option, to go out and earn the money herself, and then redeem the little fox. But Cao Chuan was incredibly shrewd at calculating human hearts. Take your time to consider, he said. No need to answer me in a hurry. I will take you to see your younger sister first. She just woke up not long ago, and is eating. The little one was starving. Bai Siener parted her red lips, almost blurting out the first choice, but Cao Chuan's words made her swallow them back. Leaving the courtyard, they reached the dining hall in a few steps. A table full of sumptuous dishes lay before them, much of which had already been consumed. Tower's little cheeks were puffed out, and she was chewing very seriously. Her adorable, innocent expression reminded Cao Chuan of his own children at home. Bai Siener's eyes went wide. She secretly took a deep breath and swallowed hard. 99% of shapeshifters were foodies. Their animal instincts had not fully regressed, and their need for food was far greater than that of humans. The food on this table was rich in spiritual energy. Just smelling it made one feel refreshed in body and mind. If one ate a bite, it felt like a path to immortality. She felt a wave of envy for her younger sister. Tower had truly gained a blessing from misfortune. Just this meal alone made all the suffering worthwhile. Papa, the little one said, swallowing a piece of meat with a thunk. She looked up at Cao Chuan with a delicate voice. Yes, Cao Chuan stepped forward and patted her head. Eat more, but do not rush, and do not choke. These things are always available. You can eat them anytime. Tower hummed in agreement. Bai Siener was incredibly envious. She could eat anytime. However, she also noticed something. Tower's eyes seemed to only hold Cao Chuan. She did not even glance at the other people in the room. Her brain nerves had been damaged by hypnosis. A flicker of hatred crossed Bai Siener's heart. This vendetta must be avenged sooner or later. Those people in the black market had to die. However, seeing her younger sister's current appearance, her treatment, and the city lord's doting affection for her, Bai Siener hesitated. She had originally intended to go out and earn money, but now that her sister was living so well, should she really take her away? Should she make her sister follow her, returning to the deep mountains to continue that life of constantly searching for food? City life was indeed much better than in the deep mountains. Tower, Bai Siener called out. The little fox looked up, her cheeks puffed out, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Cao Chuan. She had not completely lost her memory. She at least remembered her name, and Bai Siener, but due to the effects of hypnosis, she now paid no attention to external matters, her eyes only on the most important person. Your sister is here, Cao Chuan pointed. Bai Tower looked up, following his gesture. Her chewing stopped, and a glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes. Sister, she spoke, spilling some food as she did. Bai Sienna's heart warmed. Thankfully, her younger sister still remembered her. Tower, Bai Sienna stepped forward. The sisters embraced, Bai Sienna's eyes welling with tears. Cao Chuan did not disturb the two sisters for long, directly leaving the dining hall, with Ningyu following beside him. After they had walked far away, Ningyu was speechless. Just lock her up and give her a tattoo. Would she not be obedient? Why go through so much trouble? Cao Chuan rolled his eyes at her. You do not understand a thing. Some things need to be savored slowly. Besides, I have a brain and can use it. It is impossible to explain it clearly to someone without one like you. Though he cursed her in his heart, he had to admit that Ningyu was a good helper. He pinched her little face. Do not be so impatient about everything. Do not worry. The tattooing business will be handed over to you in the future. Ningyu pouted, then puffed out her cheeks, shaking off Cao Chuan's pinching hand. I want a tattoo too, but I cannot reach my back, and I do not want anyone else to help me tattoo it. You help me. What do you want to tattoo? Cao Chuan chuckled. He did not really care whether he tattooed her or not, but because she actively requested it, and Cao Chuan was someone who liked to manipulate others, the more she asked, the more he refused. How many times was this now? It seemed like the 8th time she had asked. Just do not be like Shen Menyi, he said. Then how about tattooing serve the country loyally, she suggested. No way, Ningyu complained. Then left repeatedly, right clear and bright. What does that mean? Ningyu was puzzled. Cao Chuan smiled dismissively. Do not worry. I will think of something to tattoo, and then I will do it myself. Ningyu was happy now. To be honest, what was tattooed was not important. Even tattooing an insult would be fine. The main thing was a sense of ritual. Their personalities were different. Ningyu just wanted to prove something to Cao Chuan, because he had been trusting her recently, but before, he always had his guard up. Not long after, Bai Sienna left the dining hall, her lip gloss looking even more vibrant. City Lord, Sienna wishes to stay and work in Feng City. Cao Chuan smiled and extended his hand. Welcome. Thank you. Bai Sienna quickly extended her hand. Their hands met, her skin icy and smooth. As expected of Daji, Cao Chuan asked, was the food palatable? Very good. Bai Sienna wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. It is fine. It was prepared for you sisters anyway. I do not mind how much you eat, just do not waste it. Go and keep your younger sister company. Thank you, City Lord, Bai Sienna said with a grateful expression. After Bai Sienna left, Ningyu pouted. Hypocrite. I am talking about her. She looks ethereal, yet she secretly ate the food. Humph, she is not even as good as Shen Menyi. Cao Chuan slapped her lightly. Are you taking me for a fool? You clearly met me, yet you went around explaining it. Get over there and bend over. Didn't he just want her to bend over? Finding a bunch of excuses. Chapter 340. From that day on, President Cao had a clingy little one by his side. Although she still had many memories, she recognized Bai Sienna, and knew the difference between a little fox spirit and a human. She was simply clingy. President Cao even suspected this was a little scheme, as she knew he was rich and powerful, so she took the opportunity to adopt a father to get free food, drink, and lodging. Never mind. President Cao could afford it, and it was a good replacement. When the two little ones were at boarding school, having a clingy companion who knew his needs was quite pleasant. To be honest, President Cao did not want them to go to Shangdi boarding school anymore. After all, the world had changed. With their powerful abilities, schooling was essentially useless. Alas, he let it go as long as the children were happy. Lu Si-han genuinely liked to study, and even if Bu Yao did not, she still endured it to accompany her. Another week passed in a flash. The two girls came to Feng City, and quickly formed a deep friendship with Bai Tower. The three played together, and President Cao spent time with Bai Sienna. He did not do much, as he was not Su Xian, and had a bit of psychological resistance to playing with snakes. More importantly, according to the plot, Bai Sienna was a half-immortal physique, also known as a nine-tailed celestial fox. There were records of her in the classic of mountains and seas. In the plot, her physique could not be contaminated, otherwise, it would be difficult for her to continue growing. After she took human form, a man who truly loved her, and was willing to die for her had to appear to activate her divinity, and then she would become incredibly powerful, possessing celestial techniques. President Cao considered this carefully. A man needing to fall in love with her, and be willing to die for her was a difficult condition. No charm magic could be used to control the man, as he had to be willing, and in a state of clear consciousness. Historical flashbacks suggested that truly immortal foxes hardly existed, and even the archetype, Daji, did not end well. He decided to let her be a songstress for now. As long as a cultivation plane did not appear in this world, immortal ascension was impossible. That day, Xiao Yang received a notification. Cao Chuan had returned to Zonghai, and they needed to set a time to meet and call Li Mo to join. This would be the first meeting of the three members of the Transcendence Alliance. The location was a high-end club, the property of an influential family eager to curry favor with President Cao. At 7 in the evening, Xiao Yang arrived as invited. Li Mo arrived a little late. He had been restless lately, tracked by paparazzi, which gave him endless headaches. He had even plagiarized a song titled Don't Bite Me to angrily denounce them. The internet was buzzing, and the paparazzi were furious, vowing to dig up dirt on him. Li Emo had taken several detours to arrive safely. As soon as he entered, Li Emo saw Xiao Yang, who was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking. A sense of repulsion surfaced. Li Emo looked around and asked, "Just you?" Their last meeting had ended unhappily, and they had not contacted each other since. "He is a big boss, so we arrive first, and he makes the grand entrance," Xiao Yang pouted. The displeasure in his words was obvious. They were all transcendents who understood each other, and he knew Cao Chuan was showing off. Coupled with the inherent repulsion, his tone was sour. Li Emo frowned, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Xiao Yang smirked and asked if he was not worried about his voice as a singer. Li Emo retorted that his memory and physique had been enhanced since transmigrating, and a few cigarettes would not cause problems. Xiao Yang smiled, mentioning that he had been following Li Mo's news. He offered to help teach Li Mo's ex-girlfriend a lesson, but Li Emo refused, stating he would handle his own affairs. Xiao Yang shrugged, noting that it was Li Emo being targeted by the entire internet, not him. He sneered that a transcendent with a golden finger who ended up like Li Emo was a first. Li Emo gritted his teeth, retorting that if he had combat abilities, he would not be worse than Xiao Yang. He challenged Xiao Yang to compare himself to Cao Chuan, who was rich, powerful, and owned an independent city. Xiao Yang's face darkened, insisting he was more than enough compared to Li Emo. Tap, tap. 2 gentle knocks sounded, and a female attendant opened the door. President Cao appeared. As soon as he did, the inherent repulsion grew extraordinarily strong, bordering on kill or be killed intensity. Fortunately, both of their auras were suppressed. Cao Chuan smiled and said, "I have wanted to meet you two for a long time. I arrived a bit earlier than you. I have been all alone, and it was not until you appeared that I truly felt like I had an organization. I have been in meetings with high-level officials in the capital, and only returned today. My apologies, gentlemen." He clasped his hands and invited them to sit. A middle-aged man entered, bowing with a fawning expression. This was Manager Chen, who worked for the Shen family. He confirmed it was the Chen family's property, managed for the Shen family, and he had prepared exquisite drinks and rare dishes for them. Xiao Yang and Li Emo were speechless, recognizing this as a blatant show of power. After Manager Chen left, Cao Chuan chuckled, telling them he had not arranged the display. He claimed he was low-key, but the high-level officials were concerned about the alliance, and local powers were eager to curry favor. He expressed his desire to trust his fellow countrymen. They began to reminisce about their pasts. When Xiao Yang mentioned saving a drowning dog and drowning himself, Li Emo laughed, asking why he would save a dog that could swim. Xiao Yang snapped that not all dogs were born knowing how to swim. Cao Chuan urged them to stop arguing, noting that they had all transmigrated and the reason did not matter. Xiao Yang asked Cao Chuan his age. "Over 40, Cao Chuan replied. They still believed all transcendents were soul transmigrators, which Cao Chuan found amusing. He knew better, they were not the same. He was a physical body transmigrator, a much higher level than their soul parasitism. Li Emo looked dumbfounded at Cao Chuan's appearance. Xiao Yang sighed, telling him not to make a fuss, noting that since they all had golden fingers, eternal life was the most basic thing for a transcendent. Chapter 341. Jokes aside, one should never joke about their golden finger. The three of them chatted at length, yet none dared ask what the other's unique abilities truly were. Transmigrators are not stupid, and they knew this was a boundary that should not be crossed. After a few rounds of drinks, the subtle sense of repulsion Xiao Yang felt began to subside. Since he did not have much to begin with, the tension in the room eased, and their conversation took a more personal turn. "Brother Cao, what did you do before you transmigrated?" Xiao Yang asked. Cao Chuan set down his wine glass, sighed, and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I worked in the municipal leader's driver pool." The two men were stunned. They had never met a leader's driver before, but it sounded impressive. "That is awesome," Xiao Yang said. "Then, Brother Cao, how did you transmigrate? Did you also accidentally die saving someone?" Old Cao did not actually die. He simply lost consciousness at the moment of his death, and then he transmigrated. He knew he would have died if he had not. Cao Chuan shook his head, and did not hide anything. He believed that a man should be sincere. Back then, the leaders were very busy, Cao Chuan began. For their political achievements and the welfare of the people, they went up mountains and down rivers. They visited the common folk and comforted those in more obscure and arduous social positions. They were swamped with work outside, and as someone from the leader's driver pool, I was considered one of their confidants. So naturally, I helped them resolve their worries. Xiao Yang and Li Emo nodded. There was nothing wrong with that statement. Old Cao continued. So I often went to the leaders' homes to fix air conditioners, computers, and unclog sinks. I thought these were all minor tasks. As a result, when the leaders found out later, naturally, there was no longer a place for me. "What do you mean?" the two asked, stunned for several seconds. Xiao Yang suddenly realized. He looked at Cao Chuan strangely and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Cao, you truly live up to your surname, Cao." Li Emo also understood the implication. Cao Chuan smiled bitterly. "I was young and ignorant, mistaking sisters-in-law for treasures. In hindsight, young girls are better." With the wine flowing freely, despite the lingering sense of repulsion, they chatted happily. Men often find their relationships growing closer after a few drinks and a bit of nonsense. "Manager Chen has arranged some activities, all clean ones," Old Cao said. "It is the first time, so do not rush off later. Let us hang out together. It is one of life's 4 great bonds. Xiao Yang did not put on airs. In his previous life, he had been a loser, and recently he had not been doing well, so he did not act aloof. I have no problem with that. Li Emo, however, was helpless. If I were to spend the night in this kind of club, I would probably be in a media storm tomorrow. Cao Chuan waved his hand. These are all minor matters for you. I will take care of it. After speaking, Cao Chuan directly took out his phone and sent a text message to Luoli. Proceed as planned. He immediately deleted the message afterward. The entertainment industry is small after all, Cao Chuan said. I am considered a capitalist now, so some things are just a matter of a single word. Moreover, the 3 of us have our own directions of development, so we should complement each other. For example, Li Emo, later we can partner to film some television shows and movies that were popular in our previous lives. Making money is secondary. You are doing it for fame, and we are helping a brother. And if Xiao Yang needs help, Li Emo and I will do our best to assist him. In short, it is about sticking together for warmth, which is always better than fighting alone. Soon, Li Emo witnessed what capital was capable of. All of his anti-fans online seemed to have been silenced. Negative comments about him could not be posted, and various media reports from before were suddenly taken down. Li Mo's sense of repulsion still existed, but he indeed witnessed the effect of having money and power. At the same time, a bit more ambition grew in his heart. Even though he was being slandered now, he knew that once he became famous, once he became a song god and a best actor, he would be surrounded by good people. Thanks, Brother Cao, Li Emo said, raising his glass. We are all brothers. Old Cao laughed heartily. However, this matter is not completely resolved. Controlling public opinion has its risks, and if the high-level officials find out, it will be hard for me to explain. So I cannot control it for too long, at most a week. After that, anti-fans can still slander you, and if you have other scandals, the media will also report them. But the internet has a short memory, and I believe this week should be enough to silence many people completely. Your future path can only be walked by yourself. That is enough, Li Emo nodded. With the luck repulsion, he did not want to rely on Cao Chuan's help all the time, or he would not feel right. The dinner did not end until 11 o'clock. The effect was good, and Old Cao's arrangements were completed. Everyone had drunk quite a bit, mainly because of the medicated wine, which had a stronger kick. Then, under manager Chen's arrangement, the 3 of them went to 3 separate villas within the club, each doing their own thing without disturbing each other. This way, everyone could completely relax and avoid constantly being repelled by luck. That night, Xiao Yang had a lot of fun. As for Li Emo, he directly lost 20% of his halo. The person arranged for him by Old Cao was a realistic simulacrum. A simulacrum girl with acting skills, who looked exactly like the actress Demimi from his previous life. Demimi had acting skills, could you believe it? Anyway, Li Emo believed it. He was drunk, and he had luck repulsion toward Old Cao's trap. When sober, he naturally would not do anything with a simulacrum, but being drunk, plus Old Cao's presence, made him think it was luck repulsion toward Old Cao. More importantly, after seeing the girl, he was completely stunned. This world did not have the celebrities from his previous life, but thinking about it, it was understandable. Parallel universes have counterparts, meaning identical people can exist, but their circumstances are different. It was understandable that this version of Demimi ended up like this. Furthermore, this girl was also trying to sell her first time to pay for her mother's medical treatment, and she met Li Emo on her first attempt. This was very much like a luck plot. How could an entertainment plot be complete without Demi-Mi? Old Cao was helping him complete it. Li Emo followed the plot, promising her a sum of money to treat her mother's illness, and even to bring her into the entertainment industry. Li Emo thought that since Demi-Mi was so popular in his previous life, she could definitely be popular in this life too. Ultimately, it was about nostalgia. Meeting a female celebrity he knew from his previous life was a different feeling. And so it happened. 20% of his halo was gone. Coupled with Old Cao's subsequent schemes, Li Emo was probably almost finished. A week passed in a flash. Old Cao sent them a message. Due to the issue of luck repulsion, everyone tried not to meet in person. If there was a need, they would just create a group chat and discuss it there. Xiao Yang said in the group, "Brother Cao, can you do me a favor?" "Tell me," Cao Chuan replied. "You bought a little fox spirit at an auction before. Can you let me have her?" Xiao Yang hesitated for a while but still sent the message. He always felt that this little fox was very crucial. Old Cao had not replied yet, but Li Emo spoke up. "You are a pervert, you bastard. You even wanted me to give Xiaomoer to you before. I think you are the one surnamed Cao, you bastard." Cao Chuan replied. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Li Emo said. "Brother Cao, I am not talking about you. I am talking about people like Xiao Yang. He must have been a loser in his previous life. What a piece of trash. I am ashamed to be associated with him." Xiao Yang cursed. "You bastard, shut up. How old is that little fox spirit? I really need her for something useful." "Humph," Li Emo scoffed. Cao Chuan said. "Old Xiao, it is not that I will not help you, nor that I am stingy with these crystals, but the little girl's sister came looking for her. The two sisters reunited, and I gave them their freedom. It is not up to me anymore." Ah, Xiao Yang was speechless. "All right, I was presumptuous." Cao Chuan smiled. No presumptions, brother. If you want a girl, I will find you a good one. No, that is not what I mean. I think that is exactly what you mean, you pervert, Li Emo cursed. Hey, Li Emo, you have been a bit arrogant these past 2 days, have you not? Is it because no one is slandering you anymore that you are itching for trouble? What is wrong? You can do it, but I cannot talk about it. Cao Chuan did not continue to bicker with them. To be honest, transmigrators all have a bit of a crazy streak. Watching them curse at each other was quite entertaining, but there was no choice. Their factions were different, and the luck feedback was too much. It was not that Old Cow was soft-hearted and could let them go, because the luck value they fed back was related to Old Cow's future growth. Old Cow had to grow stronger step by step. Otherwise, if a very powerful child of destiny appeared one day, Old Cow would not even have a chance to resist. So he could not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, Old Cow would not even scheme against a weakling like Li Mo. And Li Mo's downfall was about to begin. For Old Cow, it was also a matter of just lifting a finger. Just as Li Mo returned to the talent show stage again, on the day the program aired, a paparazzi broke a piece of news. Singing talent Li Mo spends night at high-end club. There were pictures to prove it. This news once again ignited the fan base. In this era, fans were still very strict with their idols. If an idol dared to get married, dared to have a girlfriend, or even dared to get a little close to another woman, fans would dare to abandon them and turn from fans to anti-fans. Because of the previous incident, Li Mo's reputation was already not good. More than a week of quiet had made Li Mo much more low-key, and anti-fans had also been significantly drawn away by other news. But now, there was a resurgence. This was just the opening shot. Immediately after, the paparazzi dug up that on the second and third day after going to the club, Li Mo was seen shopping with a girl for 2 consecutive days. Although they were heavily disguised, it was still clear that this girl was not his ex-girlfriend Li Qingxiu, or his rumored girlfriend Siamo. The paparazzi also dug up information about this girl named Yang Tao, and even published her photos. In the group chat, Xiao Yang exclaimed, "Holy crap, Li Mo, did you sleep with Demi Mi? This is Demi Mi, the one who has not become famous yet." Cao Chuan replied with ellipses. Li Mo sent an emoji, squinting. "You want her again? You pervert." Xiao Yang cursed. "You bastard, you are asking for death." Cao Chuan replied, "Oldly, I just finished controlling public opinion. I cannot intervene now. Can you not be a bit more low-key? Are you really not afraid of scandals? Do not worry, brother Cao, without concrete evidence, it does not matter how they report it. At worst, I will write a few more songs. Being famous for being infamous is still fame, and if all else fails, I will be a brother like Ji," Li Mo said nonchalantly. What Li Mo said was actually correct. But he underestimated the direction of public opinion. He also underestimated the paparazzi's abilities. Soon, this girl named Yang Tao was cornered by reporters. In the reporters' trick questions, it was revealed that she was forced to sell herself. She did not mention selling herself to save her mother. It was simply because Li Mo promised to write songs for her, and even said he would write a song to make her famous. Li Mo also spent over 200,000 yuan, which was the cost of music copyrights, openly keeping a mistress. Public opinion was in an uproar. Li Mo was instantly pushed to the forefront, with many people calling for his ban. Li Mo was also stunned this time. Is Demi that stupid? Can she be tricked into talking? How did she become a capitalist in her previous life? Oh well, Demi was also kicked out in her previous life. No one realized Yang Tao was acting, and then the authorities intervened. Chapter 342. The authorities did not explicitly issue a formal ban. However, official media outlets, including the Communist Youth League, published a list of artists with poor moral character. The list included Li Mo along with many others. The authorities criticized these artists for lacking professional ethics, and slammed them for openly engaging in behaviors that violated morality and public order while acting as public figures. While a formal ban was not explicitly stated, every sentence in the report implied one. Following these reports, no one dared to collaborate with the listed artists. Li Mo's songs were immediately removed from all platforms. His social media accounts were blocked, and even popular blog posts discussing him were taken down. Television programs terminated their contracts, leaving him facing hefty compensation demands and endorsement penalties. In short, Li Mo went bankrupt overnight. He had never possessed much money to begin with, having already spent a portion to save his mother and another chunk on property, because he knew how high housing prices would eventually climb. Ha 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 ha. You are truly a disgrace to the transmigration experience. Getting banned, owing a mountain of debt, and going straight to bankruptcy. What are you even living for? You are worse than those who transmigrated without a golden finger. I am truly impressed by you, Xiao Yang laughed in their group chat. Li Mo remained silent for a long time, before replying, Xiao Yang, damn you. Xiao Yang was not angry, but rather amused. Li Mo, jokes aside, call me dad, and I will lend you some money. I would rather find brother Cow than you. Ha ha ha, it is all the same. You call brother Cow dad, and me uncle. Get lost. After the two bickered for a while, brother Cow finally joined the conversation. I looked into this matter, and it is not easy to handle. You really should not have brought Demi along. She might be very shrewd in the future, but she is young now, and simply cannot handle those probing questions from reporters. This matter of yours is solid proof of misconduct. Even if I use my connections to get you removed from the list, you can only keep a low profile. You can no longer be a singer like before. Sigh, I did not expect this either, Lei Ting replied with a crying emoji. Brother Cao, please lend me some money. Although I cannot be a singer now, I can write songs. I can cultivate stars behind the scenes, and I will definitely be able to pay you back. Cao Chuan replied, just tell me directly how much money you still need. I will help you sort out all these compensations. Do not even talk about paying it back. Our relationship as three brothers means something. Thank you, Brother Cao. This entire ordeal consumed a large portion of Lei Ting's protagonist halo. Because Lei Ting's storyline belonged to an original entertainment plot rather than a derivative fanfiction, he did not have a large harem. There were only one or two proper heroines, with Xiaomoer being the primary one. Lei Ting was originally supposed to have a back-and-forth arc, eventually gaining Lei Ting's forgiveness. If this were a fanfiction entertainment story, there would probably be a massive harem, with Demimi as the centerpiece. Consequently, Lei Ting's halo was now almost completely depleted. Xiaomoer eventually met with Lei Ting. She could not tell exactly how haggard he was, only that he wore a helpless expression. Her own emotions were complex. Are those things in the news true? She asked. Actually, Xiaomoer was somewhat skeptical. In her impression, Lei Ting was not the type of person who would be greedy or exploitative. Otherwise, when he and Lei Ting were together, he would not have rejected Xiaomoer's own advances. From that, she had concluded that Lei Ting was a simple, kind, and faithful boy. But now that he was famous and wealthy, he had started taking care of other young girls. She struggled to reconcile this with the person she knew. After a second of contemplation, Lei Ting nodded. He did not deceive or hide anything. This is a common trait among many children of destiny. They do not lie, even about their own infidelity, and then they are glorified for being honest about it, which is viewed as better than being a hypocrite. It is a ridiculous double standard. Both are hypocrites and both are perverts, yet if an ordinary person is unfaithful, they are condemned, while a child of destiny is accepted simply for speaking the truth. Brother Cao could not understand the logic of such stories. It is better to be a villain. Whatever we do is fine, because we are the villains. Such is the way of the world. A villain commits evil all their life, then does one good deed at the end, lays down their butcher's knife, and instantly becomes a Buddha. A righteous person does one bad deed, and they are eternally cast into hell without a chance to turn their life around. Why? Why did you do it? Xiaomoer's emotions were spiraling. Why did you become like this? Lei Ting lowered his head helplessly. I am sorry. I never thought things would turn out this way. Lei Ting. Xiaomoer quickly calmed down, and her expression shifted entirely. It became filled with disappointment and coldness, completely devoid of her previous joy. How much money do you still owe? I will lend it to you first to get through this crisis. As for the future, you are on your own. Lei Ting felt heartbroken. He understood Xiaomoer's meaning. As a friend, she would help him one last time, but that was it. Moer, do not say anything more. All right, I am sorry for disappointing you. You are not apologizing to me, nor are you disappointing me. You are apologizing to your fans and to yourself. You have disappointed everyone. I thought you were different from others, but I did not expect. Xiaomoer shook her head bitterly. I did not expect you to be even worse than the other celebrities. You are like this after just a little fame. If you became a superstar, who knows what kind of behavior you would exhibit. Tell me, how much do you owe? I have already borrowed it. Hearing this, Xiaomoer smiled faintly. That is good too. She turned and left. That phrase perhaps meant it was good this way, as there would be no more connection between them in the future. Lei Ting watched her graceful departing figure, a sharp pain piercing his heart. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but he could not utter a single word to make her stay. However, Lei Ting called out, Moer, I will give you the song I promised you. Just delete the singer's name. No need, Xiaomoer refused without looking back. Destined heroines all possess a sharing gene, which is a certainty. Otherwise, a child of destiny would find it difficult to openly maintain a harem. But there is a prerequisite: the heroine must fall completely in love with the protagonist. Only then do they activate the indivisible gene, and no matter what the protagonist does, they ultimately forgive him. Now that Lei Ting had gotten into this trouble, although Xiaomoer felt sad, she chose to go her separate ways. Because their relationship had always been respectful, rather than deeply romantic, breaking up was straightforward. 80% lost, 20% remaining. An instant kill. Lei Ting answered the phone. Brother Cao, did you receive the money? Cao Chuan asked. Yes, I did. Can I ask you for a favor? Hey, why are you suddenly so polite? Just say what is on your mind. Do not worry about being distant. Once this storm passes, I will use my connections, and then you can make a comeback. Although you cannot be in front of the camera anymore, you can work behind the scenes. If you do not want to be in the entertainment industry, we can try something else. We are not tethered to one tree. Lei Ting replied. I want you to establish an entertainment company, and help me promote Xiaomoer. What do you mean? It is just that she is not talking to me now, and I do not want to pester her. But I owe her. I promised to write songs for her in the future, and make her a superstar. Please help me with this. I will give you the songs, but do not say they are from me. Just say they are songs you acquired, and then promote her. I want to see her standing at the very top, holding the award for Heavenly Queen. Damn it. You are a lovesick fool, are you not? Brother Cao said. Why do you not do it yourself? Given her personality, she will not accept it. If she knew I was secretly writing songs for her, she would absolutely not use them. All right, these are minor matters. But with your current mood, can you still write songs? Cao Chuan asked. Do not worry, my golden finger has nothing to do with my mood. Okay, I will not ask what kind of golden finger you have, as long as you can write songs, that is fine. After hanging up, Lei buried himself in copying songs. He converted all of his 200,000 emotional value points into hit songs. Lei did not ask Xiao Yang for help, because Xiao Yang was a pervert. If he had asked Xiao Yang, Xiaomoa would have likely been corrupted and destroyed. Brother Cao was more reliable. Cao Chuan did not lack women or money, he was not a loser like Xiao Yang. Although Lei would no longer sing, making his emotion collection slower, his golden finger remained. He had not been truly banned in the legal sense. He had not committed a crime, and at most, it was just moral condemnation. After this matter passed, he could still resurface. It did not matter if he was not a singer, he could create a new personal account on a short video platform and film skits. With the memories from his previous life, filming skits was simple. Once the content was live, the anti-fans would swarm in again, bringing a large amount of negative emotions. Lei's plan was to argue with these idiots to farm negative energy, which he would use to produce more hit songs while having Brother Cao help cultivate Xiaomoa. Even without his golden finger, Lei had enough songs in his mind to last for quite a while. Chapter 343. Lei was incredibly efficient. He sent 10 hit songs in a single afternoon. They were all older songs, but they fit the era of this parallel dimension perfectly. You have to understand that in this day and age, singing songs like Mice Love Rice would definitely be more popular than complex anthems like Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. This is an undeniable fact. Online singers were just emerging in this era. The more vulgar the song, the more popular it became. However, their lifespan was very short, at most a year, and they would only linger in various rural counties for 2 or 3 years at most. Songs like Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, however, could last for 20 years. Regardless, these hit songs could easily make Xiaomoa famous, making it quite achievable for her to become the destined heroine. As for Lei Ting, she could be the sweetheart idol. These titles were simple to achieve. They would constantly publish press releases online, find public relations, manage operations, and one song would be enough to live off for a lifetime. Brother Cao, what do you mean? Lei asked. Lei had instantly received a 2 million yuan transfer from old Cao. He immediately called him. Cao Chuan replied, "It is for the songs." "No need. These songs are all for Xiaomoa," Lei said. "Taking the money is not optional. You might not understand what commercial operation is. If I set up an entertainment company, business is business and personal is personal. Your songs need to be added to the company music library, and the money given to you will go through the company public accounts. Later, you will also need to sign a contract. What we want is regularization. Do you think this is a bar residency or a private gift?" After hearing old Cao words, Lei nodded, though he did not fully understand. "All right, I will listen to Brother Cao, but 2 million is too much. Although these are all hit songs, according to market prices, these songs are at most 50,000 each. Take it if I give it to you. Do you think I do not know the value of these songs? Besides, the company is paying, it has nothing to do with me. Private accounts and public accounts are two different things. You know that, right? Even if it is an entertainment company I invested in, they will be separated. All right, I do not really understand these things. Brother Cao, you decide. These 10 songs can make a great album," Lei said. Cao Chuan replied, "Do not worry about this. I will hire the best operators and marketers in the industry to handle this. I will find even better public relations to make her famous in a short time." Cao Chuan did not explain much. Putting 10 hit songs in one album was a common problem for transmigrated individuals, an urge to show off. Did he think he was J. Joe? 1 or 2 main singles per album were enough. After being popular for a year or two, then release another album. Continuous development was the way to go. If he released them all at once, at a rate of 1 album every 6 months, other artists would not have a life. He would earn all the money, and other capitalists would definitely target him. Even with old Cao protecting them, people might not openly target them, but if they occasionally sent out a press release to step on his heavenly immortal, there would be nothing he could do. Every circle had its own rules. "Godfather," Lei Ting said, "are these songs all prepared for me?" "It has nothing to do with you," Cao Chuan said as he waved his hand. "These are all prepared for Xiaomoa." "For her? Why?" Lei Ting's face changed. She looked on the verge of tears, gazing at old Cao with a wronged expression. Cao Chuan glanced at her. "These are all songs written by Lei, and he specifically named Xiaomoa to sing them." "Oh come on," Lei Ting complained. She immediately acted coquettishly, sitting on his lap. "Who cares what he thinks? If I got such good songs, I could become a heavenly queen. I have other arrangements for your songs. First, let us make Xiaomoa famous, then I can get more benefits from Lei, and only then can I promote you. Do you understand?" Old Cao directly pushed her down. She was a heavenly queen, beautiful and sweet-voiced. Playing instruments was also her forte. But old Cao had to make Xiaomoa famous, not just for the 20% halo, but for balance. Xiaomoa had to rise to compete with Lei Ting. Women who vied for affection were the most obedient. 2 days later, the final plot for Lei began. Old Cao had no prior plot information, and did not know what would happen, but he was constantly monitoring the situation, so he could guess some things. Right now, Xiaomoa was attending a dinner party with her teacher. The teacher introduced her to the head of an entertainment company. Normal social courtesies were unavoidable, as it was a society based on connections. However, as she ate, Xiao Moa felt a bit hot. Something was off. Xiao Moa was clever. She quietly excused herself and went to the restroom. There was a restroom inside the private room. After closing the door, Xiao Moa looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was flushed, and definitely something was wrong. A wave of heat surged from within her bones. Xiao Moa did not hesitate. She made a call to her father. Her family was wealthy and had some influence, so she needed help. Unfortunately, after she made the call, it kept going unanswered. This made Xiao Moa extremely anxious. Without much hesitation, Xiao Moa called Lei Ting again. Although they had broken off contact, at this moment, Xiao Moa could not think of anyone she could trust to contact for help. Besides, no matter how bad Lei Ting was, he was at least a boy she had once liked. Unfortunately, the call was still going unanswered. Xiao Moa was sweating profusely. The more anxious she got, the hotter her body became. Pick up the phone. Pick up, she pleaded. Xiao Moa was on the verge of despair. She kept dialing, but no one answered. Luoli was currently blocking signals and secretly remotely controlling Xiao Moa's phone. Xiao Moa's head was a bit muddled, and she did not notice that the number on her phone was dialing a different one, not Lei Ting. Hello, a man voice came through. Xiao Moa did not listen carefully. She just blurted out anxiously, I am in the Shiryu private room, Chinese restaurant, 3rd floor of Great Hua Hotel. Come save me. I have been drugged. What? Do not joke around. Who are you? You, what do you mean? Xiao Moa was slightly stunned. Is Lei Ting that heartless? No, the voice is not right. Xiao Moa took the phone away and looked at the dialed number. It was not Lei Ting, but a strange number. She had dialed the wrong number. Perhaps she accidentally pressed the wrong button in her urgency. Xiao Moa could not care less. Sorry. After saying that, she hung up and started to call the police. But the police call also would not go through. It is over. It is over. What is happening? Pick up the phone, she cried. This continued for a while, and Xiao Moa became increasingly disoriented. About 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door from outside. A man voice came through. Student Xia. Little student Xia, are you in there? Are you all right? Open the door. I want to see what is wrong with you. If you do not open the door, I am going to burst in. The restroom door was kicked open. Xiao Moa retreated to the corner, clutching her phone, looking at the ugly man in front of her. What do you want to do? The ugly man chuckled. I am worried about student Xia. It is good that you are all right, but you do not look well. I will take you to rest. You, do not come any closer. Xiao Moa felt a dizzy spell. Oh, do not be so distant. You will be coming to our company later, and I will protect you, ensuring you become famous across the country, as long as you are obedient. You, do not come any closer. My dad will not let you get away with this. I know your dad. Just a small wealthy businessman with a few $100 million. Besides, you do not want him to know about this, do you? The ugly man chuckled. Damn it, a voice cursed from the doorway. Stealing my lines. You, who are you? The ugly man suddenly turned his head. I am your father, Cao Chuan said. Cao Chuan appeared and directly delivered a kick, knocking the ugly man unconscious. Xiao Moa's hazy vision looked at Cao Chuan, who was incredibly handsome. Something really did happen. Luckily, I came. Can you still speak? You called me just now. Xiao Moa breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, one call got through just now, even if it was a wrong number. At least he looked much better than the ugly man. And he was very handsome. Old Cao was not clear about this plot. It was only due to surveillance and Luoli high execution ability that he was able to largely confirm what would happen in a short amount of time, and then make targeted arrangements. But it seemed that this incident should be the plot where Lei Ting and Xiao Moa break the ice. Lei Ting was drinking, very distressed. After a mouthful of white wine, he immediately convulsed violently several times as if poisoned, then collapsed on the sofa. He did not die, but he was in great pain. It took him half an hour to recover. At midnight, without a moment delay, Old Cao initiated the settlement. System notification. Plot settlement in progress. You have plundered the luck of the Child of Destiny. Lei Ting villain luck has increased by 150 million. Awesome, Old Cao could not help but exclaim. After a tenfold increase, the luck of the Child of Destiny was truly abundant. The luck reward for killing and plundering a Child of Destiny itself increased from 5 million to 50 million. A tenfold increase. Plus the 100% Halo plunder, which meant double. 50 million doubled to 100 million. Lei Ting alone brought in a 100 million increase. System notification. You have schemed against the destined heroine and recognized a villain as father. Villain luck has increased by 20 million. You have paid a blood fee. Villain luck has increased by 10 million, plus the 10 million from breaking the halo. That made 40 million. With various other schemes included, a total of 150 million was obtained. Chu Feng, you are truly garbage, Cao Chuan muttered. I worked on it for so long, and you only gave 1.3 in feedback, far worse than Lei Ting. If it were not for your mother, would I have entrusted our eldest daughter Cao Zhengyang to you? Bah. However, despite the scolding, Old Cao also knew that Lei Ting could not compare to Chu Feng, as Chu Feng also had various feedback rewards, such as gift packages. Lei Ting, on the other hand, only had this 150 million. What could he do with it? He could not do much. At most, he could expand the dungeon 3 times. All the previous luck value had been spent, and now it was full again. The next morning, Old Cao prepared some breakfast for her. When she finally woke up and recalled what had happened yesterday, Xiaomoa burst into tears. What she had guarded for so long was suddenly gone. However, upon seeing old Cao, she was actually grateful. If it were not for the man in front of her, she would have been bullied by that ugly fat man last night. And the steaming hot breakfast warmed her heart. Nevertheless, grateful as she was, to her, the person in front of her was still a stranger. She did not know what to say, perhaps due to shyness, perhaps due to sadness. In any case, she did not speak. She just silently lowered her head and ate. She was truly hungry. Old Cao then spoke. Are you Xiaomoa? You know me. I saw the news. I know you have a boyfriend. No, I do not, Xiaomoa quickly spoke, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood by the person in front of her. She really did not. Whether you do or not, I am not taking advantage of you anyway. I am planning to set up an entertainment company. You should join. Chapter 344. Li Mo's golden finger did not rely on external objects. Cao Chuan knew this well, as daily monitoring had long revealed that Li Mo collected emotions to power it. So, Cao Chuan did not hesitate and settled the matter instantly. However, there was one detail Cao Chuan had not anticipated. After the settlement, while there was no massive golden finger plunder reward, no system upgrade, and no world fusion, an extra villain grand lottery appeared. The system explained that there would be no more grand gift packages in the future, but each time a complete protagonist halo was absorbed, it would activate one grand lottery. Cao Chuan did not dwell on it. He left Xiaomoa, sat in his car, and muttered, draw. Immediately, a roulette device appeared in his mind and began to spin. There was no fanfare. The pointer swept past various prizes, including 100 million luck points, shopping discounts, skill cards, immortal rank cultivation techniques, and super weapon cards. Everything was high quality. The system was not being stingy. After it slowly decelerated, the pointer landed on a golden interface, rule skill, aura obscuring. This is incredible. I am truly invincible. Just by reading the skill description, Cao Chuan knew it was over. Nothing in this world could threaten him anymore. Future children of destiny would all be his meals, and he could choose how to consume them. Previously, there was a natural luck repulsion between protagonists and villains, causing them to dislike each other upon meeting. But with this rule-type skill, Cao Chuan could easily deceive children of destiny. He could interact with them without triggering immediate hostility, unless he chose to disgust them deliberately. Cao Chuan remained cautious, however. Children of destiny are humans, and humans are easily deceived. But some of their golden fingers were not weak. If a powerful one appeared, the situation could change. He maintained his original intention, to stay low-key to ensure he lived a long and successful life. Now that Li Mo was handled, Xiao Yang was not in a hurry, and Cao Chuan did not know when the next child of destiny would appear. After Cao Chuan left, Xiaomoa sat in a lounge chair on the balcony, staring blankly at the river beach. She had not directly agreed to Cao Chuan's request, only saying she would consider it. When Cao Chuan left, he gave her a farewell kiss. Xiaomoa felt her lips burning. Overnight, her world had turned upside down, and she needed to sort out her thoughts. Recalling his appearance and the events of the previous night, she felt no regret, only a bit of awkwardness. He seemed wealthy, with taste and a presence no weaker than her father's. He appeared very busy, and their current relationship was awkward, so separating for a while was perhaps for the best, even though she felt a strange sense of loss. By noon, Cao Chuan returned. Xiaomoa had been in a daze all morning and was starving, so she had gotten up to make food. Hearing the door open, she walked toward the kitchen. Are you hungry? I bought you food. You should rest well. Cao Chuan placed several bags on the dining table and moved to support her. I just went to the company to handle some matters. I am on vacation now, so I will stay with you for the next few days. Xiaomoa's heart warmed, and her gaze grew gentle. Does it still hurt? It hurts. She nodded gently, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. I will help you apply some medicine later. I went to see a doctor and got a special prescription. I will apply it myself. Don't be a stranger to me. All right then. Cao Chuan was truly considerate of her feelings. Over the next 2 days, Xiaomoa fell in love. The medicine was effective, and she felt closer to him than ever. 3 days passed in a flash. On the final night, as she leaned against him on the sofa, Cao Chuan mentioned her returning to school and his work. He also mentioned that her entertainment company debut was almost settled. You will be the first artist I sign. Can I really do it? Xiaomoa asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course. I have bought the rights to several songs from an anonymous composer. You will be an original singer from now on. Xiaomoa hesitated, concerned about deceiving her fans. I don't want to lie to them. The industry needs fame early, Cao Chuan reassured her. It is not about constant deception, but about making you surpass Li Qingshu. Xiaomoa explained that she had no enmity with Li Qingshu, but Cao Chuan insisted that he would not allow his woman to be overshadowed. Since she refused to be credited for the writing, he agreed to treat them as acquired songs and help her openly outperform her rival. On the other side, Li Mo was adjusting to his new reality. Having lost his protagonist halo, his golden finger remained, but the fortuitous encounters and plot armor were gone. He was no longer a singer, but he was a prolific songwriter and scriptwriter for Cao Chuan's company. Cao Chuan paid him well, ensuring he could live comfortably with his life-sized doll. They remained good brothers, or so it seemed. 7 days later, a bus bumped along a small road in Yuteng village, 100 kilometers from Zhonghai. A young man wearing a baseball cap woke up with a start. He looked around at the passengers dozing in the rain and fog. He checked his phone and realized it was late 2009. He was back 10 years. His name was Lei Ting, and he was 20 years old again. He had been an orphan raised by grandparents who had passed away. In his previous life, he had spent 10 years working until he died from exhaustion. In this rebirth, I must live differently, he thought. I am a reborn person, so I must have a golden finger. System, are you there? There was no response. He realized he had no system. He began to calculate how to get rich. He knew the stock market trends and property prices. Buying property in Shanghai and certain stocks would make him a fortune. As he got off the bus in his hometown, Lei Ting ran wildly, eager to embrace his new future. Chapter 345. Lei Ting also had a smartphone. There was no other way. President Cao's company sold high-end smartphones, but most models were low-end. This strategy served two purposes. First, it helped capture market share. Second, it made the devices affordable for everyone. You see, transmigrators, reborn individuals, or awakened ones basically start out poor. If the phones were too expensive, they might rely on old-fashioned feature phones instead. That would make it impossible to monitor them. Therefore, President Cao's tech company maintained a separate low-end phone department, with a motto of letting everyone afford a smartphone. They even launched many rural outreach programs, making the devices very cheap. They essentially redefined smartphone pricing. Despite the low cost, the product quality remained quite good, and fans loved this approach. Lei Ting sat in his hometown courtyard, which was dilapidated. He thought, it is fine if I do not have a golden finger. Being reborn with over 10 years of memories is already a kind of advantage. In the future, I do not need to be a god-tier tycoon. Being a multimillionaire is enough. It is certainly better than being a corporate slave in my previous life. Lei Ting did not sell the house directly, as he had done in his previous life. Instead, he chose to live there and cleaned it thoroughly. He needed to settle down, calm his mind, and carefully consider his future path. There were many ways to get rich beyond just stocks or real estate. He considered old banknotes and third or fourth edition currencies. In his previous life, Lei Ting had dabbled in these areas. He remembered that in 2 years, the market for old banknotes would become incredibly strong. Investing tens of thousands now could lead to millions later, yielding higher returns than stocks with a very short cycle. This was just one direction. He also knew about global events occurring 2 years later, involving crude oil, gold, and foreign exchange. Massive fluctuations in those markets would provide opportunities to get rich overnight. However, the prerequisite was having capital. Time was running out for Lei Ting. Meanwhile, Luoli intercepted new information and did not delay for a moment. She reported, Master, we have possibly detected a new transmigrator. President Cao was playing with a small fox when he received the message. After settling Xiao Moer, he had been spending more time with the sisters of the Bai family. With Xiao Ying basically settled and only missing a beast token, he was ready for the next move. Luoli sent over the data. Lei Ting's information was very detailed. President Cao glanced at the background and confirmed it immediately. This was definitely a transmigrator. His parents had passed away, followed by his grandparents. He also had a girlfriend at school who would likely break up with him soon. A moment later, President Cao frowned. Could there really be transmigrators without a golden finger? All previous rhetoric, including stories about figures like Wang Mang, was nonsense. But now that a transmigrator had appeared without a golden finger, President Cao instantly lost interest. If he was supposed to be a god-tier tycoon, he could not achieve that without a golden finger. How could someone be a legend without one? Even with foreknowledge of market trends from the past 10 years, he could at most become a billionaire, which was meaningless to President Cao. Only the protagonist halo held any real value. If he lacked a golden finger, it was difficult to classify him as a true protagonist. He decided, keep a close eye on him. If there is any new information, tell me immediately. On Lei Ting's end, the breakup came the very next day. The girl's voice came through the phone. Since you have chosen to stay in your hometown, and you are not even selling the house, it means you do not plan to live in the city permanently. We cannot keep doing long distance forever. And Lei Ting, graduation internships are coming up soon. I really do not have time to drag this out. Let us part on good terms. After listening to her words, Lei Ting replied calmly, all right, let us part on good terms. He was a bit puzzled. He had broken up in his previous life as well, but not this quickly. He attributed it to his rebirth, as his decision not to sell the house likely triggered an earlier separation. It did not matter. She was not that beautiful anyway. Deep down, however, he felt a little lost. They had been together for over 2 years, and she had supported him through the difficult time when his grandparents passed away. Lei Ting hung up the phone and walked into the courtyard. He lit a cigarette and stood under the moonlight to contemplate his life. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The old well in the courtyard was emitting a faint glow. Lei Ting muttered, damn it. It is not Sadeko, is it? Do not scare me. He edged closer to the wellhead, picking up a rusty axe just in case. He had already transmigrated and been reborn, so a few strange things did not surprise him too much. Luoli received the news immediately, but she quickly lost the surveillance feed on Lei Ting. She reported this to Cao Chuan, who pondered the glowing wellhead and the lost connection. He trusted Luoli's capabilities. Unless the target had entered a special space, like a storage dimension, it was impossible to lose surveillance with his supercomputer and the code embedded in the phone. This situation was similar to the golden finger turtle shell Chu Feng had owned, which President Cao had thrown into a storage space. When that happened, Chu Feng had instantly lost connection. President Cao stood up, called his bodyguards, and headed directly to Yutang village. He possessed the rule-based skill of aura obscuring, so he was not afraid of meeting a child of destiny. In fact, with a sufficiently thick luck halo, he could use strong methods to deal with weaker targets. In less than an hour, his motorcade reached the dirt road in the village. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Lu Qing's doorstep. Villagers gathered to watch the luxury car convoy, and even the village cotters came forward. After learning President Cao's identity, they became extremely solicitous. Cao Chuan told the village party secretary, "Regarding the investment in Yutang village, I will have our company's general manager make a trip later to implement it as soon as possible. We will develop Yutang village into a key poverty alleviation unit. I will provide at least 100 million in initial investment for building factories so that everyone has work, land to cultivate, and children have schools to attend. I had a good relationship with Lu Qing's parents. It is a pity they passed away too early. Now that I have become successful, I naturally have to help my old friends. You do not need to be polite. I want to be low-key on this visit. I am just here to see Lu Qing. Secretary, please ask the villagers to disperse." The village party secretary complied, and the crowd dispersed. Nobody thought much of it, as Cao Chuan was a famous tycoon. They assumed Lu Qing's property was of no interest to such a wealthy man. President Cao walked into the courtyard. The mottled, old space had a strong sense of history. On the walls inside, there were still large photos of the instructor, left by the elders. He closed the main gate and approached the wellhead. It was a dry well with some age to it. The interior was pitch black. President Cao had his bodyguards go down to investigate, but it appeared empty. He recalled reading novels about back gardens connecting to the primordial world or ancient dynasties. He wondered if this dry well was a space-time gate. If he could really travel, he would have an extra back garden, which would be incredibly valuable for securing luck in the future. Soon, there was a knock at the door. The village party secretary returned with his wife and daughter-in-law, carrying fruits as a gift. They were anxious that President Cao might change his mind about the investment. The secretary asked, "President Cao, where is that kid, Lu Qing?" Cao Chuan smiled. "I am not sure. He might have gone out. I will wait for him here." The secretary frowned and offered to have the villagers look for him, but Cao Chuan declined. He insisted that he was just passing by and engaged the secretary in a long conversation about investment projects to help the village prosper. They talked until 10 o'clock at night. When the secretary finally left, he offered his own home for President Cao to stay in, but Cao Chuan insisted on waiting in the courtyard. The secretary was puzzled, but did not press the issue, fearing it might jeopardize the investment. He felt annoyed that Lu Qing was not home to greet such an important guest. Another 2 hours passed. Finally, after midnight, the wellhead suddenly glowed brightly. A person emerged. Lu Qing was muttering, "Damn it. I almost died in the palace. Luckily, I have a golden finger. Next time I need to make some preparations, otherwise, who are you?" Lu Qing discovered that the courtyard was filled with bodyguards and President Cao, who was sitting and grilling meat. President Cao noticed a jade pendant hanging around Lu Qing's neck, glowing brightly and intermingling with the light from the wellhead. So, the golden finger had arrived. He did not know where the well led, but from Lu Qing's words about the palace, he could guess it connected to ancient times. Cao Chuan smiled. "Lu Qing, welcome to the Travelers Alliance." Chapter 346. Lu Qing was very vigilant. After all, he knew the nature of these meetings between transmigrators. Some were fools, but most possessed significant intelligence. He looked at Cao Chuan in front of him, then at the bodyguards surrounding the room, and realized he had no means of escape. To his surprise, however, there was no sensation of luck repulsion. The aura obscuring skill had taken effect. The most impressive feature of this rule-type skill was its ability to weaken an opponent's overall strength if Cao Chuan's luck surpassed their own. Whether it was combat power or cognitive acuity, everything was suppressed or obscured in Cao Chuan's presence. "Lu Qing, welcome to the Transcendence Alliance," Cao Chuan said with a smile. "How do you know my name is Lu Qing?" Lu Qing asked instinctively. He immediately realized how foolish the question sounded. He quickly corrected himself. "Transcendence Alliance. What does that mean?" "Sit." Cao Chuan chuckled. He had been eager to meet Lu Qing not only for his utility, but to test the effects of his new skill. Now that he could feel the faint, invisible barrier of energy covering him, like the shielding of a grand formation, he knew he was invincible. He no longer needed to hide from Children of Destiny. He could finally stop acting like a villain and start performing to his heart's content. They sat facing each other, and Cao Chuan handed him a plate of freshly grilled chives. Lu Qing accepted them with a polite thank you. "You are the 12th transmigrator I have encountered," Cao Chuan said. Lu Qing's hand paused. 12. That many? He felt a sense of existential dread. He had always believed himself to be a unique protagonist, but the reality of the universe seemed far more crowded than he anticipated. "Don't be surprised, I will explain it to you slowly," Cao Chuan said, launching into a refined persuasion. He explained that while there were many transmigrators, few possessed real combat power or the ability to survive independently. The Alliance was a benevolent organization dedicated to uniting those who could contribute, with the ultimate goal of pooling their various unique golden fingers to find a way back home. Because the current world was becoming increasingly strange, filled with martial artists, ability users, and shapeshifters, no one knew if legendary monsters from the classic texts might emerge. If a high-level threat appeared, the world would need a unified defense, and their original home world served as a necessary retreat. Lu Qing listened carefully. The logic of huddling together for warmth and pooling resources to make the strong even stronger made sense. After Cao Chuan finished, Lu Qing felt inclined to believe him. "You found me through my phone?" Lu Qing asked. "Smart," Cao Chuan chuckled. "Smartphones are small surveillance devices. Big data tracks everything you mutter to yourself. Through keywords, I confirmed your identity." Lu Qing realized the scope of Cao Chuan's influence. "So that is how it is. But you can control such a large amount of data. Your identity is, I am the current head of this alliance," Cao Chuan said. "Of course, I am also the manufacturer of your phone. I could not let the West harvest us again in this life, so we have been aggressively capturing market share." Lu Qing nodded slowly. "I can join the alliance, but what do I need to do? My golden finger is different from yours." "Every golden finger has its own purpose," Cao Chuan said. "Can you tell me what yours is?" Lu Qing hesitated, then pulled a jade guanyin pendant from under his shirt. "I found this in the mountains when I was a child. It did not have any magic in my previous life. If I had not been reborn and decided to clean out my old room, I would never have discovered its function." He explained that the pendant acted as a portal to a grand, ancient palace. He had initially mistaken it for a known dynasty, but after secret investigations, he realized it was something else entirely. He had mentioned hearing palace maids whisper about a female emperor before being chased away by lethal martial arts experts. If not for the jade pendant, he would have been killed. Old Cao frowned. A female emperor? He wondered if it was related to historical figures like Wu Xiao or an entirely unknown reality. "Your jade pendant must be handed over to the alliance," Cao Chuan said seriously. Lu Qing looked stunned, but Cao Chuan continued before he could protest. "You do not have enough self-preservation ability. If you go there again and die, the golden finger will be scrapped. Frankly, our alliance is cooperating with the authorities. You must understand how important a parallel universe is to our country. We could use it to gain resources, clean air and land. Keeping it on your person is dangerous. You cannot hold onto this key." The words were harsh, but they were logical. Lu Qing wanted to refuse, but he knew he was in no position to argue. He was surrounded, and if Cao Chuan truly wanted to seize the item, he had no way to stop him. "Lu Qing, you need to understand, if I really wanted to snatch your things, you would not be able to stop me," Cao Chuan said. "I am just explaining the risks. As soon as the country researches wormhole technology through this pendant, I will guarantee its return to you." "Wormhole technology?" Lu Qing was startled. Cao Chuan smiled. "This world is far more complex than you knew in your previous life. You know about space elevators? They are almost built. This jade is a key to another world, and it is a vital research asset. Instead of struggling, be generous. This is sincere advice from a friend." Cao Chuan stood up and gestured to the door. "Let us go. I will take you somewhere so you can see the truth before you make your final decision." Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then stood up. He knew he had no choice, and it was better to be straightforward than to be forced. Chapter 347. He stepped into the luxury car, and the motorcade began to drive away from the village. This was Lu Qing's first time in 2 lifetimes riding in such a high-end vehicle. Cao Chuan called Luoli. He instructed her that Yutang village was to be completely sealed off and placed under control. He ordered all residents in the village to be relocated, as the alliance was requisitioning the area. This instruction to Luoli was just for internal record keeping. Afterward, he would still need to approach the authorities, as moving an entire village was no small matter. It would definitely require the approval of high-level officials. For Cao Chuan, however, this was not difficult. He only needed to explain that deep underground in this area, there were excellent resources. When the second phase of Feng City was built here, the authorities would not need to fund the construction. Once it was built, the authorities would receive 50% of the resources. Then, this place would quickly become something similar to a military control zone, and finally be occupied by Brother Cao. It was worth it for a while. This call was not made in secret from Lu Qing. Lu Qing sighed inwardly. The sudden changes were completely disrupting his plans. However, in his mind now, he could not forget the beautiful woman he had secretly watched in the Imperial Garden earlier. If he had not been so stiff from watching her, he probably would not have been discovered so easily. Although he did not have a cultivation technique, he was still a child of destiny, always having some protection from the heavenly Tao. Plus, the girl in the Imperial Garden, who looked like a princess, was so happily chasing butterflies. Her attention was entirely on playing, so it was normal that she did not notice him. But later, his mind was in turmoil, which drew attention. Then he was almost taken care of by a cold gleam. The other party probably did not even see who he was and went straight for the kill. That beautiful face lingered in his mind. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. The car was quiet. Brother Cao did not speak, letting Lu Qing ponder his own problems. Then he brought him to Feng City. Once he entered Feng City, he would be trapped. That was a secondary thought. Brother Cao did not like to use his power to oppress people. Brother Cao mainly brought him to see the technological changes of this world. He also took him to tour the underground city and underground factories. He wanted to tell him that he really was not coveting his golden finger, but rather, that this item must be offered to the country. He thought to himself, I offered the cross-dimensional gate to the country at the start. Do you not think this title is more grand and benevolent, more politically steadfast, and has better ideological quality than my backyard leads to the Empress? With this political review, you could become an official in minutes. Is this your city? Lu Qing asked. It belongs to the Alliance, Brother Cao said with a serious expression. I also inherited the legacy of the previous Alliance leader. He has left now, so the Alliance belongs to everyone. I am just managing it on their behalf, and cooperating with the authorities is also to benefit us transmigrators. Lu Qing nodded. What about the other transmigrators? Can I meet them? Yes, I will add you to the group chat later. There are only 3 people in it. With you, there will be 4. Okay, I will have someone show you around, then you can stay here for now. Think carefully about what you want to do in the future. The Alliance will support you without limit, and the high-level officials will also support you. After speaking, Brother Cao extended his hand. I will hold on to the Jade Guanyin for you. I am not coveting it. It is just that there are many experts in Feng City, and I am afraid your item might be stolen. Lu Qing hesitated again. He met Brother Cao's gaze for several seconds, and finally untied the rope from his neck. Reluctantly, he slowly handed the Jade Guanyin to Brother Cao. Can I trust you? Lu Qing asked. Brother Cao chuckled. If I really wanted to harm you, I would have just taken it directly, and then destroyed your body without a trace. You would not even have a place to appeal. That is true. Lu Qing's mood seemed to lighten a little. Even if he was being deceived, at least they did not rob him. Don't worry, no matter what, with this Jade Guanyin, which can lead to another world, the high-level officials will definitely not treat you unfairly. In this life, you can do whatever you want, as long as you do not go mad. I am not that kind of person. Lu Qing shook his head. I know. Brother Cao patted his shoulder. Afterward, Brother Cao found the boastful pig humanoid, a fat woman, in the city, and had her take him to see Feng City and tell him about its impressive aspects. He also had someone arrange temporary accommodation for him. Back in the clock tower, this was where Brother Cao liked to stay alone. Inside was a command center, from which he could observe all areas of Feng City. He watched Lu Qing being led around on the monitor. The nightlife was very lively, even in the early morning. And the earlier it was, the livelier Feng City became. Successfully tricked the Child of Destiny out of his golden finger, changing 100% of the overall plot. Plundered 400% of the Child of Destiny Lu Qing's protagonist halo, increasing host's villain halo by 400%. Villain luck increased by 40 million. Deception skill upgraded, increasing the deceived person's trust by 100%. 100% luck value bonus. Villain luck increased by 10 million. A continuous sound echoed in his mind. Lu Qing, gulp. Moreover, the deception skill had been upgraded. The system had previously explained that deceiving people was a villainous act, and villainous acts came with villainous luck rewards. Deceiving ordinary people would have a lesser effect, but if you were awesome enough to fool a Child of Destiny to death, the rewards would be extremely generous. Brother Cao was ecstatic. It was rare for something to truly make him happy. Firstly, the skill aura obscuring was truly amazing. Secondly, it was the golden finger. An empress, a new world. It would become Brother Cao's luck granary. Offering it to the country was also fine. This would not prevent Brother Cao from using the other world to enhance his luck. At worst, he would just tell the high-level officials that he accidentally discovered a wormhole, and then bring some troops over to conquer it. But this thought lasted only a moment, and then he abandoned it, because that world seemed to have many experts, and ordinary weapons might not be useful, nor would it necessarily be possible to conquer it. He would have to go and see the specifics. If possible, Brother Cao could then sell the resources from that world to the high-level officials at a very low price. Free was impossible. If he gave them away for free, the high-level officials would conversely dare not use them. What Brother Cao wanted was never these resources, but luck. Let's put it this way. If Brother Cao were to go mad now, and randomly hack someone to death on the street, even if the other party was an ordinary person, it would still give Brother Cao about 1,000 villainous luck, because it was a life. 1,000 luck for one life was very cheap. A Child of Destiny yielded 10 million, while an ordinary person only 1,000. The difference was self-evident. But Brother Cao was not that deranged. He had not even gone to kill people from other countries, as doing so might lead to resistance from the high-level officials as well. Otherwise, Brother Cao would have already found an opportunity to deal with the minor nations. However, having another world was different. That place was ancient, and there would definitely be wars. How big was the fire when Zhuge burned the rattan armor soldiers? Let's put it this way, the thick smoke made Zhuge himself cry. And to alleviate the awkwardness, he even showed some compassion. And such a small country's battle almost led to extinction. If it were Brother Cao, if one fire burned 30,000 rattan armor soldiers, 30 million luck would be in hand in minutes. And that was just rattan armor soldiers. You know, there were also Japanese pirates and Goryeo in ancient times. If we casually launched 3 campaigns against Goryeo and wiped out Japan, would the luck not come pouring in? And there would be no psychological burden at all. 300,000 slaves would yield 300 million luck, and this was just for ordinary slaves. For more powerful ones, the luck would definitely be even greater. After all, every world, every era, has its own Child of Destiny recognized by the heavenly Tao. This was what Brother Cao referred to as the other world's granary. From the moment Lu Qing appeared, and Brother Cao received the news, roughly confirming that he could transmigrate between worlds, Brother Cao had already considered the entire plan of how to utilize this other world. In the group chat, Xiao Yang looked at the person Brother Cao, the administrator, had pulled in, and said in surprise, "New person again." Li Emo sent an emoji welcome, newcomer. Newcomer, post a picture. "Hello everyone, I'm new, a newcomer." Lu Qing wanted to say he was a new transmigrator, but felt it sounded silly. Xiao Yang asked, "You're also a transmigrator?" "Yes, are you too?" "Nonsense, this group is the internal alliance group." "Xiao Yang, isn't that a stupid question?" Li Emo said. "Damn it, Li Emo, I think you're itching for a beating if you don't get one for a day. Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me." Now, they did not have heavenly Dao rejection towards Brother Cao, but they still had it towards each other. Lu Qing watched them argue, a black line forming on his forehead. There really was luck rejection among transmigrators. Brother Cao was right. Lu Qing even felt a little of it. Watching them type, he wanted to jump in and retort a few words. However, Lu Qing did not have much energy now. While touring Feng City earlier, he was indeed greatly impressed, and also saw places like underground boxing rings. Then he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, not knowing why. Fortunately, the fat woman helped him regulate his qi, and then he broke out in a cold sweat. He was a bit weak now, and was currently resting by the roadside. Brother Cao had not lied. Soon, city personnel found Lu Qing and arranged an independent small courtyard for him in a very good location. They also gave him a rechargeable card with 10,000 points, making him instantly rich. In Feng City, what did 10,000 points mean? Let's put it this way, the average salary was about 30 points. He was directly a 10,000 yuan household. He also received cash, an ID card, and an apartment with a river view outside. In Brother Cao's words, Lu Qing trusted Brother Cao, so Brother Cao naturally would not let his brother down. As for the high-level official's reward, that required confirmation, meaning that the high-level official's reward would only be issued after they confirmed that the cross-dimensional gate could be traversed and that resources from the other side could be obtained. Lu Qing expressed understanding. The next day, Lu Qing found Cao Chuan and asked to borrow money. "I want to invest in some things. Although the world has changed, I checked the news history last night, and many major trends have not changed." "Borrow money?" Brother Cao shook his head and smiled. "We are the alliance. You do not need to explain so much to me. As long as you want it, anything we brothers have, you can take, no reason needed. We all help each other, right? How much do you need?" Lu Qing said gratefully, "The more the better. Is 100 million enough?" "More than enough." Lu Qing was overjoyed. "All right, I'll have someone get you a card later and transfer the money into it." Brother Cao instructed, "But don't regard cash too highly. With the world like this, points are better than cash. Later, I'll help you apply for an ability user's activation fluid, so you can become an ability user and have more self-preservation ability." "Thank you." Lu Qing was almost moved to tears. Big brother was so good. No wonder he was the leader of the alliance. Such a broad-minded person. If it were other transmigrators, they would definitely keep good things for themselves. Everyone has selfish motives. Alas, my brother Cao has a big heart. Unlike those two idiots in the group, who argue all the time. Chapter 348. Lu Qing died, but Cao Chuan did not actively apply for the final settlement. There were several reasons for this. It felt too abrupt, and he did not want to rush the process. Furthermore, if he settled now, the next child of destiny might appear immediately. Cao Chuan was currently preparing to explore the dual transmigration gate, and he did not want a new antagonist interfering with his primary business. He decided to let the next child of destiny wait in line. Beyond that, he wanted to harvest more luck points. Although Lu Qing's halo had already been depleted by 500%, his actual storyline had barely begun, leaving plenty of potential to exploit. Since deceiving him out of his golden finger had altered 100% of his storyline, it was clear that Lu Qing had no narrative arc left in this world. It was all tied to the other side of the well. Cao Chuan pondered whether to explore the other world alone, or bring others with him. He toyed with the jade pendant, having learned its full operation from Lu Qing. Lu Qing had not known if he could bring people or objects across, so these were variables Cao Chuan had to test himself. However, the discovery of this other world presented him with many new possibilities. Over the following days, Cao Chuan petitioned the authorities for the Yutang village project. The government took charge of relocating the villagers, ensuring they were fairly compensated. Cao Chuan's residential complex in the suburbs of Zonghai was nearing completion, and every family would receive both an apartment and a cash settlement. He was never stingy when it came to resolving matters with money. Following the relocation, construction-type simulacrums entered the site, replanned the entire village, and erected fences to restrict access. Lu Qing lived a carefree life. With 100 million in his account, he invested heavily in stocks, including international ones. He also bought a significant amount of the newly emerged Bitcoin, which was incredibly cheap at the time. To keep him occupied, Cao Chuan sent him a highly advanced female simulacrum, sculpted to resemble Dilruba Dilmarat. These simulacrums were far more interesting than simple dolls, powered by high-tech silicone and light-based charging. 10 days later, Cao Chuan departed for Feng City. After a 2-hour drive, he arrived at the Phase 2 construction site. Work was already progressing in an orderly fashion, with foundations being dug. He entered Lu Qing's former residence and approached the well. As he grew closer, he felt a strange, magnetic suction originating from the jade guanyin he carried. Research had confirmed that the jade contained a very special energy, potentially the catalyst for traversing between worlds. The well itself served merely as a door. It was possible that other doors could be found as long as the jade pendant existed, but this was only a preliminary theory. Cao Chuan remained cautious. He did not step into the well himself, as he was not one to take unnecessary risks. Instead, he took out a tech dragonfly, a specialized gadget he had exchanged from the system mall. It was an ultra-small drone equipped with cameras that provided a full 360-degree view, along with sensors to measure ambient air, temperature, and humidity. He sent a simulacrum to carry the device into the well. According to Lu Qing, the time flow between the two worlds was 1-to-1. Cao Chuan waited patiently, setting up a barbecue grill, while the simulacrum ventured across. There was a risk involved. If the simulacrum failed to return, or the structures of the worlds proved incompatible, the jade guanyin could be lost forever. However, Cao Chuan accepted this. He was not a reckless adventurer. He viewed this as an opportunity meant for a child of destiny, and if he lost it, so be it. He did not need to gamble his life to change his fate. Nearly 10 hours later, as dawn approached, movement emanated from the well. The simulacrum returned, safely carrying the tech dragonfly. Cao Chuan thanked the machine with the demeanor of a gentleman before connecting the memory card to his computer. The footage was remarkably clear. There were no technological signals in the other world. The ambient data suggested it was the peak of summer, with temperatures near 40 degrees Celsius and high humidity. The drone rose to an altitude of 500 meters, providing a view of an incredibly vast urban cluster. The palace was massive, easily dwarfing the Forbidden City. The main thoroughfare was 200 meters wide and stretched for 10 miles, lined with phoenix trees. It radiated a sense of solemn grandeur that surpassed any historical restoration he had ever seen. Cao Chuan spent 10 hours watching the footage without fast-forwarding. By night, he observed a banquet inside the palace featuring civil and military officials. The entertainment included performances of singing, dancing, and competitive martial arts. Watching the combatants, Cao Chuan concluded that the martial arts in this world were significantly more potent than those in his own society. While his world held internal strength practitioners, this ancient society seemed to be at a mid-tier martial arts level, where a single master could potentially overcome a small army. This world was clearly a mid-tier martial arts setting, and he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. With his own abilities, including time manipulation, and his own near-indestructible nature, he felt more than capable of handling the environment. He decided to spend the next day in Zonghai, preparing his supplies methodically. As for his promise to dedicate the world to the country, he was in no rush. He had only mentioned it to pacify Lu Qing, and he had no intention of letting outsiders disturb his new back garden. Chapter 349. Blue Star remains a dangerous place. Beyond the registered shapeshifters who generally keep to themselves, many criminals still roam the wilderness. Just as Cao Chuan prepared to act, a phone call turned him pale. "Sister, my husband is dead." Gong Yuehua's call informed Cao Chuan that Chu Hanqiang had passed away. To be honest, this news surprised him. It was not his doing. Even if he had wanted to move against Chu Hanqiang, he would not have resorted to assassination. Chu Hanqiang held a significant position, not just as the head of the Chu family, but with considerable influence within the government. His sudden disappearance was a major event. For this reason, the outside world had not yet received the news. Gong Yuehua had only informed Cao Chuan. Even Luoli had not been notified. What exactly happened? Cao Chuan was puzzled. He hoped Gong Yuehua would not place him in a position of injustice. He was a descendant of the Cao line, not the treacherous bloodline of Ximen. If she acted like a poisoner, he would not play along. His family upbringing and ancestral teachings did not allow for such things. As Gong Yuehua spoke, he understood. It was a pure accident. Chu Hanqiang had traveled to the countryside with the provincial party secretary to visit veterans. It was just after the national holiday, and there was a tradition of visiting old soldiers. During the visit, disaster struck. They encountered a group of wild beasts in the mountains. These shapeshifters had claimed the territory and occasionally created supernatural incidents to scare away the local people, warning them not to climb. They were clever and wanted to remain undetected by humans. Chu Hanqiang's visit happened to coincide with this. He suspected the ghostly rumors were the work of shapeshifters. He was not foolish. He said little at the time, but later found the village secretary, inquired about the situation, and then called Bureau 18 to request patrols. If shapeshifters were indeed harming people, they had to be eradicated. However, the news leaked. An informant among the village cotters had likely been paid by the shapeshifters, leading to a premature disclosure. The shapeshifters struck first, slaughtering the village. Chu Hanqiang had brought several experts with him, but they were overwhelmed. He was killed. Afterward, when the local Bureau 18 arrived, the shapeshifters had already fled. This bloody case alarmed the highest levels of the government. Since the appearance of shapeshifters, there had been 3 village massacres. The previous 2 cases had led to arrests. This time, the victims included high-level officials, the party secretary, and half of the provincial leadership. Chu Hanqiang, acting as an imperial envoy, had also perished. "I am going to the capital tomorrow," Cao Chuan said, setting aside the matter of the wellhead for the moment. "You do not need to come," Gong Yuehua replied, her voice faint. Several days have passed. Tomorrow, he will be cremated and buried. The news will be reported. The Chu family does not have time to entertain guests now. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or sad. But Cao Chuan felt that her mood was off. He did not misunderstand. After decades of their relationship, they were close friends and family. Even if someone lost a cat, they would feel sad, let alone a spouse. Gong Yuehua had never thought of harming him. At most, she had fallen out of love and found someone new. Or perhaps, since he had an illegitimate child first, she had retaliated. Regardless, her mood was certainly not good, and she did not want to do anything to betray him at such a time. When he was alive, it might not have mattered, but he was dead. The deceased deserved respect. The crime of desecrating a memory was serious. They understood the law, so they respected it. The next day, the news reported the event. Chu Hanqing had a long and significant history, and many important figures attended his funeral. Cao Chuan attended as well. When Gong Yuehua saw him, her expression changed slightly. She gave him a faint glare, as if blaming him for coming when she had asked him not to. Cao Chuan smiled back. He looked her up and down. She was in mourning, and he could not help but think she looked striking even in grief. Afterward, Cao Chuan made no pretense and offered Gong Yuehua a comforting hug in front of the tomb. It appeared like a gesture of comfort, and no one thought much of it. "He is my brother-in-law," Cao Chuan whispered in her ear. "It would be inappropriate if I did not come." Gong Yuehua, as the person involved, felt confused and fearful due to her guilt. But his words relaxed her. Afterward, Cao Chuan offered incense and condolences. His status was high, and the high-level officials of the Chu family shook hands with him. He also met Chu Hanqing's illegitimate children, a boy and a girl in their teens. The Chu family genes were excellent. The boy was handsome, and the girl was a beauty in the making. The mistress did not come, as she lacked the qualifications. "If you ever need anything, call your uncle. Do not be a stranger," Cao Chuan said, patting the heads of the children and giving them a business card. "Thank you, uncle," the children replied politely. It was not until the evening, after the banquet, that the day concluded. That night, Cao Chuan did not return to his residence. He stayed at the Chu family estate, and had a long talk with Gong Yuehua by candlelight. "This matter, it has nothing to do with you, does it?" Finally, Gong Yuehua asked the question hidden in her heart. She was not suspicious so much as worried. She feared that if it had something to do with him, and it were discovered, it would be troublesome. Even though his status was high, the Chu family was not to be trifled with. She did not want their peaceful life shattered. Cao Chuan was not angry at the question. To be honest, he had considered killing the man, but he had not acted on it. He pulled her onto his lap. Their eyes met. His gaze was clear. "I do not deny that I once thought about it," he said. "But I have not acted yet, and this matter could not have been done by me. If it were, it would not have been so crude." Gong Yuehua was not truly suspicious to begin with. Hearing his denial, she instantly relaxed, leaning against him, physically and mentally exhausted. How could it suddenly happen? It was fine before. The world has changed. Every day, shapeshifters are harming people. Do not think too much about it. This matter has nothing to do with you or me. It was his fate, Cao Chuan said as he began to comfort her. She pulled him back, her face pleading. "Not here." Perhaps it was out of respect for the deceased, or because they were in Chu Hanqing's house. If there truly were such a thing as a soul, Chu Hanqing might see something. Although he was dead, the possibility made her feel uneasy. "Okay, I will not move," Cao Chuan said, giving her absolute respect. He put her down and stood up. "I will go make some tea." Gong Yuehua was happy he came. She was pregnant, and her heart was sensitive. Their relationship had broken down, and she held no hope for Chu Hanqing. In her heart, she had already chosen Cao Chuan. If not for her pregnancy, she would not be so affected by the death. At this moment, having him there to accompany her made her sense of security skyrocket. He poured a cup of tea for her and squeezed a glass of juice. "After a while, when this matter settles down, come to Zonghai to recuperate during your pregnancy," Cao Chuan said. Would that not be inappropriate? "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You can take a break from work. We can travel abroad and have a honeymoon at the same time. It would not look good if people saw us," she said. Gong Yuehua was sensitive. When Chu Hanqing was alive, she did not have so many concerns. It made sense. Chu Hanqing was a shield. As long as he did not suspect them, it did not matter what others thought. But now he was gone. If the two of them were too intimate, outsiders would speculate endlessly. "Do not worry, we will go to another world where no one knows us." "Another world? You will know when the time comes. I will make you a queen." Gong Yuehua rolled her eyes at him, not understanding. She did not take it seriously, thinking he was just comforting her. That night, nothing happened. He simply stayed with her. By the time they woke up the next day, her complexion had improved significantly. Her mood was better, and her health followed. For several consecutive days, he stayed in the capital with her. Outsiders did not say anything, and he even participated in the investigation. On the third night, the group of shapeshifters who had massacred the village were apprehended. 8 creatures, led by a tiger, were captured. It truly had nothing to do with him, but he contributed to the arrest, for which the Chu family was extremely grateful. When he suggested that she go to Zonghai to relax, change her environment, and safely carry her pregnancy, the Chu family did not object. Upon returning to their luxurious home in Zonghai, Gong Yuehua completely relaxed, as if from this moment on, she had no further connection with the Chu family. His previous house had been damaged, so he had been living here. The two children were home for the weekend and quickly became familiar with Gong Yuhua. Gong Yuhua, who had never had children, felt her maternal instincts overflow upon seeing them. It seemed she projected all her hopes for a family onto them, making Cao Chuan feel a little jealous. After dinner, he walked to the sofa and patted the leg of one of the girls. The girl was wearing socks, sprawled on the sofa playing a game on her mobile device. She looked back at him, then shifted, making room. He sat down naturally. The girl was not formal. She rested her legs on his lap. "You are still young, and you are sitting improperly. Do not play games like this. It is bad for your eyes," he said sternly, lecturing her. Hee. The girl climbed up and leaned against him. "Dad, let us play a duo match." "Okay. I will play marksman and you support me. I want to play mage. The mage skins are pretty. Then I will play support." "Okay." Gong Yuhua watched him play games with them, smiling. She used to imagine a family atmosphere, and it seemed to be just like this. The father was not serious, but played with the children. She watched gently from the side. Even if there was nothing grand, it was heartwarming. It was a pity that her own son was not around, but thankfully, the family dynamic felt right. It was a good life. Chapter 350. Old Cao's mission involving Lu Ren had delayed him for half a month. Finally, he returned to the second phase of his project. Donning his jade pendant, he stepped through the portal into the brand new world. Emerging from a dry well, Old Cao's first impression was that the air was excellent and spiritual qi was abundant. As someone who had already taken the first step into cultivation, and who remained the only practitioner in his original world, he was exceptionally sensitive to the energy around him. Cultivating here would undoubtedly be many times faster than on Blue Star. He wondered if there were other cultivators in this world, though he doubted it. For now, he decided to set his curiosity aside and focus on observation. Night had fallen. The imperial palace was dim, lacking streetlights or any modern illumination, save for the soft moonlight. The moon here seemed brighter and rounder than on Blue Star. "This must be the cold palace," Old Cao muttered. He lightly climbed onto the roof, scouted the surrounding paths, and used the moonlight to navigate his way out of the palace grounds. He easily avoided the guards. Once outside, he did not rush to explore the ancient night market. There was no curfew in this capital, and many pedestrians and revelers were still out. Old Cao found a secluded alley and released the combat-type simulacrums he had brought from his portable space. It had cost him a significant amount of luck to create these 100 people. They were ready, dressed in custom ancient attire, ranging from men and women to the elderly and young. Among them were officials, laborers, ruffians, and even female celebrities from his previous life, intended to infiltrate brothels. "Disperse," Old Cao commanded. "Proceed according to your tasks, and act discreetly." "Yes," they chorused, vanishing without a trace. Although the area was secluded, the sound of 100 people moving was not insignificant. It drew the attention of the night patrol. "What was that sound just now?" It sounded like human voices. "There is no one here. Be careful, the imperial court has been unstable lately. Let us hope nothing goes wrong. We just need to do our own jobs. The affairs of the high-level officials have nothing to do with us." The patrol soldiers grumbled among themselves before moving on. Old Cao waited until they were gone before revealing himself. Their language was identical to that of Blue Star, meaning there was no barrier. Though it was a new world, it was essentially a fusion. Old Cao, disguised as a young master, began to observe the world up close. The simulacrums were his eyes and ears. They would enter various professions, and the female units would seek ways to infiltrate the imperial palace and the homes of ministers. This was only the first batch. Soon, Old Cao would install tiny, advanced listening devices and monitors. Even if placed in the imperial court's deliberation hall, no one would notice them. He intended to monitor the officials and the empress, gathering big data to understand the world and locate the protagonist's plot. He suspected the empress might be a destined heroine, so he needed to gauge her personality early. He also needed to determine if this was the Wuzhou dynasty or another female-led regime. As for the best place to gather intelligence, tea houses and taverns were standard, but brothels were often the most informative. Old Cao headed to the largest brothel in the capital. The building was a classic structure of green bricks and black tiles, adorned with large red lanterns. As he approached, a middle-aged madam with a flirtatious expression hurried over to greet him. "Young master is so handsome," she teased. "Please come in. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time at my Heitang pavilion?" "That is right," Old Cao replied. "What is your esteemed surname?" "Cao." "A fine surname," the madam flattered. She led him inside, adding mysteriously, "You have come at the right time. Our largest brothel is buzzing with activity. Miss Mengyu is making her debut, and all the renowned heirs in the capital will be here. Young Master Cao, you will have a chance to get close to her." Old Cao raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up. "I have heard of Miss Mengyu even outside the capital. It seems I have come at a fortunate time. Shall I arrange a private booth, or a private room for you?" "A private booth will suffice. I wish to experience the local customs," Old Cao said, handing her a pouch of silver. The madam weighed the pouch, and her face beamed. She had not seen such a generous spender in a long time. In these establishments, the consumption rules were layered: tips for entry, seating, drinks, and performers. Old Cao's lavish tip immediately secured him a private booth on the second floor with a clear view of the hall. Old Cao sat back, enjoying the best wine and dishes while a musician played the pipa nearby. He could observe everyone and overhear conversations from both downstairs and the neighboring private rooms. He suspected that Miss Mengyu was a destined heroine, likely a key figure in the protagonist's luck. Soon, a guard approached the booth. He was a simulacrum sent by Old Cao. The guard whispered information into his ear, and Old Cao nodded. The simulacrums had already kidnapped several locals to extract basic information: the name of the country, the empress, the honest and corrupt officials, the neighboring nations, and the identity of the capital's biggest profligate. With this data, Old Cao began to craft a plausible identity for himself. He spent the night acting as a wealthy, generous young master, tossing out pouches of silver as tips. His kindness toward the servants and girls, treating them as human beings rather than mere objects, earned him their genuine adoration. Old Cao is such a wonderful person, the girls whispered among themselves. Later, Old Cao asked the madam if there were any courtyards for long-term rent. Though initially hesitant about overcharging such a kind patron, the madam eventually agreed. Old Cao moved into a private courtyard within the brothel for 50 taels of gold per month. To him, the price was a pittance, but it solidified his base of operations in the heart of the capital. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.